Yeah, they're like so much more sweeter than they used to be in my childhood. They're terrible. I can't eat them.
I'm just way
Like
too
the
stupid
chocolate
to
is
eat
too
one of
sweet?
those. It would kill me
It's
immediately.
too sweet.
I would choke on the plastic.
I thank the American government for
The
preventing these
wrapper
items.
or the toy inside?
Both at the same time.
I
Would you just? I guess technically that's true. If you did you would be choking on all of it.
I trust the U.S. military, and I do not shoot them in the head like Nancy Wheeler. So I trust that they think that the Kinder eggs should be illegal.
Nancy Wheeler's my hero.
Wheeler
Can you not badmouth her,
would
please?
allow
Nancy
You know,
Wheeler would see the
and-
Kinder
and
eggs
yet
being
another-
illegal and kill the person who decided that in the
And
government.
yet another example of the Duffer Brothers being absolute idiot hacks. Like, do you like how they just sort of ignore that there's an opportunity? The fact that she just does it and it doesn't really matter to her at all is like unhinged. Why is it that just like a regular person is shooting people and it doesn't really like bother her that much?
Because she's cool and badass, Fringy, and she doesn't have time to.
She's been
have
through so much.
emotions or
She's been
Dude,
through
I
so
know
much.
you ever see
quandaries.
Rambo like reflect on his actions ever, you know?
That is really funny considering that like people think of Rambo. Wow, I'd say less and less people think of it as like a dumb action movie and start to realize that maybe is like trying to make a point. But I just do find it funny that Stranger Things is so incapable of doing that. Like that they don't even register that there's even like a plot problem with the fact that this has happened and then there are no repercussions for these characters, let alone whether or not these characters would, feel anything about these actions that they're doing. Why don't any of them have PTSD? Any of these characters, or just any
Because
like crazy
PTSD isn't
psychological
cool.
problems?
PTSD is
Only
lame.
one of them got depression, and then they basically believed that they cured it. Like, yeah, so good, you're fine, you're sorted, you're good,
Dude,
you're
Franny,
right.
you're just nitpicking. They only had 5 seasons to explore any of these topics. They didn't have any time to do this.
That's true. We
How
have
we
to have
got the
another
Holly
Erica
plot in there
subplot.
if we're doing all that shit.
I like
Dude,
how we
it's
went
so
to different
funny that
characters.
A whole
for
bunch
the...
of people actually believed that there was going to be like a 9th episode because they were so unhappy with the show. That's incredible.
Excuse me, what
like,
do you, there was a 9th episode,
Yeah,
Frank.
did you see
What are
it?
you talking about? Like, literally all of the problems we've ever had were fixed.
That was everyone's
on
homework. I hope you saw
September
9th episode.
12th, whatever it was.
That's true. I don't know what happened there. It was I was having a mind moment.
You
or
were getting
something.
mind flayed.
But
You were getting mind flats, right? See?
Yes, all full circle. There was a big plan for the Mind Flayer to be a big kaiju that they fight in the Upside Down. Oh, not even the Upside Down, in the Void, right?
Planet
think,
X, what was it? The
Incredible.
Void,
Oh,
the
yeah.
Abyss, right?
Do you think there'll be
The
a
Abyss.
secret good
There you go,
series
yeah.
that they're going to release? Like a
Secret
whole
good series. Yeah, that's the next one that's coming out. That's going to be the secretly. I mean, this one was really good because episode 9 fixed it.
They just
but then
dropped-
the next one's going to be even better, and they're going to explain even more stuff.
They drop 5 seasons of a TV show tomorrow, and they're like, there it is. That's the secret good series. Enjoy.
Oh, that's why it took them 10 years.
Yeah. They were making
That's
a whole other one.
smart.
That's why the
Dude,
whole
I can't
kids
wait
look
for
old.
the end of the like 3 seasons into whatever the Duffer Brothers are working on. Super Vecna comes out.
Ooh,
And
yeah.
has
Super Vecna. I like it.
Oh,
And it's like
man.
Power Rangers, where they light him on fire and shoot him with their M16s, and then he dies, and then all of the kids turn around towards the camera, and Vecna falls down and explodes, but then he gets really, really, really big, and then all of the kids have to connect together like Voltron so that they can be really big. Well, really, they'll be like 15 feet tall, and then they have to fight Big Vecna.
They'll do it
Oh.
with miniatures,
So
I
cool.
guess.
And then
yeah.
Nancy Wheeler shoots some soldiers.
Oh, that's
And then
in
they
the
have
good
a
version of the show,
dance-off.
yeah.
To running
I
up
like how
that
he's
hill.
just like all vines now. Like if they change his character again, he'll just be evil Groot.
Pretty much, yeah.
Evil
Mhm.
Groot.
Man, what a show. I'm so glad we're not talking about it today.
He says, "I am Vecna." Those are the only lines he has. I am Vecna.
So anyway.
He probably has no idea why they ever called him that.
Oh, yeah.
Like nobody ever told him why that's his name.
But then again, you should know, because he's in their
He's
heads.
like, "What? My name's
but-
Henry. I wouldn't change my name because I look all floopy and I went to the weird dimension. I'm still Henry."
Oh, well, he's like, I chose Mr. Watson. You guys are going to use that. They're like, nah. He's
I'm
like,
just
"Aw."
Henry, Mr. Watson. I'm just Henry.
I know what you're referencing.
Listen to me, you fat oaf.
That's him talking to Hopper.
That would have made a better
No.
Stranger Things show if they just released that clip as the
You're
episode.
you're going to have your shitty clock on the wall.
You
And
shitty
you're going to
owl.
like it.
So I was
don't-
stalking Duffer Brothers interviews like yesterday, and I found
Alright.
something very funny. They were talking, I don't remember what the interview was about, but I screenshotted this section where they were talking about, I think, it. And this is like a quote that they say. Ross says, "The first half of that mini-series is great. The second half, when you get into that giant spider, it's awful."
Wait, really? He said that?
Yeah, but about, I think, it. I think some series about it or something like that.
Oh, the Dairy series or whatever.
Oh, Welcome to
Maybe,
Derry,
yeah.
maybe.
Yeah.
I'd
Which is very
snap a little
ironic.
bit, right? I mean, giant spiders, they really do suck. So, I'm sure Stranger Things wouldn't have done anything like that themselves, because that would just be, I mean, as they say themselves, that was not very good. It was dumb and retarded.
I mean, it could have been worse. They
Stranger
could
Things
have like
improved on that.
sucked the thing through a vacuum cleaner or something.
Actually, that
Imagine if
might
they
have
did like
been
a Ghostbusters thing and they had like fucking they just
Luigi's
suck up the
Mansion,
mind
rather.
flayer. Yeah.
Good old Luigi's
There's vacuum
Mansion.
cleaners and Ghostbusters.
I can't wait for the Luigi's Mansion movie.
You know.
That's on its way.
Hell.
Well, yeah, maybe they'll do that, and it will probably not be very good. The Mario Galaxy movie is not going to be good, guys. I hope you all realize that.
It's not going to be. No, it's not.
Well, the first movie's not good. Like,
It's like,
it's just.
Oh, they're talking about
uh,
the TV movies, the ones that came out, the two-parter in that quote. Sorry, I was like, I'm sorting something out, so I didn't quite catch what you were saying.
Hmm.
talking
But
about the Luigi's Mansion movie and how great it's going to be and how we're so excited.
anyway, we should probably go ahead and get started. We cut this in half because of how long it was going to go. We still have 7 episodes to talk about, maybe even 8, depending on your interpretation.
Definitely AIDS. Definitely. And then the entire extra 2 episodes that only exist inside the Duffer Brothers' heads, because that's pretty good. Lots of fantastic stuff that we didn't get to see, but they sure got to see it, and they had fun with it. And they will explain it all to us at the end of this. But if we are getting going, we got up to episode 1 after 6 hours in the last stream. So hopefully we'll make even more progress this time around. The only brief recap, I suppose, that's necessary just to remind us where we left off is that while Hopper has gone into the Upside Down, piggybacking on like military expositions there, because just lifting up those giant plates in the floor was not an option for some reason, he's trapped there. Meanwhile, the Demogorgon, as tracked by Will, who can now use gaydar to see through its eyes, is going after Holly Wheeler, who was a terrific character who we all remember fondly from all previous Stranger Things series.
Yes.
Arguably the most valuable player in the entire thing. And it's just portaled through her roof, and now it's coming to try and grab her. So that's roughly where we left off. That is also pretty much the entirety of everything that happened in episode 1, because there's lots and lots and lots of wasted time.
Remind me, when is the first time that we find the Demigorgons can basically just make... Oh, my drink's done. When just make portals essentially wherever they want to make them?
This changes basically season. So in season 1, the implication is they can do it all the time. In season 2, it's slightly less clear because we're dealing with the Demodog things and it doesn't really become a mechanical factor. In season 3, they just aren't in that season. In season 4, they can't do it, which is how you trap them in Russia. And the argument for why they can't is, but the portal wasn't open because people weren't paying attention when the Russians had a laser opening the portal. In season 5, they are back to being able to do it at any time they want, wherever they want, and that's how it works again. But they will very rarely, well, actually, they will precisely once use this to their immense strategic advantage. Otherwise, they just kind of don't, because, the Duffer Brothers said, we don't need them to do that.
That sounds
it's a
very
bit-
consistent.
Very, very consistent.
I like writing.
Also,
This
a
sounds
lot of
really
people
fun.
asking if
I'd
this
like
is
to try it
pre-recorded.
sometime.
Yes, this is pre-recorded.
Yeah, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
Like the last one.
In fact, we actually have a stream that should be releasing next week. It's our live reaction to episode 9.
Yes.
So you'll get to see us watch that live. And I think that'll be very exciting for everybody.
Yes, the
We're
best
big
season ever.
conformity gators here. So,
Mhm.
don't
All right,
spoil it.
episode 9 didn't do it for us. Episode
like a
10,
slur,
though, is going to be
conformity
fucking
gator.
great. When episode 10 drops, the double secret episode, then that's going to fix everything.
Well, based on how much episode 9 fixed, and boy, did it fix a lot. I could totally believe that, yeah.
We were talking
Let's
about
not forget 11.
on Open Bar. It
Episode
fixed
9.
so much. It even fixed other shows. Like Game of Thrones got better thanks to episode 9 of Stranger Things. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, good job.
The bit when Daenerys burns everyone to death was actually Vecna's hallucination. That never
Yes.
happened.
Pretty cool. Pretty
He
cool.
just incepted this terrifically terrible idea into everyone's minds. But speaking of ideas being like horrifically incepted into everyone's minds, we can kick off with the rest of the show from episode 2, bearing in mind that, as episode 9 will make clear to you, none of this actually happened. So if we say that this is dumb and retarded, it's not. It's all part of his cunning plan to trick everybody. But so we do pick up basically with the end of episode 1. So the Demogorgon has arrived. It comes through Holly Wheeler's roof, and it starts making a huge amount of noise. It throws her around the bedroom, grabbing her and just leaving quietly and stealthily. That's not within its skill set. And like there's lots of banging, literally like very, very loud banging and crashing as she gets thrown all around this bedroom.
Oh, they bang.
But you might be thinking, oh, so this means surely that the parents are aware of this, right? Because, you know, they live in that house, and you know, they should surely be able to hear all of this. Then that's when you learn that actually the asbestos cladding that they used in the 1980s was very, very effective insulation. So Karen Wheeler is still in the bathroom listening to 80s music, running her own bath, and drunk. So she doesn't hear any of this.
Karen's like Squidward when he's taking a bath in SpongeBob. Yeah.
Also, I just want to appreciate that
Running
Duffers
up
right.
a
And
bath.
they've set up the wine now about 5 different times, so you can't say that wasn't set up. That has been set up very well.
That
It's
was
set
my
up
biggest
because-
concern.
Yeah, because the audience is being driven to drink by this point, so it's very.
Wait, hold on. No,
metaphorical.
you're wrong. Because she said her headcanon is after she was nearly cheated on her husband with Billy. Okay, she became a crippling alcoholic all the way
Wait, who's
back in
the
season 3.
actress's headcanon?
The actress's
I like how the
headcanon.
actress is like, so here's my headcanon for my own character's traits.
Here's why I'm suddenly an alcoholic in season 5, and I never had this problem before. She adopted actually Hopper's alcoholism. It was like transmitted.
Well, someone had to have
By
it.
the way, it's not even something that you need an excuse for. You could just be like, yeah, she likes to drink some wine now and then.
And
She-
maybe it's
she
a bit
just
of a
likes to drink.
problem. You know, that's it. It doesn't
A
need to be some,
problem?
like, deep-seated-
We'll see about that.
What do you mean? It is a problem. It's like Randy Marsh said, the disease is eating him up. You know, his alcoholism.
Yeah. Well, Stranger Things will have a
Why
counter
did you
argument.
give me this disease?
I
If
think
you
that Stranger Things is going to make the argument that everyone should be drinking if you got Demogorgons running around.
Oh, I see what you mean. Because it imbues you with power.
Oh, great power and great responsibility.
Yeah.
So the lights, they all start flickering because the Demogorgon is in. They don't start flickering in the bathroom immediately because we have to preserve some sort of dramatic tension to this. So they're only flickering in Holly's bedroom initially. Then they start flickering everywhere as Holly runs out of her bedroom and into the bathroom. And Ted Wheeler, the Chad that he is outside playing golf. And he notices that the lights in his house are all fucky. And so he thinks, right, I'm going to go and sort whatever this is out because I am unironically the best character in Stranger Things season 5.
Gonna have to switch a fuse. Gonna have to get a screwdriver and sort something out. The dad stuff.
Twat demons with golf clubs, etc.
Yeah, it's
So he goes back inside. We briefly cut away because then you find that Nancy and 11, they are approaching the house. They know that the Demogorgon is coming because Will told them. So they are driving toward the house. This is going to be the subject of some boring character drama later when Hopper tells 11 off because driving is a thing they don't do. But we'll get to that exciting character drama after we've got through the rest of the exciting drama that leads up to it. The Demogorgon, then it breaks into the bathroom because Holly is running there. She's told Karen there's a monster coming, and Karen says, no, it's just a nightmare. But then she hears banging noises and the lights go fucky. So they hide under the water. They hide under the water underneath the bubbles. The bubbles are extremely effective, very, very thick. You can't see through them. Good old 80s bubble bath is super effective against monster vision. So it sort of wanders around in the bathroom for a bit, fucking around, can't see them, opens cupboards, they're not in there, oh no.
Well, question, are the Demogorgons, can they see anyway?
Yeah, they don't even have fucking eyes.
I thought the
What's
whole
going
point
on?
was that they
Able-
sense with smell and hearing, not with.
Yes.
That used to be the case because they
Dude,
used to
Will is
spell-
their eyes, you know? Like,
Exactly.
Will
Well,
can see
that's
them.
how we know they can see, is that Will sees through the eyes that
But-
they don't
Literally
actually
sees.
have.
And they don't present it like sort of Daredevil, sort of radar vision. It is just shown as like actual sight, like
But
just
surely that's
the physical world.
just a retcon error to try and be like, well, Will's got to be able to see something.
I'm sure that's what they'd say. They'd say that and go like, "Oh, shut up."
Yeah.
That's like what they would say to you if you brought this up. The Duffer
No,
Brothers.
but like they didn't have to even do that. They could have did like Toph vision from Avatar: The Last
He
Airbender.
just said
where it's, like,
Daredevil vision.
You could see the, yeah, you could see like the vibrations and shit.
No, they could have, but I mean, they forgot. Obviously, like that's the easy
Well, like, but
explanation. They just didn't.
You have
realize.
the Demogorgon. It's kind of annoyed me when he came in the room. He starts like bursting all the possible hiding places, and it's like, how do you know which ones are where when there's nobody in them and they're not moving? If you know what I mean. He hasn't got eyes, and it's like, no, he does now. You're like, oh, okay.
But they've also sort of slightly undone it because it, did used to be able to smell blood. Holly, I think,
Yeah.
is bleeding after its attack. You can make the argument that because they're under the water, all the blood mysteriously washed off, and the smell of blood in water. Famously, sharks can't smell blood in water. They can only smell blood if it isn't wet. So, still a shark.
They can smell dry blood in water, is what you're saying.
Yes, as long as the blood is dry, they can follow it. You might think, look, there's a few things have to line up for this plan of theirs hiding under the water to work. Because, if it stays in the room too long, then they're going to drown. And if they don't want to drown, then they'll have to surface, and then it will find them and kill them. However, this is Stranger Things, and so you can guarantee whenever lots and lots of things have to line up in just such a way to make a scene work, they will. And then later you'll be told by a character that he doesn't believe in coincidences anymore. It's a fucking joke. But
Yeah,
luckily,
the Demogorgon, like its scouter went off, and it realized there was a very large power level approaching from behind it.
An Avengers level threat, you might even say.
and the Avengers level threat is Ted Wheeler. He has arrived. He sees that his bedroom's been torn apart. He goes wandering through the house, and he arrives just outside the bathroom. He can distract the Demogorgon. It comes out to meet him, and he raises bravely, boldly. The show loves Ted Wheeler. The show will, go out of its way to tell you how awesome and amazing Ted is as he bravely faces off against this demon with a golf club. It's one of the most brave things a parent can possibly do, and he deserves to be praised for it. So he hits it with a golf club. Not particularly effective. It hits him back. That's a little bit more effective. And then he gets sort of flung through the air, having been slashed by Demogorgon claws, and then you see him lying on the floor, and it looks quite fatal. You think, well,
I mean,
maybe
as you would expect,
yeah.
Demogorgons tend to, whenever they actually like hit people, it's like a near 100% kill rate.
And we're not going to
Well,
see
it's
him
like
now
Pokemon.
for.
People have type disadvantages. If you're a military soldier, okay, you have a very bad, super effective like crit rate from a Demogorgon hit. But if you're Ted Wheeler, you can tank it. Yeah.
We're not going to get visual confirmation of Ted Wheeler now until the finale, right?
I think
my headcanon is he
at the
died.
very end. Yeah.
My
I thought he
headcanon is
was
that he
dead.
died, and that like Mike walks up to
He
him and
might
he
as
goes,
well have.
Mike, I've been dead for fucking 6 months. You've got to let me go. And he disappears. Like, that's the only way I can justify this happening.
It's what happens in episode 9. You get the funeral for Ted Wheeler, and it's like Tony Stark's funeral in Endgame, and everyone realizes that
Everyone's
tremendous
there. Bob's
self-sacrificial
there.
hero.
Eddie's there.
Man,
And then he'll return in
It's just-
Doomsday.
it'd be so effective, but they chose not
Keeping
to.
him
there.
alive narratively just does not make sense because he doesn't like show up anymore aside from like the graduation scene just to be like bored there, or like is he asleep there?
To be clear to
just
everybody,
stupid.
he
It makes
does
no sense.
survive, and it's kind of like perplexing because you would assume like they're not killing him off, like the guy that they haven't really done much with at all throughout the whole show. But even with that in mind, if he died, there's obviously going to be repercussions for like several of the main characters of the story from that. But no, he's alive, and it's been mentioned before that Nick at this point assumed that no major character was going to die because of this. The fact that he
if they
survived.
don't get rid of
Yeah,
Ted,
if they can't commit to
then-
Ted Wheeler, this is going to suck.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, but like they don't even make use of his near death with the characters.
Not at all. He doesn't matter. The show believes that he doesn't matter. He doesn't have like main billing, and they've always treated him as kind of like seemingly like kind of an asshole, even though he's like not really.
He's a little
like
cranky,
He's just memey.
But that's
he's
kind
like
of it.
Yeah, compared to what's her name, the mother who's
Aaron.
yeah,
well,
that's
we're
right.
about to find out what the show's
Oh,
opinion of her is.
Yes, of course.
I mean, at least his purpose in season 1 was, and I recently rewatched the first few episodes. It's kind of like it's a very authentic, especially at the time or for that time, authentic. Karen and Ted used to like play off of each other, right? It was sort of to showcase the family dynamics of that, kind of family where Karen would be this caretaking mother and Ted would just nod his head, and it was kind of funny and it worked for the narrative, and it kind of got the how kind of family grew up with in, and it was quite interesting and dynamic. As for now, it's just like she's drunk and he's not here.
Do we
Because they
have
used
a
to. After you.
do we have a bit of a dart situation on our hands right now? Like looking at like, oh,
The
why
Dodge
is
Dart?
yeah,
Do
dart.
you
Like
mean like
Dustin
in
and
the
Dart.
sense that they're unhinged and they don't realize like what they've done, and there is a lack of
Oh, Dart,
recognition
the
for what's
critter.
happened? Is that like
No,
what you mean?
because I think that like Dustin having Dart is ridiculous because he knows what's happened and what could happen in the future.
Yeah,
It's
and then it
actually
kills the
fucking
cat.
crazy that like Karen doesn't know what a Demogorgon is. That like just nobody
Well, it's 'cause
warned
she
this
hasn't been
family.
told.
They're all just finding out about this when it's coming to kill them.
There is
Instead
a
of their
scene
kids letting
later
them
as
know.
well where Nancy says, "Oh, we should have done something. We could have told them
Yeah.
or tried to get them out. Vecna told us he was coming to kill them." It's like, yes, you fucking
Every
should have done
reason they
something,
could ever
shouldn't you,
have.
Nancy? But
Is this the
unfortunately, it
worst
happened
moment for
thinking
Nancy
about
in the
someone
show?
who isn't you. Oh, Nancy has so many terrible
She's
moments
got
in the show.
she's got a lot.
I mean,
so it's
nearly
gonna be
getting her
kinda hard.
family killed is like a crazy one.
Well,
It
I
is,
guess
but
the
then
thing
she's
is
a
It's
that
up there.
lovable person.
it's also owned by like Mike, and it's kind of owned by everybody. It's just that their parents don't matter because they just don't.
Yeah, you'd
so
have to argue
they're
this is a
all
character
essentially
hit.
on the hook.
Yeah, for all of them, not just Nancy.
Yeah.
But they've sort of forgotten because as Nuts was saying, that Ted and Karen used to be at least slightly dynamic. But then the point of their characters was actually mostly to intersect with Nancy as a character anyway, because it's the argument. The first argument she has with Jonathan in season 1 when they're going through the woods together, and Jonathan sort of tells her that you're just your average fucking stuck up posh bitch who's terrified of becoming like her parents, like her mother who marries this former high school jock and then settles down for a life of domestic bliss that Nancy just doesn't want for herself. So like they're there to tell other characters or to tell you something about what the other characters in their lives are. So they're not ever very important narratively, but they are kind of important on a character and slightly on a thematic level. But we have reached the point now where Nancy's greatest fear is becoming more like her parents, and now it's become, oh, I kind of forgot to tell my parents that monsters are coming to murder all of them. That they're kind of out of the story for any other purpose, except now, as we're shortly going to see, is that it's just an excuse to big up Karen Wheeler for no particular reason. She's a mother.
For
It's
Twitter
a meme.
likes.
Yeah,
It's
and
to
yes,
post
Twitter
memes on
like that a
Twitter.
lot.
Be like, wow, Karen's awesome. I love
This
that
is
her
going to
name
be
is
her
Karen.
first of two
That's so great.
bizarrely conspicuous badass moments, which make no
Yeah,
sense.
but I mean, again, it's so very typical for the Duffer brothers.
Yeah. But it will be worth probably remembering as well when we do get to the final scene of episode 8, which of course is not the final scene of the show, but it is the final scene of episode 8. It's worth looking back when we get to that scene. Who actually has the happiest, nicest, most fulfilling life? Is it Ted and Karen Wheeler, or is it Nancy, who is a way more important character with a bigger arc to go on? Not to set it up too much, my conclusion is that actually Ted Wheeler does genuinely win Stranger Things. Like he has the nicest of all available endings to anyone, which is funny given he's not a character. But speaking of bigging up Karen Wheeler, so Ted is now almost dead, but not quite. Karen and Holly try and run away while the Demogorgon is distracted, but it spots them. And Karen, being an irresponsible drunk, slips on the floor. And then she gets up and she tells Holly to get behind her as she picks up a wine bottle, a white wine bottle no less. She smashes it and then she faces off against the Demogorgon and says, "Stay away from my daughter." And then she stabs it repeatedly in the face. And somehow it works. Yeah.
Feels very fanfiction OC sort of moment of like, yeah, this is what I would do and that's what they're going to do.
It is very fanfictiony, and it's one of those yet again another annoying thing when you go and look at the effect certain guns will have on this thing later, and then you note that hey, this broken wine bottle seems to be quite effective, makes them bleed and everything. Maybe guns should also do something like
Can
that.
we have a
but
gun that
no.
shoots wine bottles?
Yeah.
That's
They probably
It is-
have that in Ratchet and Clank in one.
Yeah.
In one of those.
like the junk jet from Fallout, where it thunks. I will say one of my least favorite. It is a trope where the monster is. It's not. So I guess it depends on how it's employed. So when a monster is immune to bullets, essentially, or at least bullets don't kill it, but bullets have a very inconsistent actual effect on it. In this show, you see it a lot with the Demogorgons, where you'll have soldiers with M16s firing these rifles at these creatures, and it doesn't do anything whatsoever, even though it's shooting a very, very fast moving piece of metal into their bodies at a very high rate of speed. Like, that's a lot of energy and a lot of shredding and stuff that happens to this creature, especially because you can, like, if you hit them and smack them with baseball bats, it has a very physical and clear effect of like staggering it for a moment. But the guns do absolutely nothing. And I'm fine with a gun not necessarily killing one of these these strange creatures, but it bugs me when the bullets don't have any effect, as if the bullet isn't actually a thing that's flying through the air and has a lot of energy and impact behind it.
Look, I like the
Yep.
concept that the bullets aren't doing anything, that it's like it's not even flinching it. But then you can't have any of these scenes with the fucking stabbing
Exactly.
or the
You gotta be
wine
consistent.
bottle. Like, yeah, it just can't be
If a bullet
both.
doesn't do anything, a wine bottle's not doing shit.
No.
All right, it
Obviously.
just isn't.
And the
Especially
like the
after-
problem with making them. Sorry, yeah, go on.
No, after you.
I meant to say, like, the problem with making them so human-esque, because like their head is the most the monstery part of their biology, right? Anatomy. They like, you can see their ribs and shit. It's just so familiar, and it's so unbelievable that they don't biologically or anatomically get at least like wounded or something like that. Then why do they have this kind of presence, or why are
Well, it
they
would be
physically
cooler
modeled
if
this
you
way?
saw the creature being shot by bullets, and you saw like the trail of the bullets that it would make across its body, and how it would stagger it back, it would cry out in pain. You could even, and this even work to the plot, where they like shoot like a leg to pieces, so that maybe it regenerates or something like that, but they're at least buying time by shooting out the legs. Or like, it clearly has an effect and it buys a little time. It's like the Terminator, when they're in Terminator 2, when they're shooting the T-1000, like the guns buy you a little bit of time as it, the energy goes into it, but you don't kill it. That would have been cool to see.
No, you've just
And it would have
referenced a
been at
movie
least
that
more
no
of
one
a-
likes, and I'll have you know that
Oh, yeah,
Predator,
true,
The
true.
Thing, and Alien, all of those creatures are immune to bullets, and that's why they're so good.
Yeah,
Mm,
true.
mm.
I don't know, it's some
I
kind of
like
hack right in
Guns are
reliability
deadly. Guns are
thing.
fucking powerful.
I don't know when it happened, but making your monster immune to bullets just becomes a thing that everyone ends up doing. It's like, haha, now the army can't beat it. And you're just like, first of all, the army have way more than just bullets, okay?
Wouldn't it have been super cool if you cut a Demogorgon, its blood created a portal? That would be a cool mechanic. Like, imagine if instead
Like
of
the blood
acid
drip?
blood, it creates a portal into the Upside Down.
Well, an alien blood kind of creates a portal to the floor beneath you.
It creates a portal to the outside of your spaceship where you die.
The other thing about this, by the
Why
way,
didn't
is
the
like,
Demogorgon just make a portal beneath Holly so that she falls into the Upside Down?
he's stupid.
Because it's not smart.
Okay, I'm sorry. You know what? Actually, now you say that, I was way out of line asking that question, and I apologize.
Although inconveniently though, because now we are very keenly stressing that these things are connected to a hive mind, it makes the thing controlling the hive mind not smart either. So every time a
we already
Demogorgon
knew
does
that.
something stupid, it is Mind Flayer's fault and Vecna's fault, because they aren't smart either. And they're really fucking not either, but we'll
Yeah,
get
the
to that later.
Demogorgon
But
was just
it's
following orders.
Seems to me this
was, yeah.
this sort of goal is just, we want to have a strong mother defending her daughter, but the Duffers were probably like fucking pensive face being like, but she will not succeed, but we will give her as much as we can. And you're
They're
like,
wow, we're incredible.
yeah, well, the kind of thing where you're just like, well, obviously, and it's like, so how do we portray this scene? It's like, it can't be that it just kills her. She needs to get a few shots in, needs to show that she actually made a difference there. Unlike Ted, we can't make it just like Ted, right? One hit that does nothing and then she's killed, because that would be shit. It can't be the same as that. It has to be that she actually does serious damage. When it's like, it probably would have been more effective to have it hit it, it does nothing, and it just grabs her and fucking like throttles her or stabs her, kills it, anything like that. The same effect is made, but this became a farce. I'm watching a literally drunk wine mother attack it with a broken bottle and be successful. It's like, this is a meme, right?
Yeah.
And this is probably the closest we got. You have to isolate it, obviously, because everything leading up to it is really stupid. But as a show, you get the benefit of if the mother dies in front of the daughter, thanks to the monster getting in the house. Like, yeah, you'll get something out of that from the audience for sure. And if you remember when this came out, some people thought this was good.
Oh, they loved it. Yeah.
It was a girl boss moment.
It was a goblin, and you said sort of a meme. It did become a meme. Lots of stuff on Stranger Things Twitter, just posting pictures of all the brave, bold mothers, plus Steve, who for some reason has been classed as a mother in this show. Mothers get it done,
He's the best mom.
But no, you're right. You could have the effect they were going for was showing how kind of brave and self-sacrificial she was in standing up against this ruthless monster. That effect is achieved whether or not she stabs it, or whether or not stabbing it is effective. Having her try and stab it once to be completely ineffective, and having her still standing there protecting her daughter, knowing that she can't do anything else, that would have worked just as well, but it wouldn't have been as cheap and corny. So we don't do that. We do cut away from it, though, because we don't see what happens to her immediately. We jump a little bit forward in time. Nancy and Eleven arrive. Nancy's got that gun that she has that's about as tall as she is. And then we see it slowly pans down as she looks. Yeah. She's tiny, and it just makes me... Every time she shoots, I expect it to be like Men in Black with the noisy
the noisy cricket.
That would have been fun. But the camera pans down, they look down, they see her, and it's a Karen lying on the floor in a pool of blood. Is she dead? Oh my goodness, is she dead? No.
I mean, it looks horrible.
Not only the effects, the way it looks, the way it's shot, and all the character reactions, like, she's dead. This is like Duffers. This is how you do a death scene. Yeah. This is dead.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Putting to one side that the wound that she has been given looks like it looks fatal.
Mortal, yeah.
Yes.
Like a big slash to her neck.
But it tore her throat out, which is important for later.
Is it physically?
What, your throat is important for later. You're gonna need that later.
You don't understand. At this exact moment, they had the train station scene from Harry Potter, where it's like the room of white, and then all of a sudden Billy walks over and goes, "Karen, you've got more to give," and then sends her back on her way.
Wait, you're not talking about platform 9 3/4, are you?
I think, I don't know.
He's talking about the mystical dream part from like the last episode or movie, whatever. Good shit, man.
I don't think it's physically possible to get that low in like the throat, right? Just like just cut it that low and survive.
You mean that deep, right?
No, dude, they put a sweatshirt on her neck. It's fine.
Yeah, that's
fuck the jugular. Yeah.
Like you go deeper than skin, right? And it's just like it probably bleeds out.
The bleeding would be profuse, yes.
And you can drown on your own blood.
Yes.
And we know it has to have cut deep enough to basically sever her vocal cords. If you're that deep, you're pretty much fucked. It's there's very rare instances where you can survive a shot through the neck. Like George Orwell got shot in the neck, and he just about survived that, but he sounded weird for the rest of his life. But that was a bullet. Relatively small, goes straight through, quite clean. This is a giant monster claw that swipes across it.
And look at it, it's like
she has to be dead.
Considering a whole neck, it's about 60% of the neck has been taken out by claw. He's like, oh, not even a thin line. That's just a huge chunk. Good for you, Karen. You'll be fine. And that's the other thing that bothers me about this is how the show treats this. It's like, this is an enormous tragedy. Holy shit. Oh my god. It's like, what about Ted? And the show's like, who? Like, Ted.
Oh, he's
fine.
Dad.
He's fine.
They don't even find it. Like, they don't show us them finding the body. They just randomly like, yeah, Ted's in hospital. Like, okay.
That's
We don't need to show that scene. We don't need to do that. It's because they are rude.
So
They're very rude
The
storytellers.
ambulance got there, grabbed her, drove away, and then like, oh shit, Ted, and then they had to go back.
No, Ted crawled to the
I love
hospital.
I love how this like.
I don't know, Mauler. I'm thinking of something. I'm thinking of a specific show that a few people here haven't watched and some parallels, but the fact that one show recognizes it and the
yes.
effect that it might have on a character to just sort of be sort of not noticed essentially while in turmoil.
Oh yeah, that's a very specific thing that happens. That's interesting.
It is, but it's a parallel because it's a very similar injury as well. It's just interesting to me. But again, such is the difference between an amazing show and something written by the Duffer Brothers.
Well, and the consequences of that are permanent.
It's not The Simpsons, guys.
Not The Simpsons.
It probably
no.
is.
There's no one in The Simpsons gets their throat torn out.
I know you. I know you. This is a Simpsons reference.
It is absolutely not The Simpsons.
Okay.
You don't know what it is. Don't worry. You don't know yet.
Yeah, because I haven't seen The Simpsons.
Getting warmer, but not. But also, I'm not.
Angel.
Nobody's entertaining Firefly. Wow.
The Cleveland show?
That is funny that nobody's entertaining. Yes, it was actually. It was on The Bear. It happened to The Bear.
Oh my goodness! I was gonna guess like Farscape or something.
It's just to be fast about it. It's just a similar situation takes place, and the consequences of it are permanent, and they last a very long time. Like, but in this show, it's an accident. Like this is just happening, and nobody cares, and nothing happens as a result.
Because it's kind of grim, like the notion that that nobody really cares what's happening to Ted.
Oh yeah,
like that'd be.
No, I hate it. I do hate it. Like there's small things that I think are funny, stupid, blah blah blah. But like this is one of the things I do hate because it's really fucking rude that he does everything Karen does, but the show doesn't give a shit about him at all.
He doesn't get any Twitter stuff from Netflix saying like, Ted, amazing.
This whole episode was written like they didn't know if they were going to use Ted by episode 8.
Yeah,
they just didn't know. It was like a work in progress.
I can't fathom the way this speaks about Nancy as a character, because like this single line of her finding, like the fact that she doesn't even search for her father because she sees like mother's like there's not even a scene of her like barging into the rooms trying to find her father. She just does not give a fuck apparently. Like, but even giving her a line of where is dad, like just trying to understand what's going on and where is dad, what happened to him, is he okay, is he here? But that's crazy that we don't get anything like that.
Nope. And I think, I might be missing one. I'm pretty sure I'm right though in saying Ted will get precisely 2 oblique references in dialogue for the remaining episodes. One of them is when we are told the parents, plural, are in hospital, and one of them is when Nancy says we should have told them. So Ted is kind of included as part of the plural rule, but he's never mentioned.
Don't they confirm that he's in a coma? I could have sworn it's like dad's in a coma or something was something that I heard. But
I thought
maybe my mind invented that to cope. Oh my god!
Maybe you're in the coma. Yeah.
Well, and you can see what's happening because they do it again in a different way, right? Like just after this, you'd expect Mike would be devastated, and it's like, well, Nancy is. You're like, well, but what about the other kid? You're like, Nancy is. Nancy. The camera's on Nancy. We got a scene for Nancy mourning, and you're like, hello, there's the other kid. You get to a point, you're like, wasn't Mike like the main character? What's going on?
Yeah.
Yep.
Heart and soul of the team.
I just googled it, and they said, wait, I just googled it. They said, well, it gives him more dignity if they don't show him in that state.
What?
And they do it off screen. No, I just read that on Reddit. Somebody said that. Like, no, you don't understand. It's actually a good thing. He keeps his dignity by being like in a medically induced coma off screen.
It is actually true of season 5. It is the most dignified position not to be in season 5 again. So they're kind of correct about that. But I don't think that was going through the writers' heads. I do love the scene as well when Nancy goes and washes this blood off her hands before she goes and starts gunning down US servicemen without a second thought. It's just, okay, it's her parents' blood though, so that's different. She cares about this person.
People celebrate the Duffers for scenes like this, and I'm just like, this is just them being like, oh, this is what happens in TV, I think, because this is not consistently done with like events on characters at all. There's just something like, we'll put this here. It's such an intense reaction. You're like, where the fuck is this?
TV show.
For the rest of the, like, I still can't get over it. She goes and says, because when I was watching this, I was just like, we cut to Mike, and he's like, jeez. Like, excuse me?
I keep thinking about that thing that Sadie Sink said about like the moment later in the season. But the fact that she goes, "Oh, I didn't realize that that was going to be that kind of scene," because she probably was not directed correctly, so she didn't really understand
That's
the
nice.
scope of what she was acting against. And I think that's like what's going on with a lot of these things. Probably Mike's actor was not even told what was going on here correctly. How do you underact this type of thing?
Yeah,
It's crazy to me.
Well, the writing seems very disorganized as a process, so I can believe that a lot of the times when these actors would ask these questions,
well,
they
because
wouldn't even know the answer. The Duffer Brothers, they're still trying to figure it out. What
Mhm.
is or isn't going to actually make it into the final production?
Because nobody's asking for the
Mhm.
exact same scene a second later of him in the bathroom crying and washing blood. It's like, no. But he needs to show something. And just for anybody who's confused, just look at this scene. I don't know what Finn Wolfhard's doing. He's like, It's like, well, we got there as
Mhm.
fast as we could. Oh well.
It's like
What's
he's
going on?
listening to someone else unrelated whose parents were in a minor accident.
Yeah.
And he doesn't really know them, but he's like expressing vague sympathies with someone who did know them. And that's it. This will be a consistent problem with Mike's character in particular all the way through this season. That there's a bunch of scenes where the narrative and the story really does demand a pretty significant focus on him in certain instances, and we just don't get it. Or specific acting, which we don't get either. And it's like, you can probably blame the actor if that was one or two cases, or if like the camera was lingering on him and he was performing badly. But in most of those cases, like the camera doesn't seem to know it should be looking at him anyway. So you can kind of forgive him for not acting a scene that he wasn't even told to act in.
Mhm.
And this hospital scene is one of them. Just before we get to the hospital, obviously we jump briefly back in time because we see flashbacks with Karen attacking the Demogorgon, doesn't work. Then the Demogorgon it grabs Holly, it portals away. But again, coincidences are quite important as driving forces in Stranger Things narrative. So because Nancy and Eleven have arrived just in time, the portal is still just closing behind them, and that gives 11 time to run through the portal and into the Upside Down to chase it. So like we'll pick up with them shortly. But then we are back. Yeah, we are in this hospital scene. We get the bloody hand washing, we get the sit down, and this is the bit where Nancy says, "Oh, it's all our fault. We should have tried to get the parents out of Hawkins. We should have told them something." But Mike says no, because it makes no sense that it came after Holly. Yeah, but not sure that's no. No, still doesn't quite defeat the object, but especially because Nancy points out that actually in season 4, Vecna said that this is exactly what he was going to do. So it is all their fault. But and she posits that Vecna was trying to make
probably
them
one of the
suffer.
worst scenes, by the way. This is probably
terrible,
one of the worst scenes of the season. This is actually, I know we're going to say that a lot. This is probably one of the worst ones.
It's one of the worst ones in the episode. I'll give it that.
Dude,
maybe
it's literally like, wait a minute. Vecna told you that he was going to kill our family. Yeah. But what about Holly? Well, Holly has been hearing voices and talking to her imaginary friend. What do you think that could mean?
Oh,
I don't
God.
know. We have to go wake up our dying mother to ask her because we can't figure this out on our own. This is a
It's so
ridiculous
bad.
conversation.
Is that
Well,
even
These
this
people are
conversation?
quite
sociopaths.
ridiculous anyway. So like just to set that up, so Lucas is in the scene as well because why not? And he says, he agrees that it doesn't make sense, but also it's because when Nancy says that Vecna wants to make us suffer, he says no, it can't be that because why would the Demogorgon grab Holly and kidnap her, and why would he do this almost exactly no more than 3 years? No, it is 3 years to the day, right? We're 3 days away from the anniversary of Will's disappearance, however long ago that was. So what we're setting up here, what he's trying to set up here is that this is all not a coincidence. The fact that Vecna has done this and that he's done it 3 days away from the anniversary of Will's disappearance means something. The date is incredibly significant. It isn't. But he says that he doesn't believe in coincidences anymore, so Vecna must have a plan for Holly. So that's how we sort of set this up. In and of itself, probably the wrong scene to have this in, because you don't really cut away from what's supposed to be this massively impactful character moment where two of the main characters' parents are on the verge of death to say, hey, remember the events of season 1 and how this all ties together? and how it's not a coincidence that it all ties together, even though it won't actually tie together in the end, and it is just a coincidence.
Wait, this is actually a good point. Why wasn't Lucas worried about his own family here? Because he has a young sister. He's not even like slightly concerned.
I think he was worried about them off screen.
Well, I mean, the real reason is because we don't remember what her parents look like. Because we haven't seen Lucas's parents for like 4 seasons, so clearly they're not in any danger.
They're going to be in a spin-off
Lucas
show.
just isn't really. Yeah, in the Lucas show, they'll flesh out all of the events that happened with Lucas and why he kind of stopped being a bit of a character.
They're going to do this for every character so that we can fully understand their stories.
It genuinely,
you're
actually
right.
was
He is
like a
worried in
moment
the
of
interview.
relief. Well, when I was told, like the Duffers said, the spin-off we're doing, don't worry, it won't feature any crossover characters. Like, thank fuck for that. So it's not going to be Erica, and it's not going to be Holly, and it's not going to be any of these other insufferably shit characters they've introduced. That was a
Not
relief.
so far.
So far. But then they lie about everything else. They might be lying about this too. So we briefly
It'd be
cut
nice
away
if
from
one
the
of their lies
hospital.
worked out to be in our favor every once in a
Wouldn't
while.
it
Wait, but the
just?
rumor is that the show is going to be in the 50s now, so it's going to be their parents. Like the parents' parents are going to show up.
The
It's
Ted
going to be,
Wheeler show, great.
I'm Eobard Wheeler. I've come back in time to tell you about the future.
Dude, maybe they'll have to deal with the Mind Flayer's dad. That'll be awesome.
Mr. Flayer.
Mind Flayer Senior, yeah.
No.
He'll look great.
And then they'll end at like Predator Badlands where they kill him, and they'll be like, now we have to deal with his mum. Who's
Who's
bigger?
that? It's Mrs. Flayer.
Yes.
The reverse Mind Flare.
They just go
Mind
back all the
fucker.
way in time and kill little Mind Flayer in his crib.
Oh, he's got like really cute eyes. He's smiling at them. They're like, oh.
Oh.
So there are a few sort of very, very brief scenes from which we got away for the hospital. So you get the military, they're in the Wheeler house, they're investigating. I don't know the guy's name. I just call him General Man. Like it's the villain from kind of one of the villains from season 4.
It's insane to me
in
that
this show.
Because you look back, you're like, oh, he was in this, and then they just arbitrarily remove him and insert a new two. He split him in two, and you have why?
Yeah, they don't remove him. They sort of just demote him. So he's still there, but he's also incredibly unimportant.
Removed in TV terms, like he's whereas he was like the POV character for the military, for some reason we have 2 new ones that serve his function, and then he's just put in hospital, and they didn't even kill him.
Nope. Even he survives, but he's here in the Wheeler house, and he orders video surveillance footage from within a 2-kilometer radius of the house because he thinks that 11 is responsible for all of this. Now, this is going to be sort of an on-running thing, an on-running military theory. The military believes that 11 is responsible for the killings and murderings and disappearances for which the Demogorgons are responsible. Now, if the military didn't know about the Upside Down, if the military had never encountered a Demogorgon, maybe I could see, we do know that there is this magic psychic child and we know what she's theoretically capable of because we have Dr. Brenner's records. But they do know about the Upside Down, they do know about the Demogorgons, and they've lost men to them before. So I don't get why they want to, especially given the military has a very different parallel and sufficient motive for wanting to capture 11, which will become sort of slightly clearer later in the show. They already know they want her for other reasons. So I don't know why the Duffers also included that they think she's got like monster claws and is tearing out people's throats. It just,
they have more information than like 11 does with all of Brenner's research stuff and the videos and everything.
Also,
it's insane.
The fact that they've been there for so long.
The funny part is when Henry is done using his blood to create all, they're like, the military wants us to fucking kill you, but we think you'd be a good teacher. And then as soon as they need them again, they're like, oh, we got to capture 11 to create more of these. I don't believe that. I think they would just keep pumping Henry's blood for the rest of his life until he dies.
I mean, they
wouldn't just give him up.
You would have thought they would have kept a lot of it, in the storage. A lot of blood.
Rather than sending him to be Brenner's assistant.
Yeah.
Taking care of a bunch of children.
They were literally creating superheroes. You'd think they'd want to, It's fine. It's whatever. It happened off screen.
Have it off screen. The Duffer Brothers explained. Yeah.
Also, in the Wheeler house, we see a bunch of like scientists taking like samples and stuff in this house. I don't understand how they would ever conclude that it was 11 because we could see the Demogorgon was bleeding all over the place.
Yeah.
Right.
It's
They're
11's
probably
blood.
it's just everywhere. They probably have samples of Demogorgons. I mean, they literally just function in the upside down. They would never conclude out of this that this was 11 doing it. They would very much know. They would objectively know that it was Demogorgon
Okay, but
causing
if
chaos.
they don't, then the plot can't move. So you're not being very fair to the Duffers here. Okay, they need this to
But that's
happen.
the weird thing. The plot can
Yeah.
move.
No.
The plot doesn't need this at
Duffernized.
all.
No.
Like the plot already has a motive for them to want to get her. It doesn't need this. So the plot moves regardless of whether they're retarded in this scene.
They've got to get
It's
that
just,
footage.
I guess they do. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, speaking of 11, so like she's in the upside down now. She's looking for Holly. She hears Holly scream, seemingly. So she walks into the woods. And then she hears a footstep, mysterious footstep. So she hides behind a tree. And then she jumps out from behind the tree and she uses force push. But it isn't the Demogorgon. It's Harper.
Wow.
And just, what was that line about coincidences again? Because with all the woods to choose from, and he wasn't running in any particular direction when he ran away from the Demogorgon. And of all the places the Demogorgon could have portaled into the woods, it just happens that, yeah, they've bumped into each other. All the
Also-
Hawkins to choose from,
Yeah.
and here they are.
Didn't she
Absurd.
briefly use
Absurd.
her search for people power and she couldn't find Holly?
Well, she says this. She never actually could, though. Like, so the way she searches for people traditionally is like the minimal case, and that is blindfold with the noise of static. And then there is maximal case, which is blindfold, static, and complete like isolation tank when she's in the bath. So she will tell Hopper that she can't find Holly and she can't find Vecna, and that must probably mean they're in the same place. But we know she didn't have time to do that because she ran straight from the radio tower into the car with Nancy, into the house, through the portal, into the woods. So maybe, I mean, they've said
Because
there
they
are
have
no
that shot
deleted
where
scenes,
she's
so-
in Searchland and then she spins around and she's in upside down. It's just like, yeah, that's not conventionally how she does the search at all. That shouldn't count for her. But okay,
Nope.
let's run with the idea that she did do it, and is it because you can't find people when they're in the abyss? Is that the mechanic?
Yes, but
But
they
then,
don't
how
properly
could they
establish the
possibly have
mechanic.
gotten to the abyss in that amount of time? Like, how does
Well,
a
we
Demogorgon
don't-
take someone to the abyss? Does it have to climb up the flesh wall?
It's hard because there will be a bit later where like we encounter the wall and they find one of Holly's shoes there, but then it turns out because Dustin will tell you no, they're not on the other side of the wall. So
But
I
it
don't
did,
know why
right?
the shoe was there, and I don't know. Well, did it climb up? Maybe it did.
Which would
have to
take
climb all the way up,
fucking
but-
ages to climb all the way up the wall, then scrab
Well,
a.
given so you get the panning out shot, the big CGI one when it's just this big glumpy thing in space, and it's basically the size of a small galaxy. So I don't believe that you could climb that generally, no matter how much time you
Well,
had.
what if it's like Vecna just pulling it off the ground like he does with Holly Wheeler above the building?
Well,
Where she
Steve,
just flies up really fast through the hole.
first of all, that would be really funny, and I want to see that. Like the
That's
Demogorgon's
the way
like,
they do it
"Dad, I'm
every
home,"
time.
and Vecna's like, "Come on, son, get a little closer, and I'll pull you up." But yeah, no. What I'm trying to say is that whole process, however it works, she should have been able to detect Holly. Was in the upside down, at least.
Yep.
No way that
If
she
she
gets the
was there,
abyss.
unless they can portal out into the abyss immediately, and then you will get some slight evidence for that in episode 6 or 7, the one where Holly is in the abyss. She runs away from Vecna and she finds a rift to the upside down in the floor, and then she jumps through it and almost plummets to her death
Yeah.
because Max abandoned
Yeah,
her.
she's able to
Um,
so
so-
Hell Castle, and Vecna's kind of like just like calmly walking towards her.
Yeah, but that would imply that you don't need to climb the big flesh wall. You can just be portaled in and out at will. So, in which case, why is the shoe by the wall? We don't know. Why did it have to? Ah, fuck it, I don't know. We'll get there because first, 11 just says, "Oh yeah, it's bleeding now," because Karen Wheeler. What a fucking boss. So they're going to go and chase the blood, and then we go back to the radio tower where we find Joyce, Robin, and Will. And Robin says, "Hey, has anything ever happened, with your visions like this before? With the lights going weird and the fuses short-circuiting?" Joyce lies to her and says no because she wants to get Robin out of the room so she can have a chat with Will. So she sends Robin up to look for some backup fuses to fix the radio so she can talk to Will about how much she is a mother. And this is virtually every single one of Joyce's conversations in season 5. It's just, I'm a mother and I care about you.
And Winona Ryder
over and over and over again.
Just waiting to be done with this. It's very sad to see, but hey, you know what? I understand.
Yeah, she hasn't really been doing all that much for a
an
long
interview
time.
with
Even last season, I mean, even with the Russia subplot, them go, I can't believe that sometimes I can't believe that happened. There's a whole subplot where they go to Russia and they break Hopper out of a prison. That it's kind of wild. Like sometimes I think my mind just filters that into like, no, that was a different show. That was a totally different television program. But yeah, even in that, she didn't even really need to be there or do anything. And Murray was there for a huge part of it, and he talked so much, and he said so many words.
He does speak a lot.
She strikes me as a type of actress who like deeply appreciates movies and art and the medium of it. Like judging from the way she talks about interviews, how happy she is to like work with young actresses that actually are in love with film and stuff like that. She seemed pretty upset when Millie Bobby Brown said that she does not even watch movies. Winona was like personally insulted by that, I think.
Yeah.
But I think she probably, as that type of actress, was pretty insulted by the material that she was given. Yeah. I think she was pretty upset during
sidelined for
top billing for every season, right?
Sidelined for years now, so yeah. I'd be annoyed too.
Since at least partially since season 1, and then almost completely since season 2. But so there's a couple of interviews saying that sort of bear out what Nuts is saying. So there's one where it's quite a recent one where she's asked, what project she's got in the pipeline, and she says, "There's a thing called Stranger Things season 5. I heard I'm in it. I haven't seen it yet." And there's another one, which is not an interview with them, but it's an interview with, because they're doing this behind-the-scenes documentary for season 5, which is releasing in 2 days, I think, from the time of this pre-recording. And the person who made the documentary was asked, did you get interviews with everyone? And she says, no. Like, oh, who couldn't you get? Well, we couldn't get Winona Ryder or David Harbour. Mm-hmm. Why? But weren't you on set every day? Yeah. But you couldn't get them? No. Why not? Oh, they didn't have time.
That's bizarre.
But everyone else did. So that kind of suggests, they don't really give a fuck. And then if you watch the table reads with some of the scripts as well, like everyone else is having quite a lot of fun and they're just sort of there. And David Harbour's hiding behind his hat. So I don't think they're having much fun.
Like, as you mentioned, like the same exact thing I think goes for David Harbour. I actually rewatched 2 days ago, like his past interviews, or most like actors interviews, the cast from like the moment season 1 came out, and how just excited David specifically seemed to be to finally be in something that he deemed worthwhile and valuable, and he was so passionate. He talked about Hopper so passionately, and it's very clear how much he contributed to the character itself, and he was just very happy. He was so thrilled, and I think his speech at one of those awards that was like very wacky, but you could just hear the passion oozing out of him. It was quite a thrilling thing to watch, and it's so depressing seeing him now. He's definitely in the same boat as Winona.
His passion is now devoted to Red Guardian.
Yeah. Sure.
What a character.
That must be exciting for him.
Hell
Did you hear what he wanted to happen in season 1?
Oh yeah, you sent it to me, right?
It seems like he aligns a lot with his character. David Harbour said that he wanted to have Hopper apologize to his daughter by shooting himself in the finale.
Oh yeah.
That's what he wanted the end of season 1 to be. And then the Duffers brothers like, wait, that's a great idea. Let's make him
bait that for years.
Commit suicide every season after this. Every single season. And then let's kill his daughter.
Yeah, well.
Again and again.
Wait, he had a daughter?
We can't be sure.
Dude, he's in purgatory. He keeps nearly committing suicide and losing more daughters. That's the moral of his
The other purpose
if you're an actress who's cast as his daughter, you're gonna have a bad time.
You are. Survival rate of precisely 0%. But the other purpose of the scene with Joyce and Will is to try and make sense, because they're sort of, toward the beginning of every season, they like to try and pretend that everything is in continuity and that things do make sense. Then they stop caring about that after about episode 2. But obviously, previous mechanics have had it that Will's connection to the hive mind is reliant on the portal being open, and obviously at the end of season 2, the mind flayer gas was expelled from him, and everybody thought that like the connection had been severed. Obviously, he still has the little neck tingle thing in subsequent seasons. But Joyce points out, we severed that connection. We got the mind flayer out of you. The portals were closed. And Will says, yeah, that is how it worked. But now, no, because it permanently changed me. And, when I was in California, I had no tingly feelings. But then when I was back in Hawkins, I had all the tingly feelings. And now Vecna is closer than ever before, he says.
Right.
This is not true, because Vecna is spending all of his time in an entirely new dimension we've never been to before, and has arguably never been further away. But in order for the mechanics to make sense at a glance, this is what Will says. And if you believe him, you're a fool. But, Stranger Things fans are.
Ouch.
This thus sort of begins and will maintain the process and the plot of inventing new dimensions, new memory layers. The plot becomes madness. And it becomes a very much, and then this, and oh, there's another layer of this, and there's a new place. This is just something you could do. You can kind of believe in yourself. It's all madness.
And this is still the tolerable part of the show, where there are only at the moment 2 parallel dimensions to work with. We're going to be multiplying that exponentially with subsequent episodes. But we can put off that pain for as long as possible, because Robin, she was eavesdropping on this conversation. And she suggests that Will is like a radio antenna, a human radio antenna. Maybe what he's doing is he's receiving signals, but when he gets too close, the signal overloads, like radios traditionally do. And Will suggests, hey, maybe I can use this to find Holly. Maybe I can use it to spy on Vecna. This is another one of those instances where, again, I think the show thinks that if it has characters pretend to be working things out, then they are working things out. And this is not just another massive coincidence that Robin hears half a conversation and comes in, and the first theory she has is exactly correct, and it is really how everything works. But it's how virtually all the workings out scenes in Stranger Things do function. They are all completely just, hey, what if this metaphor is completely true?
Taking my Eat the Moon parody, if they actually needed to come up with a solution, they'd be like, so what, why can't we eat the moon? It's like, well, it's just a difference in size, and size is just scale, and scale is just a measurement. So if we can simply increase our size, then we can eat the moon. It's like, how do we do that? Ever heard of a thing called steroids? It's like, oh shit, yes. If we just
have you ever seen Back to the Future?
And then they're like, but how do we get the steroids? Like, they move on as though that's just that you take a steroid and you can eat the moon. And you're like, what are you talking about? Wow, you just made that up.
Have you seen some of the parodies online people do, where they have like the Council of Elrond and stuff like that, where the characters they do it like a Stranger Things season 5 thing, where all the plans come together and all the characters interject with one another with a new bit of a plan and a new hypothesis. Is a really good. I will say that the credit to the Duffer Brothers for making an incredibly memeable show that has brought me incredible joy. Not from watching the show. Fuck that shit.
I suppose what's funny and kind of frustrating is why is it that all of a sudden this show we're all deciding to actually analyze it properly? Why did it? Number one, why did it take so long for people to realize this show is shit? And number 2, why is it only now that we've decided that we actually do care about internal consistency, or just recognizing these shitty writing patterns? Where before we'd just be like, oh no, it's not that important. Oh, shut up, you're just autistic. And now all of a
really
sudden,
underrated part of this. A really underrated part of this is also the music here, because you can tell from a mile away when some bullshit's about to happen by the song choice they put in the background right before they start talking.
Oh yeah, they have at least 3 different exposition tracks now, and so as soon as it's they go and it's like, oh fuck you, stop it! I know what's coming. I know I'm gonna.
As soon as it sounds like a YouTube video essay
covering music.
Yes,
the correct idea music is playing.
Describes it. It's slightly upbeat. It's sort of up tempo. It's got sort of a rising, sort of movement of like, see, they're figuring things out. Wow. And they're referencing contemporary at the time, movies. And one character will go, nerdy shit. Usually Hopper. But they'll always interject that as well. Dungeons and Dragons. Wow, that's stupid.
And it's also like product placements. Like, so if you see these vinyl records, we can actually. Oh, dude, I was popping my popcorn while we were having our Lay's potato chips, and I realized.
Or the Redenbachers. I know him.
Can I Rags? Because you reminded me. I actually had that in my notes, and so this is what you're talking about. Can we?
Yes.
Can we?
Oh,
right.
This is a different one. The one I saw was they actually did the voices.
No. I know that. I'm doing this one on purpose, so I think that should be the cast. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh.
So yeah, I'd say you've got the best role, Nick. So don't you worry about that. Okay, so for context,
is
right?
he big in that franchise?
Oh yes. So like.
What? Oh, sorry. That just gave me a bit of. That hurt me a little. What you just said.
I've seen Lord of the Rings. I'm just fucking around.
So as we were just mentioning, there's a parody version of what Lord of the Rings would be like if it was written like Stranger Things, specifically the Council of Elrond scene, how that would run if it ran the way the Duffers write it. So someone wrote it out with specific characters and dialogue, and I can put it on screen and then we can read it out as a team if everyone's on board. Yes.
This is an excellent idea.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, you don't have to do the voices if you don't wanna, but you can try to do your best. Okay.
Try.
Okay. Here we go.
Wait, the voices of Stranger Things characters or the voices of the Lord of the Rings characters?
Probably the Lord of the Rings was. I don't even know how would you do the Stranger Things.
I don't know.
Like,
I'm asking. I didn't know if it would be. I don't know.
So who would Gimli be? Who's his equivalent in Stranger Things, right?
Mrs. Wheeler.
I don't know. It's not about equivalence. It's about the voices, the kinds of voices that they use when they have these scenes.
So
in the
what
show.
would the equivalent be?
Is the actor that played Frodo Is the actor that played Frodo the same guy from Wilfred?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's Elijah Wood.
Yes.
All right.
Elijah would love this.
Is everyone ready?
Yep.
I guess so. If the Stranger Things writers wrote Lord of the Rings. Okay, so we've got to put the smack down on this ring thing. It can only be destroyed.
I can't do Scottish. Fuck it. Don't worry, I got this. Hits it with an axe and falls. Ow.
In the fires of Mount Doom.
I just don't get it. Why can't we just fire up this bad boy and use it against Sauron? Boom, headshot.
Okay, so think of Sauron like this Atari. Peers off pedestal and slaps down an Atari and a copy of E.T. the Extraterrestrial. Now, we destroy this copy of E.T. the Extraterrestrial. We might think it's gone forever, but
Atari still has the source code.
Right. Starts drawing a transparent whiteboard. But if we destroy the source code...
The existing copies could be buried in a landfill, and they'd eventually go bad from corrosion.
Exactly. Destroy the source code.
Destroy Sauron.
Great. So how do we destroy this source code ring? It's not like we can just hop on our skateboards and shred to Mordor.
Not so.
Hang on though. If we give the ring to someone small enough,
Sauron wouldn't be expecting it.
And we could chuck it right into the fire while he's busy tripping over Minas Tirith.
And then...
no more E.T. finger guns.
That sounds crazy, but it just might work.
Guys, I'm gay. I don't want to
Hey Lois. Oh, I'm gay.
Obviously, this is like perfect. This is the formula.
Yep.
This is what they do, and it's garbage. Keep finishing each other's sentences. Make like bizarre and unnecessary references to contemporary media, and then have characters that occasionally go like, "Well, wait, why the fuck would this even work? And then the characters immediately got like a very well, they've got a response that everybody in the room believes is correct, but they have no reason to know is true. It's all just made up bullshit.
It has a very, I know we say this as an insult a lot, but this more than most things really does have a kind of like an AI feel to it. Like it would be very easy for an AI to just spit this crap out, this kind of style. This
The formula is
very
the formula is very predictable and easily replicated. Though something I suppose you might notice here is, given the scene that it's parallel, like it's meant to be sort of based on Lord of the Rings, this just kills tone. This kind of dialogue like destroys any semblance of a serious tone.
Well, because it's only
like,
one
the
tone
scene in Lord
through
of the
the
Rings
whole
is very
thing.
serious. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and it
it's
actually
kind of
goes
like
through a decent amount of
sort of fun is what it's meant to
it's
be.
different
Like it's
kinds
we're
of
having a bit of fun here.
tenseness.
Mhm.
Yeah, when you got the Council of Elrond, we have the establishing. Elrond's telling everyone what's up. We have the rising tension of when Gimli goes to strike it and it breaks. We have the argument that's breaking out. When Frodo says that he'll do it and everything calms down and it's quiet again. We go through a decent amount of, ups and downs in terms of energy and tone. But this is just flat in the way it's like a flat bounce. Odd as that is to kind of say, it's just sort of like
I get you,
carrying
man.
right
It's like
along.
a basketball that's deflated. It's like you can kind of make it get back up to you, but you got to work really hard.
Yeah, one
It
of the
just
things.
kind of lands with a thud. And you're like,
Wait,
"Ooh,
Steve, I know we
damn,
only. It's like, wait, Jonathan, we only have like 30 seconds before this closes, but what if the gate is like a peanut butter bopper? What?
It's funny because you could have just told me that that's actually a scene that I've forgotten it, like, or that for anything like this, and I just believe you at this point because there's no reason not to. But one of the issues I take with
Wait, that is a scene.
that's my point.
That is a very close, yeah.
But like you could do it with any of these examples, and I would just be like, yeah, that's probably either one that I remember or one that I've forgotten. The thing that bothers me the most is how interchangeable all the dialogue is, and that captures it really well. Elrond, Gandalf, fucking Gimli, it doesn't matter. Legolas, just toss them all around. But the actual Council of Elrond scene, as they progress, like ideas about what the ring is and what they should be doing with it, and how it ended up here, or whatever. Each of the things everyone says gives you a bit about who they are. Like obviously, Boromir is one of the more worrying characters in that scene for everybody. It's just like, yeah, probably not going to be using it, and then he's just like, oh, why not though? It could be really fucking good, and then turning it into like, by the way, Gondor kind of is the reason all of you are alive. Just saying, and it's like, interesting. Meanwhile, like Legolas standing up for Aragorn being more subtle until Boromir stands up to the point of being potentially dangerous, and just there's so much in that scene. It's an amazing scene because Lord of the Rings is fucking amazing. But these scenes,
I like the Lord of the Rings.
That's our hot take for the year already. Well, Stranger Things can't.
Someone had to say it.
It just can't. It doesn't know how.
I think my theory is that the disconnect is coming from the fact that if you actually pay attention in season 1, right, no adults talk like this. Even teenagers don't talk like this. It comes from the kids. And that's why it works in season 1. It's not as grating, or not at all grating, because they're kids, and it's sort of filtered through that. Their imagination, they're very creative,
and they're ready to believe these things.
Yeah,
they don't grasp the severity. Like they're ready to believe all this, right? And they're very wacky and stuff like that. But sort of Duffers make it sort of like a thing. And then later on, once the kids grow up and it becomes more of an adult story, now adults suddenly start to talk like this, and it becomes insufferable and unbelievable. Because in the past, it was only kids.
But even then, I'd say, because I wouldn't want to overstress or overstate how much even the kids do it. In season 1, the kids have points of view, and the kids disagree with each other. So there will be a few scenes like this where they have a shared sort of pop culture reference base, but actually, Lucas spends a lot of season 1 in direct opposition to what the others are trying to do.
Yeah.
And Dustin sort of sits off to one side. It's Lucas versus Mike, because Lucas doesn't trust Eleven and Mike does. So even the kids there sort of speak more like natural dialogue than anyone, including the adults, does in any subsequent season. But you're right. Like, once you get to season 3, And then even in parts of season 4, and then particularly in season 5, like everyone just and thens each other's sentences. That you might as well just have it as one character speaking every single one of these lines as an internal monologue. That's how it functions. No one disagrees. No one has a point of view.
Their hive mind.
That's how it feels they wrote it. Yeah, they probably did write it that way. They were like, we need to get them from A to F, and it's like, all right, they would get there through this. It's like, all right, write the whole thought process, and then just for every sentence, switch characters. Done.
Mm-hmm.
Very lame.
They have no interest in their characters now. I think that they sort of think they've done all of the work they need to do with them pretty much, and every character beat in season 5, I don't even think that's an overestimate, is just replaying previously established character stuff, and usually previously established from the first 2 seasons. There isn't anything new to add. There's nothing new to develop. There's not really any gains to be had from having them argue. They'll have a couple of thematic sort of character drama moments where they do argue, but there's nothing new in any of the arguments. So that you'll get Hopper and Eleven arguing with each other sometimes, but in exactly the way they did in season 2. Nancy and Jonathan will argue. Well, that's exactly the same as every season they've been in. Steve and Dustin might be the only exception, I think. And even then only kind of once.
And they were the most interesting part in this season to me. Like, something is happening there. It's like, ooh. Especially when Steve called out Eddie's sacrifice. That was kind of funny.
Yeah, he should have stuck to his guns as opposed to saying for Eddie at the end. Because that's just cringe. But yes, speaking of character arguments, character drama, Will wants to use his powers to get it back. No, Joy says no, because we need to stay focused on finding Hopper. Will says, oh, so this is all about your boyfriend. Is it saying, fucking what the fuck? A, that coming from you is the least appropriate line. And B, no, because obviously, and Joyce is correctly points out, well, because he's in the Upside Down, he's our link to the Upside Down, Holly's in the Upside Down, so if we find him, we can find Holly. Will then says, it won't get us any closer to finding Holly, who he believes is in the Upside Down, because dialogue is hard, and characters don't think. So that's fucking amazing. But the overall sort of character drama thematic point they're trying to make is that Joyce is being overprotective, and she doesn't want Will to be exposed to any kind of danger because she wants to keep him very much within her sight at all times, because she let him down once before and she'll never let him down again if you don't count the times when she was fucking off to Russia and abandoning him, which this show doesn't. It's forgotten all about that.
Also, it tries to argue that Joyce is like a worse mother out of nowhere in season 1. Remember that? She's like, I didn't even look for you. I went to sleep or something like that.
It's like, it's very belated guilt at the fact that she wasn't there when he got taken.
Yeah, it's like, but it's crazy that it took her 5 seasons to, like, I guess, to have that thought.
Yeah, there's a conversation to be had there, but, we all saw the season. She clearly loves her kid and did everything she could to find him. The idea is like, well, she's under a lot of stress. She has a life where, if only she had done certain things, he wouldn't have. It's perfectly normal for those thoughts to happen. It's just like, I'm sorry, when did this happen again?
She's
It's
having
like,
her
4
season
seasons
2
ago.
arc, like, right now, because they have no idea what happened.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's quite jarring comparing this Joyce to season 1, because with Jonathan in the first season, it's very fascinating to watch them go through the process of grieving Will and kind of being there for one another. And the psychology of them is so well written and so fascinating to watch unfold, because they're sort of both guilt-tripping themselves, but being there for one another and telling each other that you can't do that, you can't think like that. There's a specific moments where both of them go, Jonathan blames himself and Joyce is like, it's not your fault, you're just a kid, it's not your fault. And Jonathan does the same for Joyce, and they are kind of sort of battling their inner demons. And it's so fascinating that they don't let themselves kind of fall apart. And it's so powerful. And it's crazy to see Joyce in this position right now and kind of backtrack on everything that, previous seasons sort of, especially season 1, really built up for her.
Whereas in season 1, they would have laid out like a full story and tried to think about. I'm not even saying the Duffers did this. Who knows who wrote season 1 at this point? But the way it's done now is like, all right, we got a scene with Joyce. What's Joyce's thing? She's a mom. She likes Will. Okay, get that in there.
And that is every single one of their scenes as well. There's no variation, very little development, and you already know what the ending is going to be. It's like, oh, she's overprotective. And he's straining against her, so they'll learn to trust each other. They've sort of swapped a bit of the argument between Harper and Eleven in season 2, and they've given it to Will and Joyce in this season. There's no new ground. Occasionally, like different groups of characters will be given somebody else's argument, but there's no new argument to be had. And that's kind of like that's on display in this entire chunk. Because another thing about the Stranger Things formula is that now they will just bundle character moments together. So this part of the episode is set aside for every character to have an argument, and then they'll go back to every character figuring out the plot, and then some point later you'll have every character doing a bit of fighting, and then you'll jump back to every character having a bit of an argument, and they're all clumped. So like this next few minutes of episode, you begin with character stuff between Will and Joyce. You jump away to the van, and then you have some character drama between Steve and Jonathan. And once again, there's no new argument here because they're arguing about Nancy. So Steve says, hey, why don't we pick up some flowers and swing by the hospital because it's on our way? And Jonathan says, basically, why are you sucking up to my girlfriend? Leave her alone. And Steve says, like, I'm not. She's just a friend. And if you weren't such a paranoid pothead, maybe she'd be happier in the relationship. It's like, fine, okay. I mean, that's all probably true, but it's been true for many, many years. I'm bored of it. And it would be probably less dull and repetitive if this had been parceled out to a different part of the episode rather than the one that's been demarcated for every character to do something like this. Because then after this, you go upside down, and then you have Eleven and Harper having their argument. And this argument's the same as season 2, because Harper criticizes Eleven for driving with Nancy, because it's something we don't do, because if she gets spotted, then the military will come after her. It's like, okay, that's great. How many times have we done this? How are we still doing in season 5 the whole, oh, the parent doesn't trust the kid enough, and they have to learn to relax and let the kid be the kid? This was the resolution of season 2, and it was the resolution of season 3.
I would back, by the way, because you're totally right, and something else that's getting repeated that I fucking hate is another scene where someone's ripping into Steve for things that are just like, huh? What is this? What is it? And then he has expressions that are like, I don't know. Yeah, like something as serious as two of the parents getting their, innards torn out by a horrifying demon, to then be like, stop trying to come for my girl, bro. Feels very just like, huh? What are we doing? Like that just feels so fucking weird, man.
This season has a lot of like a lot of the issues with we gotta kill Homelander. Like I've been watching 4 seasons of The Boys, and the plot is exactly the same every single season.
Yeah,
it's got like a Family Guy restart at the end. It's like, oh. Now we're back to Hopper and 11 again. We're back to the old norms.
And so just another example of Steve having to fight the writers when all he's offered is something friendly, supportive, and nice. It's like, wow, Steve, you're a piece of shit. Do you know that? It's like, okay, fine, yeah, again. Also, the whole they're really committing to the whole Steve can't pull girls. He's so bad at it.
It's so weird.
Like, why? Why do they insist he's especially when he's one of the coolest dudes in the whole show?
Wait, that's not true. They literally, as soon as the show ends, like as soon as the plot's over, off screen he becomes a fuck machine again. Remember during the epilogue, like, Steve, you can never hold down a long-term relationship. It's always a new girl.
Also, I kind of forgot. I kind of imagined him because I haven't rewatched season 1 in a long time. I just forgot everything that season 1 set him up to be, because I thought he was just like a broke loser, right? But then I rewatched season 1, and he has this entire mansion with a pool and like like the rich parents stuff. This guy would never not be cool.
Well, isn't it Steve the Hare Harrington, the king of Hawkins High or whatever? Is like that's his thing.
Yep. Yeah. But by the end of the show,
makes a point of him being supplanted.
But yeah, the writers have tried to like turn him into. They keep telling us these other things, and it's like, but he's not.
They're never gonna admit it, but Steve Harrington was the Duffer Brothers' write-in bully that bullied them when they were kids, and then he became a fan favorite, so they had to keep him around. That's my headcanon.
Well, they liked the actor.
Like, they just wanted to punish this creator every year, but he's too likable.
Yeah, this in the last stream, like, this was their approach. He was going to be like dumb jock, come good, but dies sacrificially, and that was it. But they just liked the actor, and so they kept the actor, but they have nothing new for him to do. In season 3, I guess does a little bit of development after a fashion. I hate complimenting season 3,
I understand.
But you sort of have to by contrast with this one. Is that because he has flunked out at school, he's not particularly bright academically, and like his dad won't let him work for him, so he ends up in this dumb schlocky summer job selling ice creams, wearing a ridiculous outfit, and like it's seen at that point to be a big demotion for like the kind of character he was set up to be. But they make a point of that. You know, it is very difficult to pull girls when you're dressed as a gay sailor. So that's fine. I don't mind that.
Honestly, though,
But now with that doing, like,
I don't expect him to have trouble with that even as a limitation. He's fine. He'll be fine. He's really charming.
Yeah.
He's really kind. He knows, like, he's emotionally intelligent. He'll be fine. He's gonna be fine. He can wear the gay sailor outfit.
Well, another example of how them listening to their actors and allowing the actors to write the story is that was going to be sort of the point originally of season 3, is that Steve, though he's dressed in this dorky outfit, gets closer to Robin, and the original plan was to have them get together. But then the actors read the script and they said, no, it would be better if she was a lesbian rather than be with Steve. So they went for that. It's like, well, fine. But then now we are sort of baking in this Steve being incredibly unlucky, but it's not unlucky in the sense that he's incapable of pulling girls. It's just that the girls he falls in love with are incapable of loving him back, particularly in Robin's case. So they are just making it up as they go along and allowing the actors to change the story, which oftentimes will make the story better. But even then, it means that Steve's nature and his role in the plot and his role in Hawkins becomes way more muddled than it used to be.
This moment when he's doing the thing with the car, I remember getting shit on Twitter and being like, I love how the Duffers have stayed consistent that Steve is just awful with women. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm sorry. The opposite. They decided that because maybe they are bitter about the fact that Steve was somebody who bullied them in real life, and everybody liked him. It's like, all right, you fuckers, we'll keep him around, but we're going to keep shitting on him constantly.
All the important emotional scenes with him, he'll say usually the right things, unless he's like super fucking angry or whatever. But then every time it's just a girl he's coming across, like, lol, what a ditzy idiot sort of thing. It's just like, why are you... He's like, this is very deliberate and strange.
Why is that the way that he is? Yeah. Why does he suddenly lose all of his charisma when you decide that he needs to in order to laugh at him because you've got some problem that you haven't worked through yet?
Well, unless I got this wrong as well. He's like helping someone with their car and they're just like giving him the whole like, ugh, what an idiot asshole. Just like, why? Like, such a weird scenario.
I think, and now I'm realizing, having seen like countless of, unfortunately, Duffer Brothers interviews, the way they present themselves and talk about themselves, they always identify themselves as like these nerdy kind of weirdos. And I think maybe since Steve became this kind of positive character in the show and one of the main cast, they can't envision a character or identify with the character. They might be projecting onto Steve a little bit. They can't imagine writing or creating a character that is like everything that they weren't or they aren't, that is like positive, if that makes sense. I don't know.
It does track,
Yeah,
because
I mean,
that's
maybe,
what they did with Billy originally, was write him just to be an evil, horrible bully character who, you know, gets all the girls and therefore is just wrong shit and evil. And again, it was the actor who came in and said, hey, how about we make this guy a character as well? But they just have these very vague, hard-formed ideas for essentially stock trope-filled characters, and then the actors are left to actually do as much as they can to fill these because the Duffers just don't write them.
A lot of the value from Billy is, again, the actor as well. That guy puts a lot of effort into emoting, and it's like, too bad.
Well, he wrote like the vast majority of that character he was responsible for. Like the Duffers had written virtually nothing of him until Dacre Montgomery, I think is the actor, who comes in and says, hey, what about this? What about this? What about this? And they say, cool, let's do that. And this happens all the way through. I mean, it happens in this season as well. Holly Wheeler, not originally even in the show. And then over time, it's like, oh, well, she's pretty good. Maybe we should write her into the show. And so they do. And then it distracts from everything else. Just a complete lack of planning. And they sort of have placeholders in scripts, I think, when they first start writing them. And then they just hope that something will arrive to fill them on their behalf, even though they're the ones paid to write it. But the argument down in the Upside Down, yep, again, replay of season 2, just Hopper's overprotective and doesn't want to lose 11 because she reminds him of his dead daughter.
This part was insane because I'd completely forgotten that Hopper was shot.
Yep.
It's just like, by the way.
Wait, he was?
Yeah, he's been shot.
Oh, man. I hope he survives.
I only remembered it. I only remembered it at the end because they actually show you. So it's during the Demogorgon attack on the convoy in episode 1, right? When this happens, he gets injured.
He takes a stray
then,
around.
Like, the camera is on him when he notes that he's been injured, and he looks down, and I was thinking, Demogorgons smell blood. That's why they've shown us this. This is going to be really important. And then the Demogorgon just ignores him completely, jumps over the van and takes him. And now it's just like, oh, so they're in the Upside Down. He is bleeding. That's supposed to be really dangerous. But then it's just like sort of noticed, and then 11 patches him up, and that's it. So why do we even have that? Why was that even in the script?
Why would he patch himself up? What the fuck is going on? It's a bullet wound, man. Like, such a weird part of the story. It's like, well, we gotta give a reason for them to sit down and talk. You're like, so we'll shoot him. The geniuses.
Nice.
It's the rifle of conversation. It approaches.
But yeah, so this argument sort of closes out with 11 saying, well, yeah, this is the bit which is that I can't find Holly with the powers that I haven't tried using yet, and I can't find Vecna either, so they're in the same place. Hopper says...
to introduce that. It was always going to come back to bite them in the ass. It was all they needed to come up with some way to make it super mega contextual to why you were able to use it in the first place, because it was always going to come back and be the solution to a million different problems.
But and Hopper says, well, why would Holly have been taken to Vecna? Like, how does any of this make sense? She doesn't. He tells her that she doesn't know because she's not thinking about anything she's doing. She's just reacting emotionally. It is the argument about them leaving the cabin in season 2. So there's nothing else.
Dude, I saw people sharing.
You're not thinking you're.
Sharing the cabin shit from season 2, saying like, "Oh, this show used to be so much better," and I was like, "Fuck, I hate those scenes." Like all of them. Him yelling at her when she's this like helpless, defenseless little girl who's not been given a life, and he's just like angry that she doesn't enjoy living in a cabin indefinitely.
Yep, for a year while he lies to her repeatedly, and
it's insane that he got away with that
come
too.
Home on time.
Like none of the other characters know that happened, so they can't punish him for it.
Well, and of course, the show believes that he was an awesome dad when he was like the opposite. He was abusive.
Yeah, so then 11 spots that the demo is still bleeding, so they're going to go and follow the blood. She says she's not acting on emotion, she's acting on instinct. And then we go back to the hospital. This is where Lucas is talking to Max, playing Running Up That Hill for the first time, I think, in season 5.
My God, the restraint. It took him a whole episode and a half.
I know.
That's a great reference. I hope they don't wear that out.
I mean, like I said, season 4 he did. But, it's fine. It
ended on the best of those moments, and I think everybody forgot that it had been used preceding. But also, like, the advantage of playing it subtly through headphones as opposed to blaring it directly at the audience. Whereas here, it's like it's always for the audience's benefit. Hey, remember that? You liked that? Here it is again. Here it is again. Here it is again. Don't you love it? It's a great song. It is, but like not anymore. So Lucas, he's talking to Max. I say talking to Max. Lucas is just a pointless character. So he says, "Oh, 11's amazing, but we're going to need the full party, and we're going to need you back. Final battle probably going to start tonight. We can't win it without you, Max, because she's been so very important."
Think of all that running up that hill we can listen to together over and over.
I always want to pull Lucas out of the room and be like, "Dude, I know you're trying to be hopeful and everything, but even if she did wake up, she's got no eyes. The legs and arms got fucked."
Yeah, and also it is kind of funny that he's saying it to her when, as people have noted, Max has never been to the Upside Down ever. She's like one of the only characters to never go there.
They never did the work. Max is not a part of the team. I'm sorry, she's just not.
No, never was.
They never tried to make her one in this season, because you'll get a later scene where they say, well, she's been inside Vecna's head. She knows him inside now. She'll be really helpful. And then she's not.
If we're being honest,
virtually no difference.
The team is kind of barely functional, let alone like whether or not it has certain participants and stuff. It's just so funny to be like, we need you back. You're like integral. It's like, dude, we never even had that moment. It never happened. Season 2, they spent half of it like
characters
lusting after the kid's stupid love triangle shit, and then the other half is what, like, I don't remember, just them dealing with the demo dogs vaguely.
Bro, you're gonna feel so stupid after they have a really awesome scene in the animated Tales from 19 whatever the fuck.
With their whole friends.
Like, oh shit, they were that's what they were talking about, dude, the entire time. Yeah.
You should have known. I mean, most that they planned for this.
like two characters, there is a very high likelihood that they haven't even shared a dialogue. You know?
Oh yeah, there's
Like,
been one very pronounced one in this season where it'll be later once Max is back. Spoiler. Will goes to hug Max and talks to her, and that is because the Duffers read it and realized that fans were talking about how they'd never spoken to each other ever.
That's crazy.
I mean, they've been in the
And that's
same
our main
scenes, but that's it.
That's our core team that we're supposed to root for
Yeah.
so much because they miss each
barely
other
have a core
so
team now.
deeply.
And they take the
Also,
whole
I
point
love-
that they say they assign these different members of the group these different Dungeons and Dragons classes. So you're thinking, well, okay, but I mean that surely has some connotations. They have specific individual skills. Maybe that will be the payoff. Maybe they will all fall. I mean, that was sort of what season 4 was implying would happen when you have Will give Mike the painting, which shows Mike at the head of the team with the sword, and then you have the others in their various supporting roles of mage and whatever the other fucking D&D classes are. I don't know. And like you say, oh, so obviously there's got to be some sort of payoff for that, but you haven't even by season 4 done any of the work to clearly establish that these are these characters. It's just a label they're given.
Okay,
It's
so
not actually a role or an archetype they fill.
that goes to show how much attention you weren't paying. They gave the Zoomer a wheelchair. I think that makes sense. All is long.
True, they do that. Yeah, she doesn't do much zooming in it, but she does have wheels, so that's great.
Would have been so funny if they zoomed her into the fucking gate and she just went through into the upside down. I was like, ah, they just push her through. Like, go,
That's what I was saying. We
Zoomer.
were watching, like, oh my god, they're gonna break. Dude, the upside down is so pathetic now. Disabled people can just
It's
enter
wheelchair
it. with no
accessible.
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Upside Down was built to code. Well, technically, if it's a copy of the real world, and the real world is handicap accessible, I guess technically so too would the Upside Down be.
You just want that scene with Vecna's like, so just anybody can just come in here now? Anytime they want? I don't know, it just feels like it just kind of dampens the whole thing, but okay, that's fine, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, like I did not need to see Joyce enter either upside down or abyss, whatever fucking dimension, ultra dimensional. Some characters just don't belong in those fucking alternative dimensions.
The super upside
Just
down.
can't make it work.
Like I said, it was like a jump scare seeing her there, because I completely forgot she was with the team, because it just feels so inappropriate. It was like, okay, yeah, Joyce is also
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, thank God she doesn't have any significant moment while she's there, you know? That would
Yeah, you wouldn't want to give...
Oh,
yeah,
was
yeah.
it like the most significant moment? The most significant?
Nah.
No,
Nah.
that'd be crazy. That'd be so stupid, and we, the Duffer Brothers, are not stupid. I can't believe that they did an interview where they were like crying about the fact that people are being mean to them about their show. What the hell?
What makes you emotional?
Even if you felt that, why would you say it? Like, what?
They must have
You
thought
think
they have
people are
like
gonna
the
leave you
most
alone?
goodwill ever. Like they are the gods of TV somewhat.
How could they believe that if they're on Twitter all the time?
I mean,
and
dude,
Reddit reacting.
we've seen
to
so much that
people
like
and writing
we,
their show to react.
we'll joke
Where
about it,
else will
but
they get their ideas?
having D&D say that Danny kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet is an insane quote. Like, why would you ever fucking say that shit? And he did, and it's been memed on forever, as it should be. It's like fucking Gandalf forgot about Mordor or some shit. You're just like, what do you mean? How could you say this? It's just like, I don't know. Shut up.
Oh.
So yeah, after that wonderfully riveting conversation between Lucas and the comatose Max, which goes about as well as it would have. There's no difference between her being in a coma or not. We get as much information from the scene, but we cut to Mike. He's grabbing a coffee, and the shoot the way this next bit is shot is slightly confusing. He walks past a window, and through the window is a dark room, and somewhere slightly below, I think, the window line, there is a table, and on top of the table there is a book. And that book is A Wrinkle in Time. So, A, massive coincidence, it just happens to be lying there. B, I don't think he would have spotted that when he was just walking past a dark room. And C, I don't think he could see it even if he was looking for it, because it's quite clearly not in his eye line. The fucking title is facing the opposite direction to the one he's looking in the window for. But we know
Maybe
why
it
they've
was
done
just,
this. It's because it's an exposition scene is coming, but it's still like, what? Why weren't you, I don't know, going through Holly's possessions and you found that book in her bag? That would have been a more believable way to do it, because she was reading the book, not just, oh, I happened to stare through a window and the book that's important happened to be lying on that table I couldn't see.
Yeah, it's for us.
Maybe it's
not
just
even
an
for
obscure
him.
EFAP reference in Stranger Things,
Yeah, I think
where
so.
we watch A Wrinkle in Time and react
Go
to
check it out. It's a
and
horribly
everyone should watch
awful
it.
movie.
Yeah, it's very
Also, I will
funny.
say, just to be clear, that is confirmation about Conformity Gate, right? I mean, Wrinkle in Time, like that makes a lot of sense. I think that's basically confirmation. I don't think this is why everyone assumed. It's like that's one of the major elements. Like, why would they show that if it obviously wasn't referencing how we're gonna go back in time and do it properly?
By the way,
Yeah.
do we have it on the docket tonight to go over the video that started all that?
We can, I guess, at any time.
Because if we don't have that, there's a second video that she made aggressively angry about media literacy that I feel like we have to show.
I'm up for that. I don't think I've seen that.
Can you?
I will grab that for that.
I don't know if this is too annoying, but is it possible to get both of those in the format of a YouTube video so that we can put it and watch together instead of trying to sync on Twitter?
I will work on that right now.
Thank you.
So while you do that, Mike has this idea, and the idea
Oh,
is Holly. She was he asks Nancy if Holly had ever mentioned Mr. Watsit, because he says, well, Holly's been talking about this Mr. Watsit guy who told her that there were monsters coming for her. That seems like a coincidence. And the audience is screaming because it's fucking Vecna. But Mike's like, hey, no, what if Mr. Watsit's just real and nice and on our team? Maybe we should find this out. It's like, were you not there all of the last season? What happened the last time characters were being given mysterious visions by an off-screen villain? Obviously, it's fucking Vecna. But Nancy says, well, yeah, we've never seen Mr. Watsit. And Mike says, yeah, the theory has holes. Like, we don't know what Mr. Watsit is, even they fucking should. But he posits that if Mr. Watsit is real, he might know where and why Holly was taken, as opposed to being the person who took her. And then
like
he
he's
appeals
actually
to Nancy's
they
ego.
entertain the idea that he's a completely unrelated character to anything that has ever happened in the plot. He's just some other unrelated extra dimensional being.
I just don't. Besides to pad out the runtime, and I don't know why they even include. Like, what would your first assumption be, having been told this? Oh shit, Vecna's after Holly. Okay, but
Vecna's
no,
trying
we
to
have
kill us, and Holly is now. It's essentially an invisible person is now talking to her. That's kind of like already relatively creepy. And in context, oh yeah, this is obviously Vecna. Or we should like you treat it like it's Vecna.
Yeah.
Because if you're wrong, then it's like, oh, I guess she's just a freak and she has an imaginary friend at her age. Okay, that's a little cringe, I guess. Like that's the worst that it would be, or that's the like that. That's if you're wrong and nothing happens.
Also, like, wouldn't it plot-wise be easier and simpler just to have him go by Henry Krill and have her hear it for the first time, Mike and Nancy, and be like, "Oh shit, that's Vecna," instead of like going on with this whole.
The reason they can't do that is because they want to string this out, right? They want to string out the reveal to the end of this episode that Mr. Watsit is Vecna, and because they know that his name is Henry from season 4, if she said Henry, they would already know, but they should already know either way. So yeah, you're right. And then like if you'd done what you suggest, would have been A, much quicker, and B, you wouldn't have needed the scene later where a character says, Henry, Mr. Watsit, Vecna, number 1, that's too many names. Yes, it fucking is. So why did you introduce so many of them?
Well, why would Henry want to be called? Yeah, like I said, why would Henry announce himself as that to Holly and them? To all the kids. He's like, I'm Henry.
Isn't they trying to make their own, Gandalf, Greyhaim,
it's a fakey name.
The all those,
Stupid.
all the names, Mithrandir. You got to get them all in there.
I have many names. He's like Sauron in the Rings of Power.
Stormcrow.
Oh no.
I think it would have definitely worked that way. I mean, Henry could have very easily, I mean, I'm rewriting the script, but, could have told Holly, don't ever mention my name to anybody, right? And she slips up at some point, tells her mom or tells Mike or someone at some point. I don't know. But they could have, or writes it down in a diary, something like that. They could make, I think the main sort of fear there was that they thought that it would make Vecna appear to be stupid to introduce himself with this given name. But I think that could have worked and could have been quicker and cut so much stupid stuff out of this show. And also, I hate that they're having that freaking dialogue in the hospital where they're unsure if their parents will live or not. Like, it's just so abysmal. It's just like Mike is
Parents?
smiling.
Implying they care about one of them at all?
Eh.
If Finn Wolfhard has like
Yeah,
a
just the
mode
one.
for a good idea scene where we're figuring things out, that is the mode he's using. And it's like, by the way, this is your parents are dying scene as well. And he's like, huh?
I think it was not communicated to him.
I can believe
was
that.
that scene.
I can believe it. I can 100% believe it. This seems like it's one of the most disorganized plots I've ever seen in terms of choices. Like other people, everyone brings up how many characters they've added and how bloated the script has sort of become. I can believe it. It's super disorganized. They were probably making it up as they were going along. They were just trying to desperately hit up a certain amount of plot beats and make up new ones. And yeah, I can believe that. They didn't know what to tell the actors. They didn't know themselves, and they didn't even have the decency to come up with a good lie.
No, they did not.
They did not. But so yeah, Mike then appeals to Nancy's ego, which is the guaranteed way to get her to do anything you want her to do. So they have to go distract the receptionist. They're going to go upstairs and chat with their apparently not dying anymore mother. Security at this hospital not increased since season 3, when lots of people died here, but everybody forgot that happened. So this will not be a difficult process, but we'll return to the hospital in due course, because now we're back to the van. Dustin has turned up. Dustin is looking a little bit the worse for wear because he has been beaten up by the jocks, who will not be returning to this show until the end. And then it's time for him to have an argument with
Get another
Steve.
plot that's unresolved.
Yeah, and there's plenty of those to go around.
All the hellfire and stuff, and the bullies, and
Yeah, you'd think they'd be more prominent given Hell on Earth happened, but never mind. So they have an argument. Basically, it's just Dustin criticizes Steve for being shit with technology, and Steve is criticizing Dustin for like more characterful, I think, saying like, I've shown nothing but care for and respect for you, and this is how I get treated all the time. Like, you're just basically a shit at this point. What is wrong with you? There's quite a funny bit where Jonathan reminds everyone that he's in the show, and then we go back to forgetting. It's like, hey, I'm still here, guys.
That was
And
my
then
experience
it's like,
with,
yep, you are. Okay.
with this scene. I was kind of satisfied because I've felt that Dustin has been a bit of a dick to Steve across all the seasons, but it's a bit of a meme, right? That Steve doesn't know what he's doing all the time, and that, you know, Steve's finally standing up for himself and like, I was actually right about this, and you're wrong about this, and I know why, because you got personal things going on, and you need to, you know, not let those personal things destroy you, basically. So it's like, oh my god, it's a scene I'm actually kind of into, and Jonathan kept interrupting it, and it was driving me nuts. Like, you know, I can't draw anything out of this show, so whenever it gives me anything, I'm like, oh my god, like I'm alive again, my heart's beating somewhat, and then it's just Jonathan pauses the scene every once in a while to blab, and you know, you feel bad because you're like, yeah, I know you've got nothing this season, Jonathan, I know, but that doesn't mean you should start sabotaging other characters.
He does not, and yet he does. So there's not much else to talk about in this scene, really, I don't think, besides that. It is just... the only other thing I sort of thought was noteworthy is that, obviously, we had the scene at the beginning of this season where Dustin is, like, ignoring Steve on the radio. But from what I recall, I don't remember anything else anyway, because like, Eddie's death is obviously going to be the thing which has caused this big rift, but... like, that's the only thing you sort of get. You're just expected to accept that a bunch of additional drama has happened between these two off screen in the intervening period of time. So what we're doing is we're sort of picking up from it, and we're reacting to it, even though we've never really seen it, and we're just expected to believe and accept that this would happen, that it did happen, and imagine what the content of those earlier conversations were going to be. Which, given how empty the most of the conversations on screen are, is like, well, couldn't you maybe have brought some of that stuff from the off-screen period into the on-screen period, so we have a bit more context for why Steve and Dustin are so set against each other for the first half of this season. They do some great writing off-screen to the Duffer Brothers, I think.
I was legitimately confused. Like, what did I miss? Like, did I skip episodes? Did I forget? Is there just like an entire thing that happened that I wasn't paying attention to? I'm like, no, it's just, you know,
And
this is where we are now. All right.
18 months elapsed, during which many things happened.
Yeah, you can write all sorts of things to happen in 18 months, as they're very clearly aware of. It should have been way longer than 18 months, though.
So we briefly pop back to the radio station, and this time Robin lies to Joyce about the radio so she can sneak Will away to talk about how he should come out. And they lie to Joyce and say it's like a broken flux capacitor in the radio. It's really funny. It's so great. I love how Joyce has been reduced to just not understanding anything. So yeah, Robin steals Joyce's son, and then we go down to the Upside Down, and Dr. K's back. And remember Dr. K from all those other seasons and how great
Hell
she is?
yes.
She's
finally.
back.
Oh,
She's my favorite.
And in this scene, she is shown some CCTV footage, and that shows her 11. And she says, great. And then Military Man says, and now she's in the Upside Down. And that's a leap, because I don't think they know that, but evidently they've joined those dots, and now they're interested, because she's down here with them, because they are also in the Upside Down, as we will find out later. That's kind of it. There's a few military scenes which just exist to remind you that they are in the show, and nothing else gets done with those scenes at all. It's just like, hey, they're still here. Off we go to the next bit. Still in the Upside Down, Hopper and 11 still tracking Demogorgon blood. This is the bit where 11 realizes Hopper got shot. She patches him up, and then this is where they have the slightly more, I hesitate to use the term characterful, because it's not, but
yeah.
They sort of have more of a talk about being a stubborn punk ass. And then Hopper says, he tells the audience more than anybody else, he says, I was always like this. I was like this with my dad. I was like this when I signed up to fight in Nam. I did a lot of reckless things, and you 11 might think that they are brave, but there is a fine line between bravery and stupidity. I saw a lot of brave men die in that war. And my daughter, Sarah, because we remember he has a daughter, and her daughter's name is Sarah.
When he said her name, I like fucking laughed.
Wait,
I was like, no way we're doing this again. Are you serious?
It's like, it was bad enough if he just said my daughter, but the fact that he also has to remind us what the daughter's name was.
Yeah.
Like, and my daughter,
My
Sarah.
God.
Remember
by the way-
Sarah, my daughter, who was my daughter, Sarah?
Again, could be wrong, but I was talking about this when I was first seeing it. He says, like, my dad took me to the recruitment office because he thought joining up would give me some discipline, give me some structure. It's like, that's not the story he told in season 4. He said that he joined up to rebel against his dad or whatever.
Nice.
It's like Mutt, Indiana Jones.
I thought that was the other way.
No,
I think you're flipped. I think it was like, didn't he say that his dad forced him in season 4?
I could have sworn. I'd have to check him. I remember saying this at the time, but I always assumed that like the story isn't that they haven't gotten it.
You're right that it doesn't track. I just don't remember which order it happened in.
I'd have to check the transcripts, as they say. It doesn't.
Yeah,
it's not even a big issue because you can actually wipe it away with maybe he is lying on one of them to assist whatever fucking story he's trying to tell. Doesn't really matter. Like, it's just because it's Hopper anyway. His character's been destroyed, so I don't know.
Also,
yeah,
I
to the
keep
point that this is all he has left, right? It's just my daughter Sarah. She was brave too. Remember her? Here's a flashback, just in case you don't. Here she is. She's dying of cancer. I thought she was really brave. I thought she fought like hell. I thought she was going to make it, and then he starts crying.
Yeah, and they show the same clips again.
Season 1, but I want to mention, because I really liked this scene where Hopper, they're searching for Will, and what is the teacher's name? I forgot. But
Mr. Clark?
Oh, Mr. Clark. They're having a conversation, and Hopper, Mr. Clark asks about his daughter, Hopper's daughter, and where is she? Why could she be in my class? And Hopper goes, no, she's with her mom in New York or something like that. And I thought that was such a powerful scene, because you get the idea that Hopper is just still like deeply traumatized and can't really deal with mentioning and can't really talk about it. And, to go from that to this, where he continuously just trauma dumps and yaps about his daughter, Sarah, who died.
And it's always way clunkier. Like, I had a daughter named, so you're like, no, not again, Hopper, please.
He couldn't even mention that she was dead. He was so in sort of denial, traumatized by it. And he could make an argument. He has healed over these seasons, but I don't think any father would to this extent, where they would exposition dump all the time.
Surely Eddie Rational,
he hasn't healed.
Well, yeah, I was going to say Eddie
the reason
Rational
they're able to keep reusing this is that he doesn't come over it.
He's gotten way worse as he's out of control. He was abusive in season 2. He's a clown in season 3. Season 4, he's in a Russian prison, breaking his own legs and shit. You're like, I don't think he's getting better. I think he's out of control.
We haven't got to the scene yet, but at the moment, this very moment, he is wearing a suicide vest.
Yes.
I don't think he's gotten over this
Some people
issue
might say that's a sign.
Dude, he's literally Boogie. He's literally Boogie. He hates being alive. He hates being alive. He's in tremendous pain. He's in tremendous pain.
Help him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kill me.
But 11 says, just in case we hadn't picked up on this yet, he says, oh, so is this why you don't want me in the Upside Down? Because you're afraid Vecna will win and, like your daughter, I will die. And he says, I didn't think that. I just learned you can't count on anything in this life and I can't lose you. So don't be a stubborn punk ass. And then they just hear generic Upside Down noises and then they walk off.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the Duffers saying to each other, wait, does anyone know why Hopper and 11 care about each other? Oh shit, we better remind the audience.
Yep. It's been this way it is since season 2. I mean, they transplanted that from Will, because the flashbacks, I think, kind of work in season 1 when he's resuscitating Will. I'm pretty sure they cut away to the daughter in hospital while he's doing that, and that's obviously quite effective. Then they sort of try to transplant the same effect over to 11 when she becomes his daughter, and then obviously it's more direct. New daughter reminds him of old daughter, but then it has just been that way all the way through, and then it turns out that he is just abusive to daughters generally, and then they become teenage daughters, and then even though he learned not to abuse them in the previous season, he abuses them again. And it is only because he's off in season 4 experiencing the warmth of collectivism that he's not abusing her again. But then he's back here, and now he's sort of... Well, trauma dumping is one way of putting it, definitely.
He has 2 modes. It's the aggressively conflicting and shouting with 11, being like, you need to do this, no, god damn it, or, I love you, and we need to make it through, and we can. If we just stick together, we can get it. We can do anything. It's just those are the 2 Hoppers you get this season. They suck, both of them. I miss season 1 Hopper, goated Hopper.
He was good.
He used to be a competent detective.
That's crazy. He was a character. Oh my god. Then he turned into a fat, abusive loser.
Yep.
So we go back to hospital. Mike and Nancy, they try and go and see a doctor so they can ask the doctor to go and see their mum, but the doctor says no because she's dying, or would be dying if she didn't have a name. Also, her larynx is damaged, so she couldn't talk even if she wanted to. And then he's quite kind and nice, and he puts his hand on Nancy's shoulder and he says, "All right, sweetheart." And like this basic act of human kindness obviously offends her tremendously. So they get in the lift, and she says, "I don't trust doctors who smoke or who call me sweetheart. So we're gonna go and fucking break the law and potentially kill our mother to get some information we don't need."
This might be the moment of I need to sit the Duffers down, ask them what they think they mean with this. Like, are you suggesting the doctor is lying? That he cannot be we know she saw her wounds.
Yeah.
He can't be lying. Doctors. It is impossible. He's just a normal person saying, "Hey, I know you'd love to talk to your loved ones. I understand that. Her throat is torn out. She needs some time." And then calling her sweetheart. What a psychopath. What a disgusting psychopath saying sweetheart.
And the show's readers like, wow, what a bad sexist man he is. It's like, what?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Utterly bizarre watching this scene. Like, you want to convince me, like, oh, that fucking doctor, he's up to no good. Like, what do you mean?
Also, I'm pretty sure these doctors are probably trained to... Maybe because they probably have to work with a lot of like traumatized and scared individuals. They're probably, told and trained to be as welcoming and sort of supportive and sweet talking as they can. And the fact that this is used against him to antagonize him is crazy to me. Like, this is insane.
There's a moment I really hate where he says, "Listen to me," and the camera cuts to Nancy, and it's very much a moment of like, holy shit, what an asshole that he just said, "Listen to me." What he says after it is, "Finding your mother when you did saved her life. Let's not risk it now." Like, what? How are you going to convince me it's an asshole thing?
Extremely reasonable.
And
it's like the perfect thing to say to somebody. He's like, she needs to rest. I am a doctor. I am... like it's just, don't get it. You'd have to be only a psychopath would think of this guy as a weird dude or being insulting or anything.
It goes to the Duffers as to like how horrible this is, but then it also just it makes Nancy more horrible again. She's so hard to enjoy in this show. She's such an asshole.
You could make the argument that she gets what she deserves at the end, being that she ends up single college dropout who's doing a second internship.
She's gonna be a cat
I think
lady.
that was supposed to be a girl boss moment, but it reads as complete opposite. I'm kind of glad for it.
Yeah, it's really bleak, actually, if you think about it. But
well, you need to rewrite this. You need to have it so that, first of all, you didn't fucking tear her throat out when her only role now is to be talked to, you idiots. Like, who wrote that? Secondly, you need to have it so that he doesn't care. If you want that kind of doctor getting in their way who's like, nah, you can't see her because, I don't know, she's... say her legs got fucking screwed up or whatever, but she still wants to speak to them, they want to speak to her, but the doctor... This is already trying to fix it, it's just weird. Like, the doctors are not going to stop you from speaking to loved ones unless it's not possible medically. Like, it's a bad idea medically. Why did they write this?
Yeah, what's the doctor's goal here? Why
the doctor is Vecna.
What's his deal? You cannot talk to your mother after I mean somebody else tore out her throat.
Yeah, so...
Well, no, the doctor can't be Vecna. Vecna doesn't have the power to see in hospitals.
Oh, right, true.
Oh, God, that's very important. Yes, no, he can't know anything.
Because the Hippocratic Oath, it protects, it forms a barrier around the hospital that he can't see through, yeah.
I can't believe they did that. That's it. Oh, fuck, we'll get there, but Jesus... Vecna, hospitals is where sick people go. We should all know this. Very important. He doesn't. It's important that he doesn't. Jesus. So there's another very quick scene to sort of jump away from the hospital. Not much happens in this one. It's another van scene. The only thing that's sort of worth noting is that they pick up another signal, but Dustin just decides this can't be Harper. Don't know how he figures that out, but it can't be. Joyce radios them and says, is it the receiver that's broken because of the flux capacitor? Which is really funny, and that's it. Because that's just really a transition scene. I mean, the signal being something else is sort of important later, but we didn't really need it to be established in this scene. We could have picked that up when we actually encounter it later. But it's mostly just there to transition us from the hospital over to Robin and Will, who now have a bit of more substantive thing to do. So they're going through the woods back toward Will, where Will saw his weird sort of swirly vision at the end of episode 1. He says he's not feeling anything here now, so they walk in further. Then he suggests, well, if Robin's theory is correct, then he needs to be closer to the Demogorgon if he's going to tap into the hive mind. Robin then doesn't answer this question because we have another thing to talk about, which is the fact that he saw her smooching Vicky the last episode in the hospital. She has to try and explain that they're really good friends, but people might not understand their friendship. So if he did see them, just maybe don't tell anyone about that just yet. And then she spots this swirly, spirally pattern of colorful stones on the floor. Coincidence? I think not. I just don't know who made it or why it's there. And then this triggers a memory for Will because he remembers that while the world was swirling around, he heard kids laughing and playing. So they go off again. And we'll find out that somehow he's just tied the link to this merry-go-round in the school playground. But it's just, at the moment, walking and talking, finding thing, moving on is what it is. The conversation about friendship, in inverted commas, is a setup for something, which we'll come on to later, I suppose. But it's just very inefficient all around, though. It's just like you jump across a bunch of characters who have virtually nothing to do or say, and then the scenes are there to remind you, like, hey, we're in the show, and we're moving to this place. We can't be left to infer that as audience members.
With how slow the show moves at this point, and for huge swaths of it, and looking back at all of the things that are unresolved or forgotten, it is kind of, it goes to show how poorly planned out it is, or how inefficient they are with the time that they've been, using. How can a show be this slow and have this much wandering around and meandering and yet feel so unfinished? It is a very inefficient show.
And so empty as well. I mean, it's almost like they aim for quite a long time code on the episodes because that makes people think that it's epic, but there is nowhere near enough story to actually fill an hour plus of runtime per episode for this season. Like, I would be surprised if there's more than like half the runtime even might still be too much for the plot that they actually have. Because and you could fill it more if they actually did some more calculations, some more actual working things out. But like, you know that you're just walking into the next exposition scene where everything's already been worked out. So there's not a huge amount even to invest in about what they're doing. You're just following them until it's time for the next thing to happen. And it makes it pretty long and pretty empty. But back in the hospital, Mike is disguised as a patient. Nancy's disguised as a nurse. They're able to sneak past the doctor who's in a corridor.
Yes, Nancy in a natural habitat, just subterfuge, deceiving people. It is actually like her greatest skill set in this show is deception.
But it's the boogie thing where it's like, look how smart I am. It's like, no, people can do this as much as they want. They choose not to. You don't, though.
People just choose not to, yeah. Like, the idea that this is impressive, no, it's just kind of indicative of your lack of moral compass. Because that is Nancy. Like, Nancy's whole character is pretty much like, I'm gonna get what I want, and like any obstacle in my way. Anytime that I don't understand why there might be an obstacle in the way of me getting what I want, I don't care. I'm just gonna do whatever I need to do, whether it means lying to people, or putting people in danger in some capacity. It doesn't matter. I'll just do whatever I need to do.
Destroying 3 dimensions by shooting at something you don't understand. That's another thing she does. She's a wonderful character.
Yes, that's right. Yep.
So they go in, and Karen is there. She's looking a bit the worse for wear, but she does wake up at this moment, which is kind of convenient, but maybe she was just lying there bored. Who knows? She could have woken up earlier. And they ask her about Mr. Watson and whether Holly ever described Mr. Watson. And obviously Karen can't speak, so they have to get her to write this stuff down. And because the show seems to think there is still genuinely some sort of mystery as to who Mr. Watson really is, it starts jumping back and forward between the hospital scene and Will and Robin's investigation as you learn a bit, then a bit, then a bit, with the conclusion being, oh my goodness, obviously it's Vecna. But we'll give them the credit of pretending that there is actually some unresolved mystery in this scene and some tension that they're building up to. So they ask if Holly ever described Mr. Watson, and Karen writes down, yeah, he wore a vest, he was gentle and kind, he wore a pocket watch, clocks, symbolism. We're not doing that this season, but we used to do that, so it could have meant something.
What does the clock mean? I know there's the reveal
clue.
that it is a clock from the mansion later, but is the fact that the clock of all things, did that ever mean anything? No, the symbolism of the specific clock. Why the clock of all the objects? Why that one?
So as far as I've been able to work out, and I may have missed something, but the clock is much more prominent in season 4. You get plenty of like slow zoomy visuals on it. You get the sound of its bells. As far as I've been able to find out, the Duffers included that because all they really wanted it to symbolize was that if a character was shown a vision of a clock by Vecna, it meant they were on limited time. And that's literally it.
I see.
Okay.
So there's no grander significance, just, hey, your time's running out.
And is there also any significance to the idea that Vecna really cares about the anniversary of Will's, the 4th anniversary of Will's capture in the first season? Does that mean anything?
No, as far as I can tell. I mean, unless anyone's remembering something I've completely forgotten, no. It barely even comes up again in this season.
No, it's just kind of a
one
theory
of my many
that
questions
Lucas comes
that
up
I have
with.
written down here.
He basically just says, like, yeah, that is how it works, and everybody I'm pretty sure he even says, like, oh, if my theory's correct, that means that the end is soon or something. It's typical of Stranger Things. It's a hunch that turns out, a hunch based on very little information that turns out to be just totally correct.
But probably more so than in any other of these hunches, that the audience's question is, okay, why? Like, what is the significance of this lining up? What is it about this anniversary that makes Vecna's plan have to happen here?
Shit about the anniversary? Why does this once human, now otherworldly creature give a shit about the human convention of anniversaries on their semi arbitrary calendar?
Do you need to remind the Duffers that anniversaries, these all matter to people. We made them up, as categories. There's no there's no great significance to the fact that like the day lines up with the day on Earth specifically, one planet, particularly when you establish that one of the other realms we're going to is effectively another planet, presumably with its own day, night, month, and year cycle.
I think the Mind Flayer would care deeply about human conventions for time.
Man, that makes him a lot less Lovecraftian, doesn't it?
He's like, ooh, Vecna. It's nearly been 365 days. You know what that means? Vecna's like, oh, yeah, it's anniversary, man. That's crazy. And he's like, yeah, it's crazy. We should do something with that.
The actual secret reason they would never admit to this, but I'm pretty sure the reason they've done the anniversary is because they want to try and bolster the notion that this was the villain's plan right from the beginning.
Yeah.
So if they tell you this is exactly the day when Will first disappeared, it makes the audience think, oh my goodness, so it must all be connected. And he's been planning this right from that very day. That is one of the worst things I think season 5 can do. And it does a lot of terrible things, but it's constant attempts to tell you, oh yeah, no, this was all the villain's plan, masterstroke,
Vexa
like
all
everything he's done is done
along.
with a purpose. There's no contradictions. Awful, because then you just go back remembering what he did and say, well, that makes no fucking sense. Like, absolutely none. You might as well have just not included that, because then it would have been more believable to have the villain reacting to events rather than trying to pretend that everything he's done is purposive, when it obviously wasn't. But they think they're clever. They think tying it together in this way makes them seem even more clever. So that's what they've
when they first show a big shot of the Flash wall, there's a lightning strike, and I think they kind of cheaped out here. The wall should go way higher than that in the background. Compared to like the length of the trees there, you know? Or height.
Well, it should be lost in the clouds.
Yeah.
Because it is going up into space.
They kind of gave up there, because that's not even that high up,
like
relatively speaking, but they sort of cut it out. They're just like, I should shoot all the way up. Remember how far Holly falls?
For the Mind Flayer fight later, yeah.
Like, Holly doesn't fall from that height down. She falls like fucking 10 times that.
Yep. That's such a funny scene.
Yes,
I love that scene. It's like, so you're telling me the villain saved the little girl that Max almost killed.
But that is a moment where like, the brain power of everybody in the universe is like, how are the writers gonna get her out of this one? And it's like, I don't know. They haven't set up anything that would get her out of it. But they sure do.
They do. But before we get there, so Will and Robin, they reach the school, they find the merry-go-round. Will says, well, the sky was spinning in my vision earlier, so I must have been on the merry-go-round. And then Robin says, that makes no sense, because you were seeing through the eyes of the Demogorgon. And Will says, well, I thought that's what I was doing too, but Vecna controls the hive mind, so that means when I connect, I am part of the hive mind. So when Vecna searches for his victims, he invades their minds, and he sees what they see. So when Will connects to the hive mind, he connects to Vecna, and when Vecna sees through the eyes of his victims, then Will sees through Vecna's mind into the eyes of his victims. And then Robin says, but if that's true, and Will says, that would mean I was Vecna. And then he has this weird memory vision of children leaving the school, and he gets the little gaydar tingle again. None of this, I don't think, makes sense. Like, bearing in mind, the reason he came all the way out here is because he needed to be closer to a Demogorgon in order to tap into the hive mind anyway. And now he's tapped into a memory of the hive mind, having got no closer to any sort of Demogorgon, and given us a long spiel about how, yeah, I see through the eyes of the hive mind as it sees through the eyes of its victims who are not presently here. So I see through really the memory of the mind of the hive mind of the thing that sees through the. It's like, what? Surely there was a better way of doing this. This just seems. And now what? You're telling me that now you've given Will the power whenever the plot requires it, that he can just look and see anything the plot needs him to. That's cheating,
like
and you haven't even explained it well.
Yeah, it's like how 11's remote viewing should be working if they were consistent with it. But yeah, it's a similar thing. He's just sort of able to be, if the plot needs it, he can just sort of see what he needs to see. But there's no rhyme or reason between when he sees through. Why would he see through a memory sometime and then see through the vision and like Vecna's vision in real time in other ways? Like why would you see someone's memories? If like I guess I could see that if they're trying to build up the idea that he had some sort of a physical link with Vecna, which he did from the first season, he sees through his vision sometimes. They have like a psychic link. But that just seems like it's a big difference to see someone's memories than to be currently seeing what that person's seeing.
Makes sense.
All right.
I hate
mean,
how
fair
they
enough. I mean, I've never written a TV show.
I hate how they explain it as if it's very obvious. Like Robin and
Yeah.
like Will straightforwardly like just, oh, of course it's this. Like this whatever the fuck this
See
is.
Vecna's vision. You're seeing his memories, and like, why would you even suggest that as a thing so quickly?
Mm-hmm.
You sort of get tricked into thinking, like, did Robin have a life before this? Do any of the characters they just drag into this insanity ever have lives before it? Because they seem to just drop everything they have to just commit to, like, I'm a Stranger Things person now.
Yeah, and she mentions at one point in this season that she has a mother, which came as news to me. It's like, well, wait, you must logically have a family. We never get to see her. But then this is kind of basically the end of the episode at this point. So you cut back briefly, and then Mike and Nancy learn that Mr. Watts' first name is Henry. Oh my goodness, who could have seen that coming? And then you go to
Just
Holly then, who is in a strange other place.
In
Henry.
that scene, though, it's pretty horrific. She's essentially locked in, right? Meaning Mrs. Wheeler can't do anything. She's incapacitated significantly, can't even speak. And they're like, hey, so do you mind telling us about that person that Holly speaks to, because she's probably been kidnapped by demons.
Right.
It's just like,
It would have been. It relates back to why they should have talked to, their parents about Vecna, but they couldn't say Vecna. There should have been a whole subplot about how they have to convince their parents that they're in terrible danger without telling them the truth, because they think that they're crazy weirdos and they wouldn't believe them and they'd get locked up in an institution. So they'd have to come up with lies and ways to work around telling them the actual truth and come up with ways to convince the parents of like how to keep them safe or something like that. And that could have come into play here.
But telling her this shit, they even cut to her heartbeat monitor peaking. The actress are doing a great job of just looking horrified, and it's just like, I hate these characters. They suck so much, especially Nancy.
They appear to be sociopathic in the first place for not obeying the doctor's, directions, right? And going, what do they know? And going into their very, unhealthy mother, who probably should be dead asleep right now. She wouldn't be awake at this moment, but sure, risking her life, because usually when characters make these kinds of, because it's written off as this heroic decision that they're making, though it's not. They're risking somebody else's life. It's not their life they're fiddling with, and they risked her life for this, and then. And not only that, but they completely traumatized this very sick woman for no reason at all. They didn't have to inform her that her daughter was kidnapped by some fucking monster. That was not a necessary thing at all. They could have just been, okay, Holly's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry.
Deal with that.
Yeah, there's nothing she can do. She just has to sit with that.
There's no wine bottles anywhere in this building.
Her entire chest has been ripped out. She's probably lost so much blood, and now she might have a heart attack from the stress of this whole thing. So great Willers, you're great.
The alternative thing they could have done is just gone and spoken to because you had the scene in episode 1 where Holly is called in and Karen Wheeler is called in to talk to the teacher about Mr. Watson. So you could have avoided this by going and either finding the teacher's notes or talking to the teacher instead, rather than risking the life of your dying mother. But I suppose we already have too many characters in the show, so maybe adding an extra one in the teacher would be unwise. But that would be, maybe an alternative, which is far less risky and would have accomplished much the same thing. But no. Well, luckily, Karen survives this traumatic event.
Oh,
then finally in this episode, we
better and stronger for it. She'll have a great moment to come.
Oh, she certainly does. Yes, when she comes and rescues other people's kids. But we go to see Holly. Holly is with Henry in a different new place outside a nice sunny household with a nice house in it. And she's chatting to Henry. And she asks Henry if he'll save other kids from the monsters as well, and if her family are going to come to stay with them. And Henry leads her into the house. He says, yes, I have room for everyone here. And they go in and the door closes. And that is the end of episode 2. Where are they, I wonder? Could this be a mysterious new dimension again? Could it be a memory? Did this happen in the past? Could it perhaps be a memory store?
Well, I was at the point watching this.
Sorry.
Immensely unwise of them.
Being like, they'll tell us
to have the upside down, and the mindscape inside the upside down. It's like, you guys introduced
double
these two
down.
in the final. Are you serious? Like, dude, can you imagine the average person who doesn't care hugely about how everything works trying to watch this, just being like, sure, okay, what?
And like, it would be bad enough if this were just one single layered new dimension that we've got, because then we're up to 3, and it's like, well, that's a lot, but you know, I can still deal with it. But then it is a memory store, so this is a dimension in which you can access all kinds of different time periods and places where you can see all kinds of different things. And oh, for fuck's sake, right? Okay, so now I've got memories within memories in one dimension. I've got the upside down in another one, and I've got the real world. Please do not add any more dimensions, Duffers. This is the final season. You don't have time. And they look at that and they say, but what about 2 more? So that'll be exciting. But we do move on to episode 3 now. Episode 2, not great, I don't think. Much like episode 1.
I don't think it's great. No, I don't think it's great.
Yeah.
No.
Agreed.
Might even say bad.
You know, like at the end of this episode, when they just sort of like walk into the house and it's a whole new realm, dimension, universe, or whatever. I was kind of at the point where I've checked out a little bit, and I'm saying I'm not trying to theory craft myself anymore. Like, oh, what could this mean? Where could this be going? What could this place be? I was just sort of like going to the next episode and saying, they'll tell me. They'll just say like, oh yeah, they'll just tell me what it is, whatever.
Maybe they will, or maybe they will tell you in an interview after it's over because you didn't pick up on it.
Yeah.
But one way or another, they will exposit the truth to you. Also worth keeping in mind, like, lots of people, when they watch this, and I think even to this day will still say, like, Volume 1, it's still quite good. Like, Volume 1 is the good volume of Season 5. It's not until Volume 2 that things go downhill. It's like, that's not true, though, is it?
I would say surprisingly common with a lot of bad TV, and it just lines up with the whole... The less content left, the more your sort of critical thinking kicks in, because there's less space for everything to be fixed. And the more you're like, the cliff's edge is coming soon. Like, especially with that last episode, it's just like, oh, that's it. There's no more answers. Panic, Conformity Gate. Like, oh god.
It kind of reminded me a little bit of the reaction to Arcane Season 2, in the sense that if you were criticizing the opening batch of episodes, it's like, what are you talking about? You're wrong. They'll definitely fix this. Like, they're just setting stuff up. It's going to get really good.
Yeah.
And then the next batch of episodes drops, and it's, oh, wait, no, this is the bad batch. Like, no, it wasn't, though. Like, everything that makes it bad was seeded well in advance. You just didn't want to believe it was true.
Mm-hmm.
When we were watching I still remember when we were watching Arcane Season 2, and it started out pretty rough, but we were like, it'll probably get better, but we're definitely worried.
I could
things
never
are kind of shaky.
Have anticipated that final arc when we'd seen even the first arc, to be fair.
No. Especially when you look at the first season and the stuff that happens in it and what it focuses on, and it realizes, oh no, we go to another, like, potential. We don't even know how many dimensions there are. There's at least 3. There could be an infinite amount of them. Nobody could have known.
Justice,
I think
Heimerdinger. Actually, for every character.
I think the whiplash for Arcane was kind of like very close to if we went from, like, jumped from season 1 of Stranger Things to season 5 straight up. I think that was just how, at least for me, how drastic it was. Like, just complete whiplash.
I get you. It's just that Arcane is the one to compare to now, instead of it being like understood by compared to other things. It's just that drop off is fucking amazing. It's like almost not been seen.
The biggest drop in quality we've ever seen.
Because
it was so comprehensive. Every facet, the world building, the characters, the plot. It was so high, and it all came crashing down. Every single
Was
piece.
it worse than just playing a game of League?
Yes.
Yeah, I've never played League. I've only heard all of the stories.
So yeah, like the idea as well of like Game of Thrones. People are like, is it worse than that? It's like, well, but season 7 of Game of Thrones was kind of bad. Like, not as bad as season 8, but still, it all like ramped down. But Arcane, gosh, what a horrible experience watching how season 1 ends and then being like, there's more, and you're like, no, there's not, no, there's not, no, there's not.
Yeah, at least Stranger Things and Game of Thrones kind of introduce it like slowly until hitting you with the full force. And well, Game of Thrones was a bit drastic too, but
Well, I mean, I remember the first 2 episodes of season 8, people were like, all right, all the pieces are set, we can do this, we can have a good story, kind of like how people have referred to with TFA. We're like,
Cope.
Dude, Drinker was saying on the open bar that he's like, he was like, you can't hate J.J. Abrams because he didn't do anything malicious to Star Wars. He was just an idiot. And I was like, I can fucking hate him. What do you mean?
I can hate incompetent people.
Yeah.
And I shall. And I will continue to.
If a drunken
I hate that
idiot ran around your house and broke everything, you can hate that guy, even if he didn't do it because he hated you or anything.
I thought you were going to say if a drunk driver killed your mother in a car accident.
Oh, I guess that that covers it too. Oh, do we want to do Conformity Gate now then, that video, or since we're between episodes? I don't know.
Oh, I mean, we could do.
We could. I added a little in-between part that separates like the hard cut between when she was speculating and when she was wrong.
Right. Oh, well, because I haven't even seen the second half, so I'm excited. Because I guess
the second half makes it.
We'll reveal to the audience whether or not there was truly an episode 9, because I know none of them are aware yet, and they're all hoping. So we won't spoil that for them just yet.
I keep reading on my Twitter. There's a rumor because they uploaded a thing where 11 is talking to 1, and they're like, today is 1, like 110. It's 111. So like today is actually the day that they're really going to release it. So by the time EFAP is over, we might be wrong.
My God.
And it probably will. I mean, I imagine most of chat's at least passingly familiar with Conformity Gate, but like that was the amount of utter insanity in Cope. I don't know that I've personally witnessed anything quite like it, certainly not since I've been doing YouTube, which is basically the amount of time I've been on the internet. But like every single minor continuity error was poured over from like weeks on, well, not that many weeks, but days and days and days, basically hundreds and thousands, if not millions of people saying, oh, that dial changed color, that must mean something. Oh, there's a number 9 on that window behind you, that must mean something. Oh, this crazy set of coincidences. And it's like a huge amount of lore crafting, theory crafting, much more writerly talent went into this than actually makes it into the show itself. But people were all over this, like absolutely mad. And on the theory that even though they released a thing they called the finale, they released it in theaters, they went around doing interviews after the finale, talking about the show after the finale. No, there is a secret extra episode which will make everything that you hate about this good. And so many people fell for this, and maybe they were right too. We'll see later.
Well, what you're actually what you guys aren't realizing is the initial theory wasn't an episode 9 was coming, and you'll see in a second. An entire second season 5 was coming. This was all promotional material.
Well,
that was the initial thing. Yeah, that was literally the initial thing. Is that this is an ad? This is all like at least 4 episodes of this are entirely fake.
Yeah, well, and just for, by the way, if by some incredible miracle they actually did release a episode 9 or a whole season 5, that would be just wonderful. I would love that. That would be the best result ever. I would love to see this just to see what the effects are and to see like if the Duffers, if there's any difference between their good writing, deliberate bad writing and deliberate good writing, as a comparison seasons.
Yeah, there are people who are saying like, oh, well, I hope we've all learned a valuable lesson about conspiracy theories. It's like, no, asshole. The problem isn't that there's a conspiracy theory. The problem is the Duffer Brothers wrote such a horrific season 5 that fans are like, wait, how is this even possible? Surely this must have been some sort of a work this must be Vecna. Vecna's doing this. Like a bunch of delusional fans who noticed no issues with the writing prior are now looking, going like, holy shit, why are dials different colors and why are people standing different ways? Clearly that means there's an entire other season coming here, guys. It can't just end this badly. Yeah.
Also, Nick, wouldn't it be just absolutely catastrophic for you if they did release a new episode and it was on 111?
Your whole chat was reminding me of my ex-friend's naked pictures leaked on my timeline. Evil people.
Talk about Boblax
On 111.
Yeah, Boblax's OnlyFans was leaked on 111 last year.
Man, how time flies,
It's
huh?
the second
9/11
worst.
of nudes.
I was gonna say it's the second worst thing that's ever happened on the 11th.
Anyway, is everyone in? Yeah, it looks like they are. Okay. So, context, is this the origin or is this just what popularized it?
I believe this is the first place I saw it when it had like 100 likes on Twitter, and then hours later I saw this shit like hitting Forbes.
All
So
right.
I think this is where it started.
All right, chat, if you haven't seen this before, you're in for something.
About to do it again. If you click this comment right here, it's going to bring you to a video where I predicted the ending of Stranger Things. I'm about to predict something else, and it's not going to be based off of clips of episodes. It's going to be based off of legal due process. If you do not want to listen to me explain it, this is a QR code right here. You can simply scan it. It's going to give you an AI prompt, and you can put it into any AI platform of your choice.
God, what?
Oh, she's dead serious. She's
Listen,
dead serious. This is not played
We
with
don't
satire.
we don't need to check with anything else. We got it at the source. She's going to tell it
It's going to break down this
herself.
entire due process for you. It's also going to cite where you can get that information from if you want to just consume it yourself and fall
gonna be
down the
great.
rabbit hole that I've been under for the last 4 days. If you
Wait, Friggy, have you not seen this
I can't
before?
believe this.
No, I haven't seen any of this.
Okay, you're going to love this.
want to
We
listen to
need
me
to hold
explain
these
it, I'm
people
going to do it right now.
legally responsible.
What the hell?
This is
This is all new to me. And like right out of the gate, what is going on?
Hey man, she's figured it out, and she's going to explain, what she's figured
For you.
out.
First, you have to think about who the fan base is of Stranger Things. You could put us into 2 buckets, and we're both going to feel very differently about that finale.
I was going to say something really mean, but that's okay, man. That's okay. Let's just keep going.
The first bucket are going to be the people that are there for the story.
Wait, what were you saying, Nick?
No, this is the part where you got to tell me which character are you?
Yeah,
right?
which bucket are you in?
What are you here for?
Okay, sure.
And we're both going to feel very differently about that finale. The first bucket are going to be the people that are there for the story, the action, the characters, the build-up, the nostalgia that they get from there. And you're going to have this bucket right here. And that's the bucket that I fall into. Something that you should know about me before we get started is my special interests are people, puzzles, and problems. And that's exactly what this is. And
So there's 2 buckets. People who watch it because they like actually want to watch the story, and then like the second bucket is like her being somebody who just wants to figure out puzzles.
But
About
she
like
involved,
a TV show?
She
Or
mentioned
just in
people
general?
and
What does that mean?
problems in there. It's like people and problems. You mean the characters and the events? How is that different?
I mean, that,
Yeah, PPP. She's felt it. She's wrong. She's cringe. Yeah.
I don't understand. Doesn't seem to be enough of a difference between these 2 buckets, IMO, but alright.
You could ask ChatGPT for it.
Oh, of
What
course.
she means by that.
Grok, explain this to me.
if those are your special interests as well, it's probably one of the reasons that you love Stranger Things.
Okay.
If you're in this category, we watched this finale and we just kept saying this doesn't make sense. And that is
No, that was just everybody. What's so funny about this is
I was
she's saying this like she's in a conspiracy theory movie, right? She's the character that's figured it out. When it's like, oh, I have some bad news. It's just badly written.
No, yeah.
I
don't
you know
mean,
she's
it's like,
wrong
this
because
doesn't
the
make
Duffer
sense. That
brothers.
must be on purpose.
Wait, you know she's wrong because the Duffer brothers haven't put that fucking music track behind her while she's explaining it. That's the only reason I know this isn't real.
True.
because the Duffer brothers are completely meticulous, and that's how they gained us as a fan base.
That's the funniest thing I've heard all day. The Duffer brothers are meticulous. I genuinely can't think of like. They might be like we compare them to like Ryan Johnson, JJ, your general collection. They are very low, even on that list, in terms of like meticulousness. They are hapless.
Well,
they are
and
ridiculous.
by
not
the way,
meticulous.
a fan base so meticulous that she, instead of grabbing a screenshot of the actual like season 1 scene, she's got an AI rendered version that spells ABGDEPCLST8KLMN smiley face.
This is the reason why. You can't afford to buy a new computer. This right here. This is part of the reason why you're not going to be able to afford to buy any more RAM. It's because of this.
Why?
What a meticulous fan, you know?
Realize that.
It's so meticulous.
As a fan base.
Do you think there's a secret message
the
in there?
8, and you could just see the giant 8 off to the left because I blurred it that way.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm now trying to imagine Will actually in season 1 trying to navigate his way through this.
Look at the one that's an M and a W at the same time. What
language is it? I'm sorry, we use Grok.
Well,
Grok can't do the alphabet. Grok put a bikini on its alphabet.
What we watched looked like seasons. Same actors, long run times, media promotion, as well as release dates.
See, what you thought you saw was
It
seasons.
looks like a season, yeah.
And I'll tell you, you probably think I'm crazy. If you go into
Yeah, we do.
I mean, your incredible predictive capabilities once again ring true.
You probably think I'm crazy.
You're like Will looking through Vecna's mind.
run times, media
Joyce
promotion,
was crazy,
as well as release
right, in
dates.
season 1.
So
Yeah.
nuts.
And I'll tell you, you probably think I'm crazy. If you go onto Netflix and you look at season 5, it's going to say S5 : and it's going to say E1 episode 1. And
Bro, that's nuts that it says that.
Really? Isn't this That's incredible.
that's an analoging issue. That actually is a known problem with Netflix. It's simply just the only way that Netflix can take that content and put that out there.
What if it's
Like,
a problem?
they can put any
What do you mean
text they want.
it's a problem that they tell you what season and episode it is, and it's correct? That's a known problem with Netflix, that they tell you the season and episode accurately, because they couldn't create a system to account for Stranger Things' secret season. They couldn't figure that one out.
That's the first thing that trips you up when you talk about kind of that due process and how Netflix goes into actually releasing a show. What naturally ended up happening is we consumed this as seasons with episodes.
Such a bizarre thing to say.
I mean, kind of. I didn't have much of a choice. That's the only way to consume it.
Is that
like a
insane
season
that all
with
of us thought these were seasons and episodes? That's what we thought.
When you consume this as season,
You
I
gotta.
injected this. I mainlined this right into my fucking bloodstream. You guys watch this as a show?
When she's explaining, if you were in the same room as her, you just be like, "I guess I did." Yeah. Where are we going with this?
Yeah, while you're slowly moving towards the door, reassuring her that she is
Loading your
correct
gun.
and she's very true and that you believe her. You just left something in your car and you need to go grab it real quick.
And that's how it registered to us. But that leads us right into the biggest problem. The Duffer brothers never registered this season. In order to be considered a final episode.
Yeah, because it's their job personally to deal with the legal, trademarking stuff of the show. Yes.
To be considered a final episode, you have to do 3 things.
Okay.
You need to have a final episode ID, legal release status, and then you have to enter it into the distribution and measurement system. That's the legal side of this. This is what you have to do in order to officially
That's probably
produce a show.
not true, but whatever.
All of those things together make it an official episode. And what we just watched is not
Not one of them
registered
fakey
that way. And
episodes.
don't you
Okay, well, even if
Is this
assuming
one
all of
okay?
this is true, wouldn't it just be then they just forgot to do that or didn't do that properly? Why would it? Also, wouldn't it be still considered a registerable? Like legally speaking, it needs to be registered as an episode, even if it's a quote unquote fake season. It's not even a fake season; it's a fake. Like in universe, it is a
I mean,
still
all of this
illusion.
just
It's your
sounds
intellectual
like insanity
property
to
that you
me.
have to,
All of this just seems insane. Like, I don't even.
But do you
What
understand what I'm
is
saying
it
though?
called?
Like, if an episode in universe has an illusion cast that blah 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 blah, it's like, well, that would still be the show. That's not like it wouldn't be legally distinct, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, you have to pay the actors and the crew members and
Unless they have
interest-
cancer.
Oh, true.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
One of your chatters like, "Oh, you got a license for that season."
worry, I already checked. Seasons 1 through 4
It's not
were
canon if
absolutely
it's not
registered
legal.
that.
Seasons 1 through 4 registered rags, but 5 wasn't. Explain.
Well,
Yeah, that's what I
you
thought.
got me. That sounds like I wouldn't even know where to begin
Well,
talking to someone who said if she was
Instead of
with here in
bothering
this
like
call,
to
I
untangle
don't know
all of
where I'd
this,
know where to begin.
because this is like the flat Earth shit where you're like, you will defeat me with your immense random pieces of knowledge that I can't account for necessarily. I would just be like, what happens when they don't release it for you? What do you do? And then if they're like, well, they will. And it's like, yeah, but what if they don't though? Like, what are you gonna do?
Well, we do find out. We do find out.
Way.
We have the
Yeah,
answer.
I'm
like
sure
I'm glad that they've had it. They've
Well, why is
presented a
that, though? Is it
falsifiable
that she-
premise here.
Is that she made the mistake of having a prediction with a hard deadline, because yeah, the way to do it is to just have a vague prediction with no clear date so that you can persist in your delusion forever. That's the way you
I
do
referenced
Guys,
put a
I
date
heard
on
that
it, you're in a
Kathleen
position to be
Kennedy is
proven
getting
wrong.
fired. Kathleen Kennedy is done at Star Wars. She's gone.
perpetually.
6 years ago.
If any of you have seen the Internet Historian video about Harold Camping, who predicted the Rapture, and then he had to change the date again and again and again until he was dead, like because it just didn't come. It's gonna be one of those things. I think it's gonna be like no. It would be the amount of Conformity Gate people will be around a year from the date of release of season 5. They'll be like, this is it. It's coming out. Now's the day. Be like, no, it'll
Every
be
day
Yeah,
is a day
Yes,
closer
because
to
that's
the
the thing.
release,
Even
yeah.
if you do make a prediction that ends up being wrong, you can always just. I mean, of course, right? People can do
Well, you
whatever
just
the
got the
fuck
date
they
wrong.
want in their own mind to maintain, whatever position that they're really attached to.
It's like I was trying to figure out, what did we just watch? Since that footage is not released or registered the
question.
same way that we have with all of the other previous episodes that we've watched, it's basically a giant promo. I mean, if you're looking for the legal terminology here, I wrote it down for you.
what
So what was
Hey, she wrote it down for us. It's nice and convenient.
Okay. Are you going to
Release was-
show what you wrote, or?
Well, it's on the
Read it
back
out,
there. You
okay.
can see it.
All right. Okay. A B C D P U L I 8 K L
You got
M
you out of that?
N.
I guess.
That looks like an O to me, or maybe a
Yeah,
C.
yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it looks like a no. It's
I'm
just the
not
top
sure.
was just a little
You
thinner.
know,
than
it's.
yeah.
I mean, it is AI art, so these errors in understanding what the fuck it's meant to be is understandable.
Hey, you got the
It's
lamp.
it's wild to me
Okay.
how you could generate something like this, and you see that it like the main thing is it's an alphabet, but the alphabet is fucked up. But that's like the centerpiece of the
Yeah.
whole the point.
Well,
of
and
the
this is
image
really
to be an
awkward when this is
alphabet.
meant to be attention to detail. This is talking about attention to detail and her attention to detail, and like the alphabet is wrong.
Because it's even funnier because like the lights don't even go where the letters are.
No.
No, it's just totally fucked. It's
What
just
is Will supposed
it's
to
just complete
do?
shit.
we actually had long form video content made from licensed material and
Ooh.
promotional edits. You just watch the longest ad of your life. If you really want to
Oh.
be a hater and be like, oh, it's just a paperwork thing. They just did it differently.
how-
They're doing a spin-off.
Why would she put it that way? You want to be a hater?
But I have ad block installed, so how could I watch the season if I have ad block?
But also,
That is a weird way of putting it. Like, oh yeah, if you want to be a hater, to like assume just a benign explanation, assuming that any of what she's saying is even true.
yeah.
It's like, you don't need to. It just seems farcical on its face. Yes, they released 8 episodes produced at $400 million as like a lie. That just seems insane and bullshit to like any reasonable person. It's not
Exactly.
A hater
That's
position.
why.
like a
That's why they
normal
did it. You
person
never
position.
suspect. That's more
You never
evidence that she's
would.
correct.
You never would, but it's all. But like, I don't know. Isn't this
That's why it
just
works.
what I always forget? I always mix up Occam's razor and Pascal's wager for some fucking reason. It's Occam's razor, right?
Yeah.
The
They kinda
simplest
rhyme- they kinda
explanation is
rhyme,
the
yeah.
true one.
Yeah,
They
that's
do
all.
rhyme, but I always mix them up. Pascal's wager is the religion one. Yeah, it's Occam's razor is what I'm saying. that's all I'm trying to say. Okay.
Duffers wager.
Yeah.
They're starting a universe. Like, it can be totally explained. Then I have one final question for you to think about. Why did all
Okay.
of the other seasons take 6 months to film and this one took a year?
Blow.
Oh, horrible mismanagement and
Yeah.
lack of planning.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to say to that. Like, there's any number of reasons that could be the case.
Also, I don't believe it. I don't believe it took exactly
Is that
6
even
months
true?
for
Did it
all
take
4
6
seasons
months
previously.
to do season 1?
I don't even know. I guess
I
what
need
I'm
to
getting at
know.
is just like there must have been a different amount of time scale for all of them. I doubt they
Of
were all
course there
exactly
would have
6
been a
months.
different
Bullshit.
amount of time. Yeah. But
Especially
even
with
then,
their
it's
fucking
like,
releasing,
surely...
you know?
I mean, this feels like something that can just be like readily figured out. Like, how long did it take to shoot
And yeah,
season 1?
and assuming it's true, it doesn't mean anything. There's a billion explanations for why something like that would happen. It's like, yeah, but
It
also a
says
secret season.
season 1 was the end of September 2015, and concluded early 2016. It's like, right, so that doesn't really, that could be a lot of different months, you know, like that doesn't, so already right out of the gate it's hard to tell what that even means. And I imagine the same would apply. Like, I'm almost not even interested in like checking. It's just probably not even true what
It's
she's
not a
saying.
great silver bullet, is it? It's like a lot of reasons that can happen, lady.
They're not going to release extra minutes. They're releasing a whole other official season 5.
Whoa.
Season.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, bro.
So is that's the end of that, is it? Is that the end of her like first?
Yeah,
that's
video?
the video that
The
everyone
rapture
was
prediction,
checking
yeah.
out, and for some reason a lot of people believed it.
Okay.
Which
Yeah,
seems very believable.
But introducing this idea, because I don't think we ever had this conversation this way, but especially like Fringy, with everything we know about the meta of creating TV shows and studios and everything, do you really think Netflix would go for this? A fake season of TV that costs them?
It just doesn't make... It doesn't make any sense to me, like, at all, the idea that there would be a fake season. Like, with the implication of the fake season would be that, like, you wouldn't want to watch it again after it's done. It's like it wouldn't be like, oh no, there's a secret season
Super
because there's a season
disposable.
6. There's like an additional ending. It's almost framed as, because if you're saying it's marketing material, you're almost suggesting like everything that you just saw, you've seen it, but now you can write it off. Like, you wouldn't go back to it. This is like content that you would never watch again, and instead it would be replaced with the actual season 5, which means you would have spent hundreds of millions of dollars on something that you have essentially like labeled afterward as being like bullshit. And then of course the fact that like if people look at it and think it's shit, like,
right?
if you did it, you would expect that the actual reaction would be very negative. Like, are you fucking kidding me? You got me watching like 8 episodes of television that I hated, in the case of a lot of people, to then tell me, haha, that was a lie, here's the real season. Would you like to watch it though? It's like, yeah, I don't know, man. Seems like a pretty bad call. You know,
people have talked
if
about
you want to actually succeed and make money.
Depending on execution, it could be a really cool idea, like a meta trick for the audience, blah blah blah, that matches the universe. Like, yeah, there's a way to figure out that could be pretty cool. But I could just never buy that Netflix, top suits would ever go for this. There'd be that one guy who was like, so we're going to convince everyone that a whole season's coming out. It is the major final season, and then later we're going to stealth drop suddenly the actual ending or an actual whole season. Like, no, we're not doing that.
You gotta hope that never leaks. You gotta hope that doesn't leak before it happens.
What I'm aiming at is just a notion of numbers and traffic. It's like, we're not going to drive everybody to a fake ending, and then half of them will be confused as to what the hell they're supposed to... Like, they'll be like, so that was the ending, bye. And then it's like, no, there's more. Like, more what? How does this work? What? And it's like, what are we going to do? Double up the marketing and be like, you saw the fake ending, here comes the real one? Or are we just going to be like, nah, that was Vecna's trick, and here's the next one? It just, like, why would we do... There's a guy who's going to be like, no, too confusing, we're not doing that.
So it wouldn't be canon. The promo season, the secret, or the fake season.
Well,
Quote,
remember,
unquote,
she's saying it's
it be
not
canon
a
or
season.
part of the story.
That's her argument. Her argument it is not a season.
It's an ad.
It is not season 5. It's an advertisement.
If this actually was done like in a real show, it would be the first episode. The first episode would end with like a reveal, and the second episode would explain that the first episode was an entire thing.
We've seen that's existed before.
They
are
wouldn't
shows
do a whole season of that. They would do it for like one episode.
There are shows, technically Futurama and Angel both have examples of episodes where a whole series of events happen, and then you find out at the end none of them actually happened. Like, but it's narratively relevant for different reasons.
But there's a big difference between one episode versus a whole season, you know?
No, of course, and something I'm thinking about, maybe even, I don't think it quite qualifies, but WandaVision almost gets here in a weird way of being like, nothing is as it seems until you find it's like, oh, well, when WandaVision could have been something in its first few episodes. But
yeah, I think like House too. Like House had him like hallucinating for a while, and then it clicks. Yeah.
So we've seen that before, and that can be really valuable. But the idea of definitively, start to finishing, marketing this as the last season of one of Netflix's, if not Netflix's greatest, most significant show ever, and then like we're gonna pull the rug and say there's a secret season to drop it. It's like, no, Netflix are never gonna do this. They're just not. And besides, do you think the Duffers could pull this off?
No.
No, of
No.
course not.
They're the one.
It's the biggest
whether or
task
not,
for me to believe that after everything that I've seen over the years, they're actually super amazing masterminds to a degree that is kind of unprecedented.
well, and then think about people being like, season 5 is so bad, it has to have a fake blah blah blah. And it's like, it's bad. It's not like. It's not so bad that it's like out of place with the other seasons, like season 3. I mean, people still argue whether or not season 3 is worse.
Bad.
This is what I mean. I'm just like, oh, they still made the other seasons. We still know about all of their horrible writing decisions. Why are you treating this like, oh, we're about to get the golden, amazing final season because this was all a trick? It's like, I'm sorry. The much more viable thing is the Duffers are done. They fucked up, especially with those interviews, man.
Ugh.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the thing that no one seems to be addressing, why would you make a deliberately awful season as opposed to a deliberately wrong, like, narratively speaking, distracting or whatever
satisfying
season?
one.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you would...
Setup.
Why, like, all the
Because
inconsistencies...
you can have it not be cathartic at the end, if it's well written.
We've done this blanket thing of, like, all the inconsistencies will be accounted for because it's just a Vecna blah, blah, blah. And you're just like, that doesn't really... Like, why would Vecna make all of these very specific inconsistencies happen? Why would he flip the color of the dial? What's that about?
Dude, could you imagine the anger
He's the
if
goober.
Will's entire come out scene was like a Vecna mind trick and he just pretends he's not gay for the rest of the actual season?
He's actually still totally straight.
They couldn't undo that. That would kill them.
Well, yeah, that's something that's worth noting as well, is that the Duffer Brothers are terrified of their audience.
Yeah.
So they don't have the guts to do something like this anyway. Like, putting to one side that the show generally is shit anyway. Like, the idea that season 5 is notably shittier in terms of its writing is like, I mean, kind of, but not really.
Well,
This
I
is
just
what
think
they wanted. It's
It
that
could have
simple.
stuff up,
And I
but
mean,
it's
obviously,
online. It's
how it
totally in character.
if we actually got the universe where season 5 came out a new one and it was really fucking good, like better than season 1 good, I would still be so confused. I'd be like, why did you release this garbage season when you could have released a cool, good, but nevertheless, illusion season, if you know what I mean? Like one that engaged the audience, but it gave us too much of a happy ending. Kind of like how Hill House ends, and it was supposed to end with them all thinking everything was happily ever after, and then it turns out they're all in the stomach of the house, which he couldn't commit to because he got scared. It'd be like that, where we get the good ending and a satisfying series of payoffs, but it's like, no, they're still stuck in Vecna's nightmare or something. You go, oh, and then you have another episode. I don't know. Like, this wouldn't... For me, what I'm trying to say is this doesn't explain why season 5 is so awful if there was a secret good episode. That wouldn't help.
Mm-hmm.
I still would have liked it, though.
It's just
Would have been fun.
Is it a trap of a plot twist, right? Because so many of the plot twists get it wrong by being just like when a character is alone, right, and they have no reason to act or whatever, and it's just never really hinted at that it was a plot twist.
Oftentimes,
there's no significant narrative. It's just like, oh, suddenly plot twist, but it falls apart because it does not make any fucking sense. It's just the narrative is not built up for it.
well, I suppose
I feel so fucking bad for the actors because people are walking up to the actors and they're like, so I've heard about the conformity gate thing. They've totally you guys were horrible on purpose, right? He's like, no, this is actually like something I was really proud of up until like a week ago.
you guys were horrible on purpose. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Because on what Nutso was saying there, like the whole fate, like the way to do a plot twist, as far as I'm concerned, is you need a buyable plot, and then you twist it into a different, either more buyable or equally buyable plot, as opposed to you have nothing, and then you twist it into something. Because it's like, oh, okay, I guess we were just waiting for something to happen. For example, a classic, it's totally buyable from Obi-Wan that Darth Vader had killed Luke's dad. You're like, I can believe that. That sounds about buyable with this history of this world. And it's like, no, I am your dad. You're like, oh, shit, that changes everything. And it's also buyable. You know, just a classic example of just twisting things and making it. But instead of being like, I don't know, all of this insane garbage is crazy and nonsense. Don't worry, none of it actually happened. What a twist! Like, okay, fine. What did happen?
Yeah.
I was worried there for a moment.
You see, they should have did this with Daredevil.
I'm annoyed.
Like, because they couldn't scrap those first 4 episodes when the news people.
It was
jumped
all
in.
a dream.
So
Don't
maybe
make me
like
think about
Daredevil
That was a
took a
great
really
thought.
hard blow to the head.
Are we I don't know if anyone's got up to date
Blow that.
information. Are we expecting Foggy is back and alive still, or is that something they've denied?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think so.
I have no clue.
Well, we will find out, I guess. Ugh.
Yeah.
I'm annoyed. I'm at a point where I'm annoyed. I had a full video planned out. I had it broken down, guys. I was going to break out the whiteboard, but I'm at a point now where this isn't okay. Media literacy and everybody who says that they have it, they have no
Yay.
idea what they are talking about.
Yeah.
Can we ban that phrase yet?
Media
It's the most-
literacy.
No, I think we gotta wait a few more months.
It is the most offensive slur. I can't think of anyone that's more offensive than media. You don't have media literacy. Like, no. Gets everybody.
Yeah,
I will
call me
tell you
any
right now,
slur
I-
except media literate.
I am the only person on the internet that brought you factual evidence.
What the fuck?
If you say
Okay.
so.
Oh my
You didn't actually bring us any evidence. You had a lot of weird conjecture.
What the hell is going on?
That gaining new episodes or having these remaining 4 unregistered episodes changed to the table. I am the only one who brought facts. So I'm going to give you some more facts. People who are turning around and
Yes.
saying things like Netflix officially said that this is over. They have not. The only people who own the intellectual property rights to Stranger Things is Netflix. And the only people that have not said it's over is Netflix.
So is
Was this released
what does that
before
mean?
or
What do
after
you
the
mean?
Netflix updated every single social profile to say all episodes of season 5 are now streaming?
Is she going to say
I
that
think this
that's
is just
the social
before
media
that.
handlers rather than Netflix or something?
Yeah, dude, those are the social.
The
Well,
account
yeah,
that
but I mean,
Netflix owns.
Netflix. Well, Netflix is not alive. Like Netflix can't do anything itself. It is only ever going to be people who work for Netflix. So I don't even know what she's suggesting. Netflix needs to like spawn some arms and legs, hop off of the front of the
Netflix
Netflix
is the
building,
mind
Also-
and say it's
Mind
over.
flayer.
As
yeah.
with
The
Eddie,
Mind
The
Hive.
smoky spider.
as with any insane
It's,
conspiracy theory, for me to begin to buy it, you need to lay out what would falsify it for me so I can believe you're being genuine. And like how much
Yeah,
time has to
yeah.
pass before you will calm down and it'll be
Yeah, if
falsified.
I'm not true,
Just
then
tell me.
this.
Yeah, like this needs to happen for the.
So
and-
apparently,
go ahead.
Or a date.
no,
yeah.
go on.
No, I'm pretty much done. I was just saying she's insane. Karen.
So according to her info,
She's
the
a
only
crazy
person
person.
who knows the truth about Stranger Things season 5 is some intern at Netflix tweeting out shit that is responsible for
Real mastermind.
making TikTok reels, right? Making captions for TikTok reels. Nice. Fun.
Yeah, all the actors like Andrew Garfield leading up to No Way Home, they just can't reveal it, so they're lying publicly about it.
Yep.
If you break down every single interview, every single piece of information that is
broke
being
down.
sent to us, there is signs.
So
There are
wait, someone in
signs.
chat said why are we using the
At
term
this point,
conspiracy
whatever.
theory? I mean that clip kind of sums it up, doesn't it? It's like the
Yeah, I mean, like this is
I
obviously.
mean, it is a conspiracy theory. It is the idea that multiple people have conspired to deceive you.
yeah.
It is.
Now,
I can't
if
get
it
over
turns
this.
out
Is
that
a
there
fucking
is-
dude. Which Avengers film is this fucking picture from?
Doom
Does
Flesh.
this not look like an Avengers set?
Did you see the
Now, if the time comes and there is a secret season or an episode 9, she will move from a conspiracy theorist to this just being a conspiracy that is true. It's just not a theory anymore. It's just a conspiracy.
there was I don't know if any
Best
of
of
you
luck with
saw
that,
it.
though.
There was an AI behind the scenes creation of Game of Thrones season. I think there was a couple of moments, but a lot of them were season 1, like iconic moments of season 1, and it was all fake behind the scenes. They did it with Home Alone. They've done it with a bunch of stuff. and it got viral because they always do. Because for some reason, people this is like a phenomenon that's kind of fascinating on a psychological level. But there was a quote tweet that said the idea that season 1 of Game of Thrones was predominantly shot entirely at a green screen set, and it's just like, yeah, that was like a real TV show. They shot in places, so like this fake behind the scenes where it's got
They went to locations.
but like people love seeing it as though it's real, and you're just like, what does that mean for people? It's such a fascinating, like, the Home Alone ones, because Red Letter Media talked about it, and they think it's something to do with the behind the scenes of Home Alone would definitively be stuck in like a particular format, aspect ratio, and resolution, whereas these AI versions are all like crisp 1080p, so they look not only new, but you can see things that you hadn't seen before of the past that gives you like new context while also feeling sort of secret.
Better than the film was filmed in.
Yeah, like it gives you a weird adjacent experience to rewatching the film and stuff. And I'm just like, God, nostalgia's controlling everything now, like in media, isn't it? There's nothing left for just liking things what they are. It has to be for what they're referencing. Anyway.
It's not our fault that
I
you
hate
guys
it.
are
I
not
hope it
smart enough
dies.
to pick up on it.
Okay, that's a great little clip to come back to.
Actually, I'm the genius.
I think the vibe that she gives me is that, I mean, it tracks with her mentioning ChatGPT at the beginning, because like I think it's becoming more and more obvious as the time goes by that the more we have ChatGPT, it's very triggering for these kinds of people. It seems like they chat with them so much, and ChatGPT is sort of programmed to be very affirmative and like, you know,
Oh yeah.
Yes.
just buy into whatever the fuck you're spitting. I think she definitely gives me vibes that she might have chatted way too much about this with ChatGPT, and sort of ChatGPT probably very much fed into her delusions, and to the point where she became
Gaslit
this
her into believing
psychotic.
this. Just for fun.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
happen to know.
I'm pretty sure
think,
that's what's going on here.
Even for the collection of the stuff we did for the previous anniversary, I know that Boogie uses ChatGPT all the time. They had an interview with someone, and there was a point where they were waiting for him to ask the next question. He said, "Hang on, GPT's loading them." So like he didn't do anything. He was just. And then he admitted at one point that he does talk to ChatGPT just semi-regularly about stuff and things. Just ask it questions and
this is hell.
Yeah. Well, so and I think that the sad reality
This
is like
hell.
a
It's
significant
hell.
portion of humans are doing that, and obviously this is the first thing she said in her first video was like, "You can check this with all the different AIs." You're like, why would you say that?
something that I have
This is
noticed
hell.
with this kind of a person, because in my one of my little guilty pleasures is to watch like flat Earth debates and stuff. I find them fascinating. The kinds of people.
Oh, you're a masochist. Gotcha.
Well, it depends on who
Nick,
you're watching.
your whole
Some are
career
way
is
better than others,
masochism.
some are way more entertaining than others. But like people who are like this, who are very conspiracy theory brained and think that they have solved it out and they've found the real truth, are the people
those
who will
people are awesome.
simultaneously, yeah, they will take information as truth from the craziest of sources, like like the Chat GPT thing, how AI says they will completely and totally just believe anything that the AI tells them that confirms what they say, and then they will tell everyone else that we're just people who are eating it up. We can't see the truth. We don't have access to the real, to real knowledge like they do, and that we're the ones who are blinded. It is a legitimately fascinating kind of person who their sense of critical thinking is so askew, and they portion it out in such a bizarre way. It leads them to these legitimately insane conclusions that I find entertaining.
Spoken by
I'm
someone
glad they put it
without
all on
media
the
literacy.
internet. It used to be that these people were just crazy, but they lived among us silently, quietly, and now with the internet,
You had
they
no
can just
idea.
put out now they just put out their crazy shit for everyone to see, and they coagulate into little groups online. It's amazing. I'm so glad that they do. All of this untapped, like imagine Boogie living, 100
Potential.
years ago. Like we'd never know. He would have died ages ago before this point, but like we would never have known.
Well, either we'd
there was
never
this
know, or
crazy
he'd have
guy out there
actually,
like
by this
this.
point in life, he'd be a religious figure at this point, because like, this
Very
is a guy
likely.
who actually survived. He died of cancer and came back to life. He's the new Jesus. 'Cause, like, loads of this shit.
Yeah,
It's
they
basically
would've
like if this was the Iron Age, most of these people would be forming religious cults rather than spewing this kind of crap onto the internet. But like the one corrective the internet provides is that we get to see how retarded it is in real time, and so it's quite funny. Whereas back before the days of the mass spread of information, might have been slightly harder to form groups of like support networks to substantiate your beliefs, but it would also be way harder to get mocked for how obviously absurd they are.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to teach every single one of you how to handle all of the information that is coming at you and how to divide it as to what you should be focusing on and what you should not be focusing on. If you're interested, fine. I'll do it when
Wait, does she mean like in life in general? Like as
I
like
guess-
is this a
well,
life
in
advice
life,
thing or
it's
just like for
specifically
Stranger
for
Things?
Stranger Things.
I
No,
Yeah, but for these
you
people,
can
there's
do
no
two things at the same
difference in
time.
that distinction for these people. This is life for them.
I
It's like
presume-
this
I
is all
guess
she
that's
has.
true.
It's why
Stranger
she's
Things,
like
yeah.
she's so angry. She's incredibly angry. Way more like the first video was kind of like, I am the authority. I've discovered something that's true. It's really exciting. And this one is, how dare you not believe the thing? Only I have the facts. I've done the work. I'm clever and I am right. And you're all idiots for not believing me.
I'm assuming this person, because she's clearly in so deep, she probably does have a response to, like, let's say it doesn't come out for 10 years, what are you going to do? She'd be like, they had it, but they didn't release it because we predicted it. That's what happened. Like, she'll have something to account for it no matter what.
I calm down. Unfortunately, Mama Bear mode has been activated. What is happening right now is the Duffer brothers
You're not a
are
mother to anyone
trying
except cats.
Mama Bear mode. Okay. He's going full Karen
You are no
Wheeler on
mother.
us.
to show you
Flame
the
on!
experience that they themselves have probably had to go through. You're talking about a group of people that have never been accepted by society. We've been able to find our own pockets with things that we end up.
Oh man, when they describe their own psychosis so deeply, and you're like, oh no.
It's like it explains so
Yeah.
much about you, but it's still really sad.
Oh man, it's like, because now it all
I'm
makes
glad these people
sense.
just
You're
go
like,
on the
I'm
internet.
sorry, the show was bad. We've been through this so many times. Welcome to the fold. You know, it's one of those first time, huh, sort of things. The thing about it is,
Yeah,
it's bad.
I just
It's bad as like there's lots of bad things that have come out. You know, Arcane, Game of Thrones, all these different like things we're talking about with endings. But like this is a super serious first time because of Sherlock. I've been referencing it before, but this exact thing happened. The whole fan base devised a secret good episode to account for all the shit in the season. This exact thing has happened before. I'm sorry, it's just bad.
Yeah, somebody quote tweeted me saying, like, I lived long enough to see the Sherlock thing happen a second time.
Yeah.
Up liking Dungeons and Dragons, the card game Magic, honestly, even Pokemon fans. I'm gonna tell you right now,
The idea that Pokemon fans are shunned by society is like insane.
they're normal.
Pokemon is like
Magic the
I think
Gathering is just
Pokemon
like
is
a normal,
legitimately
fairly mainstream thing. Pokemon is
I
even
think
bigger.
Pokemon is the most successful media franchise of all time in terms of pure revenue. I'm pretty sure it is
can
number
believe it.
one.
Well, are we like pretending that geek culture hasn't become mainstream now for ages? Just
yeah, like fucking Big
Yeah,
Bang
these companies
Theory
are
is indicative
banking
of the
on it
change in
being-
that, you
yeah.
know. It's
Well,
like, oh
Stranger
yeah,
Things
no,
is
oh
too.
yeah, I'm a geek. I'm cool, right? I like yeah, Pokemon. You might even cite Pokemon as being like, ah, yes, look,
That's
I'm
what
a
Funko
nerd.
Pops are. You'll have these like podcasters who have a fucking army of them, and then they're like, "Is Aragorn is he the troll in Star Wars?" And you're like, "Huh." Like, I love movies. Woo!
It's the origin story for Stranger Things. Is it has become so mainstreamized that a couple of people, because the Duffers revealingly in their interviews say, "Oh yeah, we actually our knowledge of Dungeons and Dragons is functionally non-existent, but we did play a bit of
I could
Baldur's Gate
tell.
3," and it's like that's what the show is kind of. It's become so mainstreamized that like everyone has vague nostalgia for geek culture, but it is this entirely mainstream version of geek culture, which doesn't really have very much understanding of what it really used to be. These people have no conception of what actually being shunned by society is, but they've sort of adopted it as this aesthetic, and then they create a show which seems to resemble a normie's memory of what geeks used to be, but
Yeah.
actually doesn't contain the substance of any of those fandoms.
It's like Hassan with being poor. He's like, look at me, I'm doing all the poor things. I'm so poor. Oh my god, like, I'm so poor. I could barely have enough money to afford my mum cooking my nuggies in my mansion.
They want to identify with the experience without any of the negative side effects. So LARPing as being poor, it's like, well, yeah, but you don't have to deal with the actual things of being poor, like financial strain, right? Like, and the stress that comes from that. And it's kind of the same with geek culture. It's like, yeah, you want to be part of it, but without what actually used to happen, which was people got ostracized massively for some of the things that they liked. But now that it's like fun and popular, it's like, oh yes, isn't this great? But also, like, what are we even talking about right now? I thought you were just trying to explain how there's a secret season of Stranger Things.
Well, so this is why she's so angry, because people haven't trusted her authority when she's been through the trenches of being a nerd. So it's kind of fucked up. You should all just be saying she's right.
Every single person that is sending information like this and saying it is fact is not right. You want facts? Send them at me. I will fact check them for you.
Cool.
If you think we're crazy, and
if you have facts, I will ask Grok immediately, and they will let me know if you are wrong.
When you know for a
like,
fucking fact, what they do with Grok is they'll ask it, it gives them an answer. If they agree with it, like, aha, correct. If it gives them the wrong one, they'll be like, oh, Grok, you're confused. Let me help you. Like, you need the correct answer.
Explain the prompt better.
Give me the real answer.
You think that we're delusional, then stop talking to us. We don't want to talk.
I'm not, well, I mean...
don't tempt me.
You make funny videos, though.
I'm talking about you.
You're talking about your ideas, lady.
That's right. Like Eleanor Roosevelt told us to do.
Exactly.
To you anyway. Full transparency. I hate Conformity Gate. I hate the name of it. I hate that it made it popular.
Does anyone know where that, like, who started that Conformity? Because
I think it's her. I think they took her thing.
Because I've seen a lot of people asking what it means. Unless I'm wrong, it talks about like all the characters are conforming to like archetypes and aspects that they wouldn't because they've been tricked by Vecna or something, right? That's the idea.
Yeah, and it's like it culminates in that shot at the graduation where everyone's standing in the same. Well, apparently everyone is sitting in the same posture with the same hand position, and they're all looking directly at the camera, which is true if you discount all of the people in the audience who aren't doing that. But because they're all conforming. Then that means that like Vecna has like impregnated the minds of everyone, because a bunch of the clues were like, why is Will standing with his hands in that position? That's what Vecna does. Why does Mike now wear glasses? Vecna wears glasses. Why does he have Vecna's haircut? Why does he have? It's like they're all conforming to what Vecna is, and so that's what where the name is.
Good God!
Why did
I think we should ask
Hopper lose weight in the Russian prison? Vecna lost weight and sees. Oh my God.
I hate that it brought all these people to us who now think that they want to shame us.
If they were going to do that, imagine if Holly tried to escape the like inside of Henry's mind, and she opened up a gate and then landed right into regular Hawkins, and then we found out the plot that we've been watching with like Mike and Lucas and all them is all happening there, and there's no way that Holly could have gotten there unless she was still in Vecna's head. In like the second, like in like the third episode or something. Like
honestly,
that would have been cool.
The reason why I don't take these things seriously is because it's the Duffers, right? But if it wasn't them and it was a talented writer, this could have been amazing. There's ways to make it work, like as a really fun TV show, and for all kinds of conversations to take place, and then tricks and turns and twists and all kinds of like little clues. Yeah, it would be fun. It's just that this takes a lot more than the normal brain power it takes to make a show, a conventional TV show series of episodes, which they can't even do. The idea that you're going to make like a multi-layered...
Well, the frustrating thing is that like the entire show has been like this. All the issues that you're having, that might be exacerbated. Like it might be worse here in some cases, but this has been happening the entire time, and people who just refuse to believe that for 4 consecutive seasons are now seeing this like, wait, what? The Duffer Brothers are expert storytellers. How could this have happened?
Yeah, whereas if we went through every single episode meticulously with all of these people, you'd start to get conclusions like, oh shit, certainly regarding seasons 2, 3, and 4. Especially 4, because 4 is considered like a great season.
Well, it's great moments.
It's got moments.
Yeah. I think, and plus nobody along the way, nobody noticed this. Not a single stranger Things fan, of which there are many, where it was able to piece this together with everyone meticulously going through every season and scene, looking for
it just
stuff.
never got
especially
leaked. Let's be real.
Never got leaked.
How could it have
No one
never been
noticed
leaked?
it. No attention was given to it.
Which is
Why
why,
wait, what are we fucking doing? Why are we entertaining this?
Which is why
Why are we acting
conspiracy
like this
theory
woman
really
just a
is
stark raving lunatic.
a relevant thing to place here. The amount of people that have to stay silent on this is actually, like, it's just impossible.
Well, yeah, each person you add is a new point of failure. It's the reason why.
You think none of them would tell a friend,
Yeah,
and none of them
and
would be providing information to
like
scoopers and stuff?
Nobody would just notice. Yeah, like there's just no way. There's no way it would be a secret.
It made it popular. I hate that it brought all these people to us who now think that they want to shame us. As far as I'm concerned, right now, if you still believe, you're in the bucket brigade, and I'm going to teach you how to categorize every piece of information that's coming out.
We're bucketeers. Let's go.
What's a bucket brigade? Is that is there a fire?
I guess
we
you
gotta
run
carry
around with
buckets
buckets to get like droplets of water. Like if it's raining and the roof is leaking, you gotta run around and do that. That's what you do. It's a noble career.
She's appealing to the people problems and puzzles brigade. They're the ones she likes. Screw the other bucket. Fuck those guys.
At you. What is happening right now is the Duffer brothers are trying to divide us, but intentionally.
What? What?
Oh.
What?
They're trying to divide us
Ryan
intentionally because what's going to happen is they want this show to fade off into the distance. They want all hope to be gone.
Sure,
so
yeah.
the few of us that remain are known as the ones that were intelligent enough to figure it out.
Oh my god.
Lady,
So they're cult
do you need help?
Okay.
You need to chill out, man.
Holy shit.
I'm one of the chosen ones. I'm one of the Duffers chosen. I've passed their test.
It's funny though. You are saying she needs help, but she goes to therapy for sure. Like she goes to therapy, I would assume.
Oh, she's one of those.
One of the people that espouses the value of therapy like regularly. So but nevertheless, this is like I don't know. This is just hilarious.
AI. She goes to BetterHelp. You mean?
Like.
Chris Stockwood fan.
That's a very high
possibility.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
I'm not sure if Duffers have seen this, but I'm sure if they have, they probably are considering filing a restraining order against her. I definitely would. Oh my goodness.
Well, so now we know she's got baked in. She can never be wrong, because she'll say in 20 years from now, they're waiting to have it completely fade from culture. Completely. Then they will release it.
When would you expect that to be? As just an outside observer, it's like, well, I don't know, man. That could be like any time. That could be forever, indefinitely.
And unfortunately, these people get so, I guess, tunnel vision. They don't understand, like, you can make a conspiracy for anything, and you'll find evidence. And I don't mean that to dissuade the ones that actually come out to be, important information or reveal things, or even whistleblowers and stuff. What I mean is, like, if I said, turns out it was actually a lizard that wrote this season, I could probably just fucking look for information and be like, can you see here, there's this reference to a lizard? It's like, why would that be there? Unless a lizard wrote the script.
Or you could even just go, hey, GPT, is it possible for like an iguana to hold a pencil and like write it down, and then it'll probably come up with something.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't, you could say like, hey, can you generate an image of an iguana writing something with a pen so that I can then post it on the internet and say, see, it's entirely possible. But I mean, you are speaking to something that's true. Like, yeah, I mean, you can. The human mind is fucking flexible when it comes to its interpretation of information.
And we're expert pattern seekers. We will find what fits. What we do, unfortunately.
Because the alternative of just the grim reality is too uncomfortable too often for too many people to just accept, like, oh no, maybe it just sucks.
Well, have we talked about the message in binary?
That's not possible.
The like, you did not defeat me, or whatever the fuck.
Oh wait, you're serious? I thought you were making that up. No, we haven't talked about that.
You guys, Nick, you have to know about this. It's in the last episode. There's a bunch of tapes, and if you turn it into binary, it spells out the message like, I am not defeated, or something.
No, it doesn't.
Really?
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest pieces of like it must be fake because Vecna's not. I am not gone. I think it says or something like that. I don't know. By the way, I haven't confirmed it's in the episode. It's just something that went around like crazy.
Well, but also, what is it even true? Is that actually true?
No.
I would
If it
choose
is,
to believe
is that what it
no.
actually says?
Like I said, I haven't checked it.
It's a
But
misinterpretation, I'm pretty sure.
But like even
right,
if
cool.
right, it's just like that's going to have been a coincidence, guys. I'm sorry. Because why would you put something like that in there and like basically nothing else?
It's just a coincidence, guys. Come on.
Well, I mean,
yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Hey, Lucas doesn't believe in coincidences, okay?
Intelligent enough to figure it out. I don't know what else to tell you. And again, if we're delusional and we're crazy and these episodes get registered in 3 months, what harm does this do to you? I know how to classify facts.
Well, wait, but
there is no harm. It's just funny.
Yeah, we just swear. Yeah, we
We
just think it's amusing to make fun of you.
Well, this episode, isn't this just called a discussion?
Being amusing to make fun of her, but you also have the point. It's a discussion, but also like, you can't spend an entire video saying, "Oh, you're stupid if you don't agree with me," and then say, "Well, even if I'm wrong," it's like, no, you're calling me stupid for not being in on the truth. So technically, you are insulting my intelligence.
Yeah, you said we have no media literacy.
So fuck you. You're wrong. You're delusional. You're mad, and we're taking the piss. There's not enough people in your real life who've done this for you to make you less mad.
Well, I'm sorry. We talk about media as our careers. Why can't if you're going to bring to me that they have a secret episode of the biggest Netflix show releasing to counter the notion of how bad the writing is? Yeah, that's interesting to me. I don't believe you, but it's like that's an interesting topic. You're like, you can't talk about it if you don't believe it. Like, yeah, I can. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, I can. We do this with all sorts of stuff.
That's from fiction. How does that bother you? Do us all a favor, get over it, or if you're interested in learning about the show, come join us. And to everyone else,
very cult. Like, leave us alone or join us.
Join us.
He sounds like Vecna.
I'm not interested in criticism. Join us or go.
There's enough room in here for everyone.
else that is looking for me to give you
Come
theories and continue
hang out in
along
our
the
house.
ride, I'm gonna be honest. This is going to be a long ride. We are probably not gonna get answers with the documentary.
Let it go. Move on. Find something new.
This is insane, man. To like go from being like, you guys are nuts for responding to us. However, to speak to my fans, this is gonna be tough, guys. We're gonna be waiting decades. Like, knuckle up. Get your bunkers ready because it's gonna be
What
long.
is she gonna say when the Duffer Brothers start like working on their next television show, whatever that is, if they do get another
That's what I'm saying.
Cover for the
fast forward 40 years. What will she say?
Stranger Things season.
I guess she'll just be like, "Yeah, I was wrong." You're like, "Oh, okay."
Will she, or just move on and
Well,
not
I'm
even
assuming by
acknowledge
that amount of
and
time
acknowledge-
passing, other things will have happened that have changed her life a bit, and she'll be
Well,
like,
I guess
"God, I
what I
was
mean is
insane."
it's just it'll be the normal thing where you never like really learn anything about why you make these kinds of mistakes.
Yeah.
You just like almost memory hold that you fucked up and like how you messed up and whether or not that might be a problem in more important aspects of your life than talking about a television show. Just like, oh, nope, just moving on. And then you don't even register it.
Swear to God, dudes. Shit like this comes back to that, the final thing Angia says in Prestige. Humanity, it just wants to believe the world is anything other than boring and solid all the way through.
Even though the world is pretty interesting, like
Of course, but we
in
want
and of itself,
supernatural, we
like,
want magic, we want
even when
crazy
it's normal.
secrets.
Okay, sure, yeah, all right, have fun.
Well, and that's the thing. At least try and find some real ones. Like this one's a bit, But hey, we know why this is happening because it was so bad they just can't believe it.
What this is going to do is going to be small enough breadcrumbs to keep those of us that can find the facts and the information
God.
stringing along. So if you're interested and you want to continue to talk about a show and you want to continue to still have hope, then join me. But I'm done with Conformity Gate.
Oh
I am
my
done with
God.
people insulting people. I am done with you thinking you're more superior because I'm
You did that. you did all the
Yeah,
superior
Her
shit.
all the way through.
Like
Man,
we
yeah,
joke about.
I never said that
What?
we were more superior than you because that kind of implies that we're like compatible to be compared.
Mhm.
wow, right.
I mean,
Yep.
We joke about her sounding cultish. I'm sure we don't only joke about it. She sounds cultish, right? And even her sort of language that she uses and the authority in her voice, this is like actually a very cult leadery. And it's obvious, like it's, no surprise to the fact that so many people believed it, because very impressionable people do get sort of influenced by this kind of speeches and the way she sort of manipulates and gaslights people. It's unsurprising. It's kind of concerning. It's so annoying.
It's concerning as well, but like it's because she's sort of done it to herself.
Yeah.
I think it's because it's how a lot of these cult things get started. I think she probably is in a way like very high functioning and very intelligent in a way, but a certain type of person who is aware that they are quite clever, they can marshal facts, they can marshal theories, they have very close attention to detail, over rely on their ability to deduce from these things. And they are taught all the way through their life that their intelligence is the thing that makes them right and probably better than other people. They don't consider that a whole host of conspiracy theories require quite a high intellect to fully understand, and they are even more wrong because of how intelligent the person creating it is. Like, you just pull that little thread at the beginning of the thing and everything falls down. But they've managed to weave this entire complex lattice around it, which is now impregnable to anyone else. They're not dumb. They're just deeply deluded by their own intelligence.
Sometimes also
I'm kind
dumb.
of glad The Simpsons did that. The Simpsons covered that when all the smart people get put in charge, they come up with these actually really bad solutions to problems that have already been solved. Like Professor Frink going like, well, we've noticed that people tend to speed up when they approach a yellow light, so we're just gonna use red and yellow lights. The light goes yellow, and fucking Lenny is just like, come on. It's kind of a good episode in terms of like the idea that a whole bunch of smart people can actually lead themselves to some really stupid places.
Also stuck up their own ass like significantly, right?
Yeah.
The humbling needs to take place, which, obviously in her case, if she is a conventionally intelligent person in every other aspect than this, she will eventually have to come to terms with something. Hopefully.
Sometimes people have that one like really weird thing that just somehow slips through their brain, or they're just crazy about it, or I don't know. People are weird like that.
Gonna
She
put
can
my
be totally
name.
normal, but I probably not. She's probably a psycho, and she lives with 16 cats, and all the neighbors know to not knock on her door or look her.
What is too many cats, Rags? How many cats is too many cats? When do you cross into the threshold of weirdness?
When your cats start to become comparable to the average Stranger Things cast, you have an issue.
So a lot of it's going to depend on like, your personal capability to take care of cats and how much room you have and space you have. It's your ability to take care of cats. So if one person, if you can only take care of like maybe one or two cats before it becomes a real strain on your life, then 3 is too many.
I think that's a reasonable metric. Because I guess by that, because people who live on a farm,
gerbil,
they'll have like, that's true.
Yeah, but they have a lot of space. The cats are like rural cats that can take care of themselves.
No, it's a good metric. I like that. I like that metric. I think that's kind of a good one.
But for her, she's probably got them crammed in there. Like in her apartment. She's got pallets of cats. Pallets, and every day she brings in new ones because she just finds them.
I see. I'm noticing though that a lot of chat are saying about 3 or 4 is too much, which I think if you had to just pick a number, I'd probably agree with that. If you have more than 4, it's like, that's a lot of cats.
4 is starting to be like 1 or 2 is like okay, because if you have one animal, it makes sense to have a second of the animal.
Sense. I think 3 also makes a lot of sense as
3's
well. But once you get into 4, it's like, well, yeah, exactly. And it's like, well, once you're at 4, it's like, All right. Well, how many dogs? How many dogs can somebody have before that's too many?
I feel like dogs
or can
are
you
higher
not have too many dogs?
So that dogs are higher maintenance and they require a lot more space and attention and like room and stuff. Most of them do. So I would imagine that it's a lower number of dogs is too many than cats.
But having an increased amount of dogs,
how many compromises in your personal life are you prepared to make because you own a pit bull and it's just mad and savage and horrible, and yet you treat it like it's some misunderstood child? It's like, it only takes one of those, but most dogs aren't like that. Whereas cats, maybe have like less breed dependency. There's also that thing with I'm sure it's cats. Is it toxoplasmosis? Is the thing, because like cats have like they spread a particular kind of microbe around that can actually alter brain chemistry if you'll get infected by it. And like often it's unwashed litter trays or undercooked meat or like cat feces spreads this, and it actually can alter personality in subtle ways. And I think it's where the crazy cat lady thing comes from, or at least that's the connection that's been drawn, is that if you own too many cats, you've got a higher chance of actually being infected by a microbe. It's basically like Pandora, but instead of a god creature, it's a cat parasite.
I was just going to say...
yeah, you gotta be careful,
that?
right? Like, if a cat bites you and it gets in too deep, that can fuck you up. So you gotta be careful.
What is everybody's thoughts on like factory farms?
Are you...
What?
I hear that
vegan?
misery makes for the
my
most
God.
delicious meal. The more miserable the animal, the more delicious the meat. It's just something about this, the way that it's probably something to, yeah.
You know, I feel as well that the increase, like the number of cats quicker sends the brain to this person is crazy than dogs. Dogs, the more dogs they have, I think it sends you somewhere else. Like they might be a recluse.
I think it makes
Dog can
sense.
tell her to stop.
I think there are just general trends that like extroverted people tend to lean more towards dogs, while introverted people tend to lean more towards cats. And usually, you don't think of extroverted people as being like weird. Maybe if it's a bit too much, but introverted feels like there's a greater spectrum of weirdness that you perceive with that.
How many cows are too many cows for a cow house?
7.
For a cow house? I mean, what, like
Yeah,
a house that
it's
they
where the
live in,
cows
like
live.
inside?
I
Yeah,
don't
cow
know. I
house.
guess it depends on
Barn?
the size of
A
the
cow house is a barn, right?
No, a cow house.
Oh, cows mostly
No,
live
dude, it's where the
outside,
cows
don't they?
live. No, no, dude.
I know exactly what you're referencing. Unfortunately, they don't. A cow
It's
house?
Jesse Pinkman from Breaking Bad.
It's like one of my favorite jokes from the earliest shit. Yeah, like a house for the cows. Anyway, we should probably get back on with the lady.
With you thinking you're more superior, because I'm gonna put my name on this right now. I'm right. And it's taken me a really long time
Well, that
I
settles
mean,
it,
I
folks.
assume that you thought that you were correct, yeah.
to admit this. I'm extremely intelligent, and I'm
What is going on?
Oh, well.
Dude,
I don't. I'm
by the
skeptical of
way,
this claim.
even if you believe it, never say it. Don't say it. Keep it to yourself, even if you believe it.
But Free, what if you're extremely
My IQ is
intelligent?
dumb high.
You gotta
Yeah,
tell
you have
the
to
world.
go the other way. You have to tell everyone that you are the most. You're just like completely stupid. That's what you have to do. Because then, if you're right, everyone's like, "Oh, he's just kidding," and he's being humble.
not only intelligent when it comes to math and science and
Oh,
figuring out
God.
puzzles. I'm intelligent when it comes to people.
Puzzles?
Every single time those
Is
actors
that only-
do
Puzzle
injury
master?
Is that the only
I'm
measure of
I have
intelligence?
high emotional
Yes.
intelligence. I actually have amazing emotional intelligence.
You're not dealing with the average media viewer now.
God, oh, dude, I don't know why.
She
it
just
reminded
discovered
wasn't
empathy.
There was it was like a Jubilee thing, right? Where 5 people had to rank themselves based on intelligence. And like, there was this one guy who was in the army, so they ranked him last. And he was actually like the second smartest guy there. And this one woman who was like, "Oh no, she ranked herself really highly. She got put worst, and then she was like, you know what? There are actually more important things than IQ. It's not the only factor that determines how intelligent you are." I don't know. I just get that vibe here.
I believe her. I think she is very intelligent. Extremely even.
Me too.
science and figuring out puzzles. I'm intelligent when it comes to people. Every single time those actors
Yeah.
So are you going to take a step back from all of these statements when you realize you're
I
wrong?
don't believe her.
Nah. Also, I'm realizing, by the way, and this is to assist, because I assume other people are hearing it, we lost the ability to switch servers on Discord. They took it away from us. I don't know why. We can't go to Singapore anymore.
Oh.
Which is a problem
It causes problems.
because we always used to, and what
Yeah.
it does is decreases the amount of time between people saying a thing and other people hearing it. So what you're hearing, unfortunately, now is a lot of crossover and you're also going to hear silences more because people take longer to realize when other people are not all our finishing sentences. It's really fucking annoying, and I don't know how we can fix this.
I was about to
Yeah,
like
but you
restart
can
my
watch
Discord
this
because I thought
ad
it
to
was
get
just
800
me.
bits to buy an icon decoration. So it's a bit of a trade-off, you know.
Is
My
that like
avatar's
the
wearing a hat. This episode's great.
There used to be a little drop down to switch servers, and going to Singapore fixed it every time. It made everyone in sync. But now, I'm assuming the feature probably still is in Discord, but it's like been removed.
Hey guys,
Is there like
you're gonna love this. You're gonna love me. Check out. Look at the 3 dots. Region. Bang.
Wait, is that it?
What 3
Yeah.
dots?
Yeah,
He's right. They just moved it. Wait, we're already in Singapore.
Oh
Here we
my
are.
god.
Oh, it is there. They just
that's the
moved it.
region now.
Hooray!
It's available
Wait, did someone
to
just
me.
change it to
Discord didn't
Singapore,
get
or
rid
was
of
it always
a
in Singapore?
feature?
I just put us in
Wow.
Singapore just now.
Hopefully
Oh,
that.
amazing.
Oh,
Thank
can
you.
anyone do it?
I knew there's a
That's
reason we
incredible.
had you on.
Yes, dude. There
Our
we
Discord
go.
master.
Now
We're
I'm
going
the only
east,
one who's gonna
Nick.
talk
We're
over
going
people.
Okay, well, we'll try that for a while. If it makes things better or not, we'll switch it if it doesn't. But, oh my god, they just moved it. Thank fuck. Okay. Man, as someone just pointed out, if you were just smart with the numbers and people as this lady, you wouldn't have struggled. It's true. I would have picked it up straight away.
Yeah.
Of us too.
People. Every single time those actors do interviews and every single time the Duffer brothers do interviews, I can tell you who's lying and I can tell you when. This is the
Okay.
last time
Okay.
Right.
All right, Cal Lightman.
Oh, wait, it's like...
I'm gonna get aggressive
never mind.
on here. From now on, those people that still want to have hope. There's gonna be times where you're gonna be like, this is insane. Like, are we still really waiting for it? Yeah, have a little patience. Love the show for what it is. Continue to find the clues.
What
and at
is
the
it?
end of the day, what's the worst thing that happened?
It just like
I mean,
love the show
years
for
worth
what
of
it
investment
is.
destroyed.
She says, like her entire theory is about not loving the show for what it is because it's so bad that they had to come up with this. It's like you're doing the opposite.
Well, and she just baked in that we'll do this forever. It's like, oh, that's bad.
It never ends.
Someone else hit
And my
play.
watch
Mine's
is
like,
just buffering.
yeah, mine's not working.
-2.
There's only 20
Mine's
seconds
spooling up.
left.
Yeah, it
it's
looks
not
like
fair.
it's spooling up. We have to get her final vindictive screech.
I was about to entertain the idea that it had something to do with switching servers on Discord. But I was like, well, no, that would make any sense. So why would it was? I don't know. It's just dying
It
on
works
us.
if you refresh it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's my
refreshed
bad.
it. Now it's
Give it a
gone.
try.
Okay.
Hold on.
Dude, her IQ is dumb high. All right, you guys are just mad.
And you're nitpicking.
She's in the highest bracket of the lowest bracket.
Okay.
Have a little patience. Love the show for what it is. Continue to find the clues. And at the end of the day, what's the worst thing that happened? We were hopeful. We had an imagination. We came up with some really great stories and built a community in the process. We're not hurting anyone.
She is coming up with some stories. I wouldn't call them great, though.
At all. And it's okay to be different. I encourage it. And I love that people think that there's no more hope.
Okay. It's interesting to categorize yourself as the imaginative, creative, great storytelling side, while the other side is the no hope, lame side.
I
What is-
portrayed myself as the Chad, and you as the as the virgin
Using
Duffer hater.
she uses quote unquote meta knowledge to decipher this thing, but countering it with meta knowledge is like the uncreative thing to do. Like, oh, I know how all of this works for these reasons, and this is why they wouldn't do this, and this is evidence that they wouldn't do this. And it's like, yeah, but you're stupid and lame. My thing is cool. You're like, this seems fair.
Because eventually, we're going to be right.
Oh god.
And it's going to be even sweeter the longer it takes.
Oh my god.
Well, there you have
Oh my
it.
god, it's over.
This just like says every cult leader ever.
Yeah.
Like, every single one. Like Apocalypse, we said it was today. Oh, we meant next week. Oh, we meant next month. We meant next year. Well, we might still be wrong, but like eventually it's got to come true. Nostradamus, he was always right. Like it's just how these people just don't see the similarities. But because I'm pretty sure if you told her like this is how mechanically a different conspiracy like flat earthers work, she would probably recognize that and say, yeah, they're dumb and retarded. but just has no ability to turn that lens back on herself. Just no self-reflection whatsoever. Can't see the obvious similarities between her movement and every other movement like it.
I'm the protagonist of this story.
What do you think the Duffer brothers felt when they were obviously watching this specific TikTok video? Because you know they were, right?
They must have seen this
Do you think
one.
they started seeing their own meta flashbacks to Hopper's daughter?
They would say, see, they'd look at each other and say, "See, bro, we still got it."
I just like that. If she's right, she's hyper intelligent, as all the people who hung on. If she's wrong, we're all lame. All the people who said it was wrong. Like, huh. All right, seems fair. Good stuff. I assume she's just going to get obsessed with a different TV show over the next few years and just move on.
Probably.
Well, she's already
Have the Duffer
posting
brothers
stuff like,
been-
why would Stranger Things put this shirt on Netflix? If Hellfire lives, that could imply that Eddie is still alive. Maybe when you die in the Upside Down, that's a different dimension.
Yeah, when he died, his spirit was actually trapped there. So even though he doesn't have a real body in the real world, he still exists within the upside down version of stuff happening. Which means he can still communicate, and the actor can come back, and all he has to do is do this, and he can get a new body back.
It
and
makes
okay,
so
he
much
does at the end of
sense.
it.
So anyway, episode 3.
Yeah, back to the show. We can see if she's proven correct. So we begin. You've got Hopper and Eleven in the Upside Down. Hopper is stabbing the giant flesh wall with a small knife. And
Very,
this
very
is
silly.
a stupid thing to do.
Hey, that's a big knife. That's a K-bar.
Relative to
That's
the
a
wall,
military
though.
knife.
It's not a
man's
sword,
knife.
Rags.
It's a sword to a hobbit.
That's true.
No, I
Or
guess
11.
it's all relative. But he's only doing this incredibly stupid thing though because eventually he's going to forget that he has the knife and he'll leave it behind until the military can spot
Oh,
it and then he
God.
can come in. Like,
Ugh.
yeah, it's just this is the guy whose entire thing throughout the show is like overcautious, and that's the big character flaw he has to overcome. And then when it comes to it, oh no, he just uncautiously, accidentally left his very, very obvious knife lying around. 11 is also trying to tear through the wall. She's using her mind powers, which we know from previous seasons can push through dimensions, but in this case, no.
How funny would it have been if she did poke a hole, they both got sucked out into dimension space, and then the whole thing tore
That's it.
apart and everyone died? You'd just be like, oh well. Good stuff, bros. It was a fun show while it lasted.
It was. Cut to credits. So yeah, then she insists she can do it, and Hopper says, no, you can't. And anyway, we don't even know if Holly is on the other side, even though we just found her shoe here, so fuck it. But then they do hear the military arriving, and the military, they have these special new weapons on top of their vehicles. They don't have fire yet, because they haven't discovered it, but they do have kryptonite weapons,
They
like
haven't
magical
discovered,
science
like they're
beams.
cavemen. They haven't
Yeah.
discovered fire yet.
Or if they did, they forgot that they had it. But they have created these things that can psychically beam 11 and cause her great pain. And then she sort of has
They
a bit of a...
invented the plot device. I think that's what the weapon is called. The plot
The
device.
plot device, yes. That's what they call it themselves.
Yes,
We
it's
need
their
to-
internal code name.
Break out to the plot device. So this causes 11 to sort of go into a weird, like, manically horrible... Like, she's just spurging out, basically, and it's not fun for her. But we cut away before we see what else is going on with her, because we go back to Joyce in the right setup. And Joyce, she finds Will and Robin on the road. They obviously ran off in the last episode. She's very unhappy with them. She tells Robin off for taking Will out against her wishes. Will gets annoyed at her for talking like he isn't
Will
there.
looks at her and goes like, I'm a peacock, you gotta let me fly. And then she's like, yes, exactly. Okay, perfect.
I'm not just a bird in a cage, Mum. So he then he says, look, your plan in the last episode, that was shit, whereas my plan worked. And then he relates what happened in the previous episode. And this is going to be a thing that happens again and again and again. The first opening, like, 5 minutes of every episode has a character restate, basically point for point, the climactic important beat of the previous episode. So like, he says, yeah, I went here to find this on this theory, and it worked, and we now need to use it to find this person, which is what we all know. Which, I mean, I get it if there's a big gap between these episodes, but these all released on the same day, so they think the audience is dumb. And I think having just watched that woman, we can see why. But the character drama in this scene is obviously, once again, Joyce is trying to keep Will on a tight leash, and Will's like, no, I don't want you to do that because I am a person. And that's kind of it for that scene. Just more of the same, really, in terms of character stuff.
Yeah.
We then.
I find it funny how, I mean, Will is 17, I think, in this season. Almost, I think, if same age, if not older, than Jonathan in season 1, which is such an interesting sort of comparison because, I mean, comparing how Joyce used to treat Jonathan as opposed to Will. And I understand Will has this whole like upside down thing going on with him, and she's like, she has a trauma associated with losing him. This is just so funny watching the dynamic because the show and Joyce both treat him as he's still 12. It's insane to think that he's actually like 17, almost an entire adult.
And we're coming off of season 4 where they were basically split apart for the entirety of that season. So seeing them together again it's just like I don't know. It's a decision I wouldn't have made if you really wanted to have those two be a thing, and especially with them trying to relate this back to season 1 and him getting like involved in all this and captured, and it just I don't know. I think this is just a symptom of them having their attention split between way too many, different, characters and plot lines and people, is that they have to return to, I guess, one of the core elements of the first season and be like, no, she really, really cares about him. But they have this weird relationship now because the 18-month gap, and they didn't really talk to each other at all in most of season 4. And she was off doing her own thing in Russia. And so seeing them together here, and it's like with Dustin and Steve, you're trying to pick up this. What was supposed to happen? How come you didn't tell me this? How come this wasn't part of the season? This seems like a really big development. This sort of rift that's developing between them because she's maybe overprotective and very, very caring, and he's like growing up, and he's he's getting into his elder teens, and he's not the same person he was in season 1. And
I think his big thing his big thing in this season could very easily be, and it would make so much more sense considering this entire show, instead of being gay, well, that could have been an aspect to his character, why not? But instead of this big thing, it could have been about him coming into his own senses and actually, just being like, hey, I'm a person and I can, be independent and make decisions for myself and stop babying me, because it's not just Joyce, like everybody treats him as this kind of like a kid who's like still fucking 10 years old and needs to be protected.
Yeah, they do it right up until the scene where it's time for that not to happen, and so then Mike stops treating him like that, and it's like, hey, why don't you just be a wizard? And he's like, oh, okay, I can do that now. You might be able to reorder bits, I suppose, because I think the show thinks it's sufficient that Will saw through the eyes of the Demogorgon and then had a very brief fit, and the show thinks that is sufficient for Joyce to start being overprotective again. Whereas, like, if you'd begun with Vecna trying to spy through Will, or like doing something way more obviously bad that was almost more like season 1 to trigger her response being the same as season 1, then have him sort of have to learn to fight back against it, then you could keep the same sort of thing in play, but it wouldn't seem so shallow. But they don't do that, so it does seem pretty shallow.
Yes.
And we'll continue doing so because they have nothing else to talk about. But so in the school, we see that Henry has gone to spy on Fat Derek, and that's the only thing in that scene. But that's just to remind us, because we know that from the previous episode. But just in case we forgot, we now know that he's after Derek again.
Why would we need a reminder of the most iconic character? This just shows the Duffers' weaknesses.
Probably,
he is.
Never forget your icons.
Like, Suck My Fat One is such a useful little clip. You can use it in so many contexts.
What would the Duffer
the
Brothers do if that didn't hit? That was like the only thing that they did that actually hit was Derek's character. And imagine they like made all this merchandise and sold the Funko Pops and everyone just hated him.
Oh, Duffers are so weird about the kids. Because I was listening to something I forgot.
True.
I heard that Netflix, when they read the script or something for the pilot or something, they told them that they had to cut like swear words because there was too many adults swearing, like Joyce was swearing too much and stuff like that. And what they said was, we cut out all the swear words for the adults and instead gave them to kids.
Wow.
So, yeah. that's legit. That's what they did. So that's nice.
Well, the thing that got him in the most trouble is the Sadie Sink stuff, right? Where they said in like an interview that it made her uncomfortable to have to do a kissing scene, and they were like, "Ha, we weren't going to do it, but now that you said that, we will."
That's weird. I had not heard of that. That's really weird.
Well, to make it worse, they're talking about the end of season 2. So
that's man, that's strange.
Yes.
It's like a video clip as well, right? And they're like hee 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 ha 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 la 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 la, and it's just like
how are they that stupid that they don't understand? Okay.
Well, that's the thing is it sounds worse out of context. Like the way that it's said in the interview clip, like the actors find it kind of funny as well. But it's the kind of just lack of awareness of how these things will translate. If people don't watch the source and read the quote, obviously it sounds really bad. I think the original context is that because they'd already planned to do Mike and 11 at the end of season 2, and then it was like, oh, it's your turn now, Sadie, and like she was kind of like bashful, I suppose, but like eventually went along with it and said it wasn't too bad in the end. And the kids kind of joke about it in that roundtable as well. So like it's one of those things that just sounds weird unless you see the source in a weird way.
It became open season on them, so anything they've said, we saw this recently actually with like Quentin Tarantino, because of what he said about the actors. It was like every quote that he's ever made, it comes back up. All of his worst deeds come back up. It's like it happens with anybody, and anything that could be interpreted one way or the other, it'll depend on how they're sort of sitting with the audience in the general sense. And I guess the biggest sin the Duffers could have committed was making a bad season of TV.
They've learned that the hard way now, haven't they?
How long ago was that interview, I wonder?
Season 2, but the making of, so after season 2 came out.
Oh, okay. That's
2000 and whenever the fuck that was. 2000 was a long time ago.
I don't know. I find them quite interesting. I don't know.
Do you remember Y2K?
I do.
Yeah. Dimly.
What a weird
time that was. Did you guys see they found the secret finale? All you had to do is click up, up, down, down, Tubi, Crackle, Mute, and then Netflix, and then it changed the entire show and added the extra episode.
If that were real, it'd be fucking crazy, but also awesome. But no, the Netflix would never do it. They're not cool enough to do it.
So we go back to not the Upside Down, but the Memory Store mansion. And here you have Henry and Holly there together in the house. And Henry once again says, your parents will be fine, just like he said in the last episode. But at the moment, she just has to take comfort knowing that like she's here and she is safe. And this is because, for the moment at least, when you leave any other dimension and come to this dimension, you forget how you got here. That's how it works now. It's not how it's going to work later, but for now, she has no memory of being kidnapped by a Demogorgon. Because if she did, life would be much more difficult for Henry.
Yeah.
At this point, everyone was just like, oh, so like Vecna is like a sex offender. This is like really, why is he doing this?
Well,
and also it's written so weird too, because he'll take Holly and then he goes on to take every other kid all at once after Holly. So this is kind of odd too. That's like
there's just there's nothing to understand this that we've had yet. This is so, and it's like the first thing I just get struck by always is the nature of the time code. I'm like, we don't have time for you to be fucking around. We can't just make a whole new thing that you're gonna have to explain all the mechanics of with a whole bunch of new characters. It's the final season, man. Running out of time. Especially when they bait that there's a goober person in the forest who's like heavy breathing, looking at Holly. I was like, what the fuck's that going to turn out to be? And when I found out, I was like, that does not answer this point of the secrets. Like, knowing that that's Max is hilarious.
Wasn't it like a growling sound?
Yeah, it's weird as hell. It's like, it reminds me of is the Hugo in the vents in Simpsons? When he's crawling around, he's just going with Bart while he's sleeping. It's like, why are you making those sounds?
Yeah.
But it is made worse in this context though, because Henry knows that Max is out there. So he tells Holly that Fat Derek will be coming here tomorrow, and then he's got to go pick him up. So then he leaves, knowing that Max is out there, and then he just doesn't lock his front door. So he just says, hey, don't go out into the woods. And so obviously she does that, but like, can you not lock doors in your memories?
Yes, that is exactly what I thought.
You get lost.
His face appears out of one of the trees. Remember, don't go beyond the rickety bridge.
Oh, so stupid.
Back there to the Upside Down, 11 is still being affected by the plot device, and Hopper spies on the military, and then they've spotted his knife, so they sort of, I say they fan out to look for him. They sort of just wander around. They weren't planning on doing anything. They spot the knife, they think, oh shit, someone's nearby. And then Hopper starts shooting at them.
Yeah.
And then they do what all military people do when there's a lone shooter. Well,
can he not just like hide or just continue to just be over there while they're looking around?
I mean, the concern would be, I suppose, 11 is in this condition and can't move, and there's a chance maybe they can overhear her. But the thing he does is that he shoots at them, then they point the kryptonite at her, and then she really does shout, and then they definitely know where she is. So even if he had a reason to avoid them, it kind of is defeated. Like he does the worst possible thing. Basically, he directs their attention to exactly where they are.
This is just a logistical nightmare. So they're standing in front of the wall. Then they fire their wombo lasers from really far away, luckily getting them exactly. And Hopper decides, I will grab her, take her a few meters away, and lay her down. As opposed to, they can't possibly chase us if I just keep running. They're not going to know where we go. And that is you can have that same thought where he is right now when the scene begins. They're all distracted by the meat wall. Just go. But he's like, no, I gotta shoot and kill them. It's just like, Hopper, you're a fucking idiot. And of course, they're invincible. They're not going to get killed because this show sucks. So I'm just watching the scene like, how are you going to get out of this? It's going to be stupid.
Do you remember how far
Ted went into
away
a coma so they could live? All right.
Do you remember how far away the plot device like fucks her over though?
It's insane.
Like, all the way down. That like fucks up the ending, doesn't it?
Yes.
Like that. The plot device is like several miles or something.
Like fucks really up the ending as though the ending is of a million ways. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's so
I know what
broken.
you mean, though.
However you choose to interpret it. So yeah. Then so Hopper, like being the trained military person in Vietnam that he is, he's sort of surprised that his gun runs out of ammo, and then he has to reload, but he doesn't have any reloady stuff. So then he just blind chucks a couple of grenades.
Stuff, bullets.
Reloading. I lost the word for
reloading stuff. No, that is them they're reloading things.
That ain't what Platoon called it. He's just referencing the script notes. That's exactly what the Duffers called it. By the way,
I guess that reminds me. I think there's a scene. I can't remember if we passed it or not. Someone had shared a clip of, it was Hopper shooting a revolver. And then they added in post the sound of a shell casing hitting the ground.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's Hollywood.
No.
They don't know how guns work.
What do you mean? That's how revolvers work, loser. Didn't you know that?
It makes me. It just clearly isn't the case. It's one of those things that amuses me.
I rarely say this. Not since Boogie have I needed to direct all of your attention to urine, but I couldn't fucking believe how awful this CGI P looks. It's like this. Why is it the more expensive the show is, the worse it will look?
Just have him pee.
You don't even need pee. Just have water. That's all you had to do.
No, actually, no, Mahler, you don't.
Authenticity.
No. This is how it starts. Oh, it's not even really pee, it's water. And then, if it's only water, then we can just see. No, real pee. Just pee. You gotta pee anyway. You might as well do it.
No, CG all of it.
CG
the man.
CG. Well, what if
I'm pretty sure he was.
Pee, but then they CG'd the soldier.
You know.
So it was the soldier was fake when the pee was real.
Just to be clear, the man probably is CG. Like this whole shot is probably CG.
Yeah.
So embarrassing.
Very likely.
And it's like it gets kind of worse when you think of, because so while he's pissing on this wall, 11 is affected by kryptonite, so she can't see what he's doing. The reason, though, that the piss is important is that then, Hopper blows up most of them, but then she knocks, he blows up the kryptonite device, and there's only one left. She knocks them out so she can interrogate him. And her theory is he pissed on the wall, so he must know what it is. And it's like, no. And also, you didn't see him do that. But also, what the fuck is that theory? That's mad.
You're
he pissed on it, so he knows it.
Weird. That Russian prison changes a man, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It sure did.
Also, this makes me think, how do they stay hydrated and upside down? Like,
They drank their pee.
is there like water? No, they probably like bring in.
Well, there's a
water.
whole
Obviously,
for some
Gatorade.
reason they've set up a whole laboratory base facility in the Upside Down.
Yeah.
So I assume that they've got like water tanks or something there. It just seems like a real logistical nightmare to build a base in the demon realm when that just doesn't seem like it's in any way necessary at all.
Even though, on
Especially
the
when
other
they
hand,
randomly attack your convoys.
what a crazy development that should have probably happened during a season. The breaching the Upside Down, fighting against its natural inhabitants to build settle some form of military laboratory. No, we skip past that. You're like, okay, fine.
I mean, the Demogorgon could rip right through that entire facility. They have no defenses against those.
What do you mean, Demogorgons?
They didn't even have flamethrowers.
What do you mean? What are these creatures? I don't remember those. I've seen the last episode. They don't turn up.
Yeah.
Dude, imagine if they had bats for 5 minutes while they were setting those bases up.
Jesus, yes. Remember the Demobats? They're so cool. Can't wait
They're
to
all
see them
busy.
again.
They're all busy off screen.
And he absorbed them. That's why they're gone.
Oh.
That was what his sacrifice did. He absorbed the bats.
Oh man.
So they've captured this guy, and then we go back to the right side up, where, deep breath, Dustin, Steve, Jonathan, Nancy, Mike, Lucas, Robin, Joyce, Will, and some other people I'm sure are there as well. They're all together, and Will explains for, I think, the third time, Derek is the next target. And then he says, this is how I know that Derek is the next target, which we've already know because he's told us it twice. He saw through Derek's eyes, he was inside Vecna, therefore inside Derek, and Nancy says, well, this makes no sense because Vecna didn't do this last season, and that's completely correct, because he didn't. And once again, I'm left thinking, I don't have a clue what Vecna is, what he does, why he does it, because I think we covered it in the last episode, the last pre-recorded one we did on this, but season 4, he targets people with trauma, he goes inside their minds, he gives them visions, they're on a timer, then he collects them and sort of tears their bodies apart to tear open rifts in the Upside Down so it can go into Hawkins. Whereas now, as Nancy has nicely pointed out for us, he's targeting random children and presenting as a nice man so he can take them somewhere for other reasons.
Yeah.
And there will never be a proper answer for this either, which is the pretty annoying thing. It's just I surely try and figure something else. But then the Duffers are asked in interviews, why does he want the kids and why does he want 12? I don't know.
When they could have given such a better shit answer, the clock thing.
Yes.
It's not even a good answer in and of itself, really, but it's so much better than nothing.
Oh man.
It is. But now we get to replay certain much-loved beats from earlier seasons. So Will says, and the plan is, they have to kidnap Derek and take him to an abandoned barn so he can be blindfolded.
Don't you guys love our main characters?
This was
such great people.
When this was laid out.
Are the main characters anymore?
I don't know, all of them. They're all just a blob of character that's not even a character. But when this was understood, this plan, this upcoming, this was kind of like, no way. The writers are fucking taking a piss at this point. What is happening?
Yeah.
This is one of the most unbelievable pieces of shit plans in the history of Stranger Things, which is actually saying something, to be fair.
There are a lot of insane plans, and lots of these things that are constituent parts of this plan are previous plans anyway. So kidnapping kids and moving him to a blindfold to an undisclosed location is what they do to Will in season 2. The way they have to kidnap him is they're going to go and drug his entire family, which is a beat in season 3, but the villains do it in that season. Which you can kind of understand why, because it's not a very nice thing to do.
The whole eat the moon comparison, this isn't even, this isn't even the worst plan. We'll get to one that's worse, I think, in the latter portion. And then the ultimate plan might even be their worst plan, depends on how you look at all of it. There's so many bad plans.
Yeah. There's a lot of bad plans. The final part of this bad plan is redoing a bit of season 1, because they figure that what will happen is that the Demogorgon and Vecna won't know that Derek's been moved somehow. So while he's drugged and unconscious and placed in a barn, the Demogorgon will go to Derek's house to try and get him, where the heroes will be waiting for him. They will set up a bunch of traps, and with these traps, they will shoot a tracking dart into it, and then they will make it run away by burning it, and then they can trace the tracking dart, and the tracking dart will lead them to Vecna's lair, because that's where it would have been taking Derek.
Which is a plan they should have come
foolproof.
up with fucking like the first day of Hawkins falling into the Upside Down. The idea of tracking a Demogorgon, that should have just been an obvious idea straight away. But no, they decided we would check grid pieces one by one for Vecna specifically, when they weren't even going to plan to like assault and kill him the moment they find him anyway. At least not as a team.
Just so that they know
stupid.
where he is.
Yeah, which obviously he could fucking move by the time they plan anything about that particular location. Because he's not in the main HQ that he used to be in.
And the funniest thing is they don't even know he's alive at this point. Like, if he is, you know? So it's just like, to do this for 18 entire months with no sign of him being alive. And they mentioned this.
It's actually
and it's
worse
just,
than
they
18
sound
months.
so freaking, yeah. It's
Because they wouldn't have
stupid.
started immediately after the last season ended. There would have been time where they have to, like, the military has to get everything. So really, you condense that 18 months into probably like 12 or 15. And then it's like, oh shit, they have been doing this so much.
Oh, and someone in chat just highlighted
memories.
some affairs. Like, so we've just definitively understood, and we'll use the whole Will's powers connecting through and, you know, observing shit. And it's like, why wouldn't that go both ways? Why wouldn't the plan, as you're explaining it right now, be something Vecna can hear or understand through Will?
And this becomes way worse after the first step of the plan is complete, because as soon as they do kidnap Derek and take him away, at this point, Vecna must surely think, hey, how did they know that I was coming for Derek? There's only one way they can know, and maybe it might involve the kid who's done sort of something similar to me before, because in season 2, when Will is the one who's being spied through, he still communicates with them via Morse code to let them know what's really going on. So he's already done reverse spying. But Vecna has to basically ignore everything the heroes do. Like, he doesn't even ask how they know about Derek. When they all turn up at the military base later, he doesn't ask how they know that that's where he was going to be or what he was going to do. He just proceeds as though, like, his plan's perfectly on track and there is no person counter-spying against him, but he has every reason to believe that there is one. So he has to be an idiot for all of this to work. And he is, which is great.
By the way, one of the funniest examples of, like, we need a prop, and you're like, okay, I could have said, here's, you know, think of Derek's family, we've got to knock him out and get Derek and, you know, subvert Vecna. Instead of doing that, I'm going to get a whole bunch of play pieces and say which ones they all represent and then say the exact same thing. You're just like, why the fuck did you do this? What was the point? I think if anything, it makes it more confusing to follow when you start going like, this is this, this is this, this is this, this is this, this goes here, this goes, and you're just like, whoa, 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 whoa. Instead of just saying, we're going to drug the family. And then we can deal with that as a point.
Yeah, because again,
so it's like we're gonna drug the family.
Like, I'm repeating myself, but I just have to say, in season 1, right, it just made sense because they were kids and they had very limited understanding of the world and very limited vocabulary, especially considering that whatever was going on with Demogorgons and Upside Down was quite, you know, hard to grasp for them, even for an adult and especially for kids. And this was the only way they could filter all that information through using D&D, and all they could grasp, right? They reference Lord of the Rings, stuff like that. Here it's just embarrassing watching these like almost adult people not being able to communicate their plans or their ideas in any other way than using D&D figurines is just it's
especially funny when the Duffers have admitted they know nothing about D&D. So it's just like they're just sort of
because I could tell by watching it.
Well,
the
one coolest thing
like,
that happened related to this was the explanation of what the Upside Down is, and it's flipping the board upside down. And you're like, oh, that kind of like gives you information, even though you can't really conceive of what it is yet. Like, that's fun. But yeah, ever since it's just been embarrassing.
Yeah, that was like the best usage of, I think, D&D in that entire show, maybe.
Well, it's barely, you could have done it with Monopoly. Like, so they don't really know what they're doing.
This is like, this very scene is basically them like, oh, you see this evil looking figurine? This is our evil guy. And this like probably wizard looking is Will, and whatever, stuff like that. It's just the most surface level shit. I don't even have to know D&D to say all this. Duffers in.
Yeah, and you know what the music is? It's it's like that sort of shit.
At this point, I'll take anything that isn't running up that hill.
No, I will too. Like, I'll take the synthwave where I can get it, but it's much more sparse in the later seasons.
Yeah.
So while they are laying this plan out, we go back very briefly to the memory store. You see Holly on the screen. She's dancing around. She's listening to what seems to be her favorite music. Now, she isn't going to have a favorite song later in the show. It's quite important that she doesn't. But for now, she does have one. It's I Think We're Alone Now, right? And then that will come up a couple of times, sort of semi-disconnected to her, but not in the one scene where you would expect it would work. And like she hears a ring at the bell at the door, and there's nobody there. But she figures, I'm going to go investigate, even though Henry told me not to. She goes rummaging through his old box of Boy Scout stuff and finds this very, very, very important telescope. Very important telescope. Yeah. Very briefly important telescope, but
Boy Scouts
still
should have
very
really
important.
figured more into the plot. I feel kind of in the entirety of the show, that would have been a big, thing to
maybe, but then
into, especially back in the day,
I was just more annoyed that, like, given how important that thing turns out to be, it actually is Darth Uchi's dagger. That is what we do with it. It's the Rise of Skywalker beat that we come to. But like, if it is this important, and it's this important to something that is very important also to Henry, why is he just leaving it lying around for people to find? Like, what does he expect the kids to do? But he does leave it around, and she picks it up and takes it out with her as she goes to investigate who was knocking or ringing out the door. Because, you take telescopes when you go adventuring, I suppose. And she's going to go all the way down to find some caves, and then she's going to use the telescope to remind us that she still has the telescope. But that's all we get for that one. There's a bunch of scenes I think we've mentioned like this, where like, you're really cutting away to establish perhaps one thing about a character. Like, this is what a character is doing. They find one thing, or they move in one direction. That's done. We're moving on. It kind of drags the pace all the way down, but it's important that we know they still exist because we have no memory. So that scene is done. Then we go back to the Upside Down, where some more military, including the General Man, have turned up to the site of the attack where Hopper murdered all of their soldiers. They have helicopters down here. They're not going to use these ever, but we see that they have them. They have a whole base down here, as has been mentioned. I don't know when they cleared out the Upside Down of all the enemies, but they did. And so now they think, oh shit, Hopper and 11 must be somewhere down here nearby. Speaking of Hopper and 11, they take the kidnapped soldier. 11 does her, well, he pissed on the wall, therefore he knows what it is thing. And then they concoct a plan to dually interrogate him. Hopper doesn't like this plan because Hopper says this man is a highly trained special forces guy and he's been trained to resist interrogation techniques. He hasn't been, as it turns out, because Hopper asks him one question and he just answers immediately. But while he's doing that, 11's going to go into his mind and try and find out whatever truths he's hiding from them. That is their new plan. That's kind of it for that scene too. We just move to one place, establish another thing, moving on again.
Yeah.
So then we go back to the school, and in school, Mr. Clark is doing foreshadowing as a class to Erica. And Erica is Lucas's very annoying sister. He's explaining wormholes to them.
Is this the first time we see Erica in this season? Or am I melting?
Yes. And I love how that's so funny. They're teaching wormholes like a room full of children, but Erica looks older, so it's not as weird.
Oh yeah, it's very jarring.
Yeah, and it's such a great example of like, oh yeah, Mr. Clark and Erica, more characters. I know that we've had them before. I just mean that the Duffers are so bad at developing anything.
They are, but like I don't mind Mr. Clark when he's just reduced to a cameo role, which he has been in virtually every preceding season. Like he's in a scene in most seasons, and then he's gone for the rest of it. This season, not so much. But that happens later. For now, though, Erica gets dragged out of class by Mike and Lucas, and they explain that they need her because, as luck would have it, coincidences don't happen, etc. She is the best friend of Fat Derek's fat sister, whose name is Fat Tina. And so they need her to smuggle the drugs in so she can drug the family for them. So that's the plan. And
this is
eventually,
fucking
after
insane.
some pointless nagging, she agrees.
It's just fucking insane.
Dude, it was so funny watching your raw reaction to this part, too. Like when they're like, oh yeah, there's only one thing we could possibly do. We have to drug the entire family.
I'm gonna make you...
It's kind of an escalation from what they've done in the past, yeah.
Yeah. But the thing, I think that the underlying insanity of listening to shit like this in the show is, I know it's gonna mostly work because that's how this shit works.
Whatever they come up with works. Always, every time.
There'll be like a little, a hitch that'll make something else happen, but the broad plan will work, and it'll be insane. But fuck it.
Fuck it, indeed. So, she agrees to do it after this period of bickering because it's Eric. Eric's entire character is just bickering and sass. So she does some bickering and some sass, but then she agrees that they're going to do it. So, we then jump away and join Robin and Will. They are going to hospital, and they lie them way past the receptionist, making them the second group of people to do that. They need to go and steal the drugs from like some dying old man, as you do. And these are the drugs that they will use to drug all of Fat Derek's family. But they do have to hide from Vicky briefly because they're not ready to have that conversation yet. So this hiding period gives them a chance to talk more about how Robin realized that she was a lesbian. It's the first of a few of the second even of a few of these scenes. And the basic idea is that like she's going to be the supportive aunt, I guess, to Will. She's sort of slowly guiding him through his own journey to self-acceptance and self-discovery, etc. Most of that comes later, but it's sort of set up in this scene. And I don't really care, but
well, it's going to be plot relevant,
I suppose. It will be very plot relevant. Then I resent being made to care.
Save the universe.
Yes.
The only thing about this scene is her terrible wig that keeps distracting me. So bad.
There's a lot of
It's
terrible
so
wigs in this season.
Yeah, didn't they confirm that aside from Mike and Steve, almost everyone else is wearing a wig, which is so obvious and distracting and annoying.
Why? Why would that be?
I don't know.
Like, why?
Yeah.
Why can't they just use regular hair? Like,
I don't know.
Can't they just use
regular hair? You would
yeah,
say?
they've got it. They've got hair.
No.
Right? Like, what? I don't get it.
I guess because they wouldn't want to subject the actors to having to walk around with those terrible haircuts. Because it's even called out in this scene when Robin says, "I thought that was your awful bowl cut," and Will says, "Yeah, they're not that fashionable anymore." So we're memeing about how awful his haircut has been for the last 4 seasons, but like that's probably the reason most of the actors just didn't want to go around with bowl cuts and mullets because it's embarrassing. So they wigged them up.
Guess, but like if it's gonna look shit, like too bad.
Also, I don't know, man. Commit a little bit.
Yeah.
Fringy, Vincent Kartheiser, the actor for Connor. He's in Mad Men.
Yes.
As the seasons progress, they recede his hairline, and it's not done through a bald cap or whatever. He just shaved like further back as the show goes on, and you can see him in like promotional shit where it's growing back and it looks really bad. But like, hey, he committed. He does this for the show, and I'm just kind of like, I don't know. I like seeing shit like that, Didn't what's her name? So. Natalie Portman. She shaved actually for V for Vendetta, right?
Yeah.
And didn't Anne Hathaway for Les Miserables? Didn't she do that as well?
And the funny thing is, the actress for Kali, she also shaved for this.
Oh, so she did. Oh, they made her shave for this.
Yeah, it's so sad. It's just It's very.
Didn't Lance Reddick shave his head for John Wick?
I don't know if he did that. I'm not sure if he. I've only ever thought of him as being bald.
Was that the joke?
I assume that you're memeing. I assume.
Yeah, I'm memeing a little bit.
Man, what a shame.
What a fucking shame.
Yeah.
You think of all the losers that made it, and then you're like, God damn, man.
It's just he was great in everything.
Yeah.
I can't think of a single time when I was unhappy to see him in a film or in a game or.
So, having had this nice little conversation, we leave the hospital and we go elsewhere. We go to find the radio station again. So Murray is back. No. Murray keeps smuggling shit in his truck, and it gets really annoying.
The obligatory Murray scene.
Oh man.
There's a bit behind the scenes of him some of the the Conformity Gate people actually highlighted this as another piece of evidence. So like after the finale released, the actor did released a TikTok video from inside a truck, basically saying, it's Murray here, I'm in a truck, I'm just keep trucking on, trucking away, trucking on. And people said, oh, trucking on, that means continue down your mad delusions. He's sending you a signal. But the more useful bit of that little clip is basically saying, I'm Murray, like, I've done this, I've shot guns, I've done judo, I've been to Russia, I've translated Russian, I've done this, now I'm driving a truck. And so, yeah, that is your character. You're just the person who does shit whenever the writers need you to.
He plays Phil. He's just as in FILL, right? Like in video games where you have someone who's just going to play the role that no one else has got. It's like, that's what he does.
It's a wild card.
I mean, I almost want to. I don't want to denigrate the wild card as an archetype. Like, what I'm saying is that he doesn't have any actual character anymore. He's just the Phil person. He's like, we need
says the
this.
goofy, angry lines, and he's sort of around to be a wacky dude.
So funny.
But he also presents a potential plot hole, though, because we've established that Vecna has no jurisdiction outside of Hawkins for some reason. Will has clearly told us this. When he was in California, no feelings, no Vecna, nothing. When he's in Hawkins, Vecna can get him and he has all these feelings. So if Murray can just come and go as he pleases and he has a big lorry, why don't you just stick Derek in the lorry and drive him out of town? Because then he's safe and then you're fine. I mean, I get it doesn't get you any closeness. Well, you can still fulfill the other part of the plan, which is you set the trap for the Demogorgon and track the Demogorgon, etc. But then, like, you don't actually need to keep Derek locked up in a barn. And in fact, later in this season, they will try to kind of do the same thing. They bring the lorry, they pile a bunch of kids in it, and they try and get him to drive out of town. I don't know why they thought of it later as opposed to now. Seems like a way better plan than sticking him in a barn. But I guess they didn't think of it yet. So he's bought them more stuff. He's bought them shotgun shells, barbed wire, water balloons, like lighter fluid, a load of other stuff, and then they're now able to set up these traps that they'll be making for the Demogorgon. There's a couple more arguments, like Steve and Dustin have another one. Dustin decides the van they were using is shit, so he modifies Steve's beamer without his consent. Murray briefly suggests
it's against his consent. He's like, no, don't ruin my car, and then he just does.
Just goes and does it anyway. What a little dick.
Bit of a sacrifice Steve makes, but that's who Steve is. He'll allow it to happen because that's more important. You know, Steve comes through. He'll allow that to happen to his car ultimately.
He's rich, and that's a bad thing. So we have to punish him for that by taking away his car because he can just buy another one.
Yeah, whatever.
Also, it's faster and it'll fit through a portal. If for some reason a character wanted to drive a car through a portal to the Upside Down, that car is probably more likely to make the trip than a truck is. But there's another. So Murray suggests that the telemetry tracker he's bought probably isn't designed to be shot out of a gun, but Nancy says it is, and Nancy's always right, so it is. It works.
Is that a theory, or is that something you know?
Yeah, it was just like, why are you being such a fucking bitch? Like, he's just like, he brought up a really fair point. Like, is this thing designed to be shot out of a shotgun? It probably isn't. And she like berates him like he's an idiot for even suggesting that this wouldn't obviously work when it's such a high risk endeavor. And if it doesn't work, then they have to come up with a different plan and nothing will work and lives can be on the line. And she's just a bitch.
It's okay, because then we get that scene where they're walking like 3 feet behind Nancy, and he's like, "Oh, so Jonathan, have you tried out the jazz tape? How did that go?"
Again, he's playing Phil. He's just like, "What? We need someone to point out the shotgun thing." And it's just like, I guess it'll be you, Murray. Why the fuck not? But it's funny because she feels smug, right, about this working. Kind of like, see? And it's just like, it working once doesn't even prove anything. And you haven't even done a proper test. Like, you're not shooting it into the Demogorgon right now.
And then setting the Demogorgon on fire.
Yeah.
Which seems like another thing you might want to test.
It's just stupid.
What if it burns the tracker?
Yeah, and he'll just be like, whatever. And you're just like, yeah, of course, because the writers will save you for this one. They'll make it work.
How is Hawkins getting any of these supplies? Because the military just allows this fucking guy to drive his truck back and forth.
The military is insanely incompetent to the point where they like
this man is known.
Are important, but they might as well not exist.
We pointed this out when we did episode 1, but Murray is a former well-known investigative journalist, and Murray was the one waving at the military as he turfed them out of Hawkins' lab. Like, Murray is not an unknown commodity.
Yeah.
He's probably the most recognizable of the team to the military.
Also,
But-
the military has to know, because didn't they get him out of Russia? I thought the military picked them up from Russia off screen.
Well, and if I know this is a silly thing, but if the government in this show had even a single brain cell, they could easily just have someone track him, put a tracker on his truck as they're passing, or have someone just, very carefully follow the truck, and they'd find everyone they're looking for, and that would be that.
Yep.
But no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Shut up.
So then we have, as has been mentioned, the obligatory Murray scene. There's one in every season since season 2 where he talks to either Jonathan or Nancy about their relationship. It's great. I love it. He's asking Jonathan why he hasn't gone through with their top secret plan yet. Nancy asks them what they're talking about. They say nothing. And that's kind of well, Jonathan opens the mystery tape and we see inside it that there is an engagement ring. Oh, isn't it so sweet? It's been building up for so many seasons. I can't wait to see the payoff because I'm sure it's going to be absolutely lovely and they can't possibly fumble that. It's like the one thing those two characters have. It's great. Yeah, be really romantic. I did see a fan theory, by the way, for that at one point in the later, I think this was a fan theory that came about just after volume 1. And like, oh, what if, I bet at some point, Jonathan's going to die and they'll find the ring on his corpse and it'll be really sad because he was going to propose to her, but he didn't. That is a good idea. And I'm shocked they didn't go with it. Actually, I'm not shocked, but they should have gone with it.
That would have been funny.
Yeah.
It would have been like the tragedy of this guy who threw his life away for a woman who never, ever, ever, ever thought much of him at all.
Oh my god.
Yeah, imagine sacrificing yourself for Nancy. Ugh.
Oh.
Yeah, and the Duffer Brothers would be like, well, of course, because she's fucking amazing. It's like,
Yeah.
oh.
Shoot a gun. Are you kidding me?
So we go down to the Upside Down again for the interrogation. The soldier does not really resist the interrogation. He answers Hopper's questions. But 11 inside his head learns other stuff. So she learns about Dr. K, and she learns that Dr. K is after her specifically. She then goes into memory vision, which is not the same thing as the memory store memory visions. This is a different memory vision that we have, where she follows them through the corridors of this upside down base. She sees a big suspicious door. The soldier is asked what's behind it, and he's like, I don't know what's behind it. So she, inside the memory vision, uses her powers to rip it open, and this basically breaks his mind and he falls unconscious. But hey, at least she learned that there is the sound of kryptonite behind that door. Mm-hmm. So she posits that Vecna must be behind it. Now, besides the moral qualms with torturing a guy until you break his mind, there's another slight flaw with this theory, which was obvious to me, and so it wasn't obvious to them. How could Vecna be using his powers to direct the hive mind and the Demogorgons if he's locked in a room full of kryptonite? It can't be him. But nobody thinks to voice this theory because they aren't thinking. They're just characters in Stranger Things. It's just not a very nice scene. I think they're a bit mean to the soldier man.
No, goodness. I mean...
Ollie, then.
Yeah, sorry. No, not much. It's just 11 does have sort of a body count. She's been killing people since she was, 12. But at least she was a child who did not really understand anything in the world. Her worldview and understanding of it was quite limited. But, it's just quite jarring to watch her do this. And it's quite more visceral this way than having her, snap some necks off screen. It's terrible to watch. She's like Kylo fucking Ren. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Because there is a difference here. When she snaps necks in season 1, those are people who are actually out to get her, and she's a small child and she's vulnerable and she needs to escape this place. In this context, the guy is unarmed, tied up, unable to resist, and she just goes and breaks his mind. Though I'd say that this is probably not the worst thing she does to a soldier in this entire season. There's one later, which isn't very nice either, but I'm sure they'll all suffer consequences when this is over because the military can't let them go around doing this. They will definitely arrest them all at some point.
Yeah.
So we go back to the memory store world just briefly. Holly is still debating whether to go to the woods. But she's kind of nervous, but then she remembers that in episode 1, Mike told her about Holly the Heroic and that this should make her brave. So she decides, yep, off she goes to the cave mouth, and then that's where we sort of leave her again. Just a reminder that she exists and this is what she's doing. Now it's time to drug the family, the thing we're all here for. So they get summoned for dinner. Erica shows up at their door with a pie that she's baked. In the car outside, the rest of the team, or well, 2 cars outside, the rest of the team is waiting. And they talk about how, like, the insane number of variables that are in play. Like, will this pie drug even work? When will it work? How quickly will it work? Surely all of this has to just, coalesce at just the right moment for this plan to be pulled off. It's actually really unlikely to happen. So, of course, it will happen exactly as they want it to, more or less. And I don't really know why they bothered putting in a scene telling us how unlikely it was, because it just sort of highlights
that raises the
insane
stakes.
Yeah.
I can't believe it worked after all that they did to explain
I think that is how they view it.
Why it would work.
I think that's
it's just
totally
to raise the
accurate.
stakes. It makes the show a lot more exciting and interesting. Even though what it really does is it confirms that it will definitely work. Because I know if they were to say, this is easy, we got this in the bag, there's no way we could possibly fail, and then they high-five each other, then we know it's going to fail, because that would be, like, dramatic. Or that'd be like what would that be? I'm blanking on the phrase, but you know what I mean, right? Like, when something's going to go bad, or when something's going to work out in a movie, because you've seen movies before and the way that they telegraph the tone and what we should be thinking and things.
Yeah, and you've seen Stranger Things before, so as soon as a character tells you how impossible something is, it's exactly going to happen
Guaranteed
just
to
as they
work,
need it to happen. Yeah.
And
Mission highly probable.
on that note, we're going to have to say goodbye to Nicholas Diorio. So sorry.
Thank you guys for having me. This has been really fun. I can't believe we actually got through an episode and a half.
Yeah, man.
Incredible.
It only took 4.5 hours. Not bad. It's good speed.
Well, see you in part 3.
Talk that.
Episode 9.
All right, guys. Thank you guys for having me.
See you, dude.
Yeah,
well,
later, dude.
Yeah, you bet.
Before you, just tell chat where you're going, what you're up to, and if they want to follow you along.
Yeah, I'm just working on streaming. I don't want to say that I'm doing stuff later, but see you guys.
Alrighty, yeah, we'll see you later.
Why do I do this? It's awkward to promote that I'm just streaming over.
I don't care. He's gonna stream soon,
all right,
and you guys can go enjoy it if you want.
Thank you. Yeah, see you later.
Bye.
He'll be streaming on his channel very soon, and you're welcome to watch that if you wish. You can always come back to us.
Fine.
What do you mean? It's the opposite.
We could just stop talking about Stranger Things and go watch his stream.
Just go watch the stream.
We'll just turn on his
Just
stream.
restream his stream. Yeah. It's the secret episode 9 is on Nicholas Oreo's channel.
It's a common dynamic if you're not allowed to promote your own shit on streams. It's like, don't worry about it, you'll be fine. Go check him out. Link in description, all right? But we have to trudge on.
We do. So the plan works just as they plan, almost just as they plan anyway. So the dad gets knocked unconscious, and the mother goes unconscious, and then Fat Derek goes unconscious. The only person who doesn't is Fat Tina, because she isn't eating because she's watching her weight. So instead, Erica stabs her in the neck with a needle because she's copying Max from season 2, and this works. So they've got them. They bundle the family into the truck. Meanwhile, the rest of them stay, and they do some heavy modifications on the house to set up all of these Home Alone traps, including cutting the entire floor out of a room so it collapses into a wine basement. And it's like, when that family gets home, which I'm sure they will at some point, maybe off screen, but they will get back, they're not going to be very happy about any of this, but consequences be damned.
They might even be very upset, but who cares? Hawkins is a fucking hellhole anyway. It's just, I don't know why anyone's here.
Yeah, no, it's just, well, yeah, they should all have left. They should have been made to leave after season 4, but they weren't.
Well,
so traps
they're
are all
in jail. All of them.
Yeah. They could have been, this is they're kidnapped here and left here for human experiments.
Although,
see what effects the Upside Down doesn't have.
The notion that, hey, they're saving the world, it's like, I thought we went over how stupid this plan is, okay? Like, we've done that several times. It's such an awful, awful, awful plan.
Like,
But,
take this scene, right, and edit it, take out the music. I'm sure I can guess what type of I don't remember, but I can guess what type of music is playing over this, right? Change it, put some horror music,
Yeah.
some I don't know, violins, cut it away, change the tone. I mean, you don't really have to change the tone, just play a different music over this, and it's going to turn into a fucking horror movie. What they're doing is crazy. And it's just, yeah, haha, fun. We're just doing a little project.
Yeah.
No,
But
Duffers are
to
weird.
signify that they have set up all the traps, Nancy cocks the gun to signify how awesome she is. They fucking
Hell
hate
yeah.
her. She's like most of her scenes at this
The
point.
gun
I just
lady.
hate her. She is indeed the gun lady.
So cool and gunny.
And then we go to the barn, and Will and Joyce have another conversation. I don't even need to relate to you what that conversation's about because you already know. So then we go back to the house, and the lights start blinking because the Demogorgon is en route. They see them all blinking from outside the house, and like the lights blink tracking the Demogorgon. And I was sitting there thinking, so why do we even have this tracking dart? Why did we make that a thing? You can just look at the streetlights and you know exactly where it's going.
Well, why wouldn't it just
But-
portal to where it wants to pop out? Why is it walking around?
I guess it's walking upside down. Like it has to walk to the place it wants to portal
Towards
in
the
from.
place it wants to put the portal instead of portaling. Well, you just why not just have the? You know what?
I don't know.
It's fine. I don't.
You know,
I don't give a shit. All right, like I'm just asking questions because the light tracking thing just seems to be pointless when they can basically teleport from portal to portal wherever they want to go. But whatever.
Duffers answered that question already. They said, I don't know. I guess.
We just kind of forgot that they could use portals wherever they damn well please.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
the camera wasn't on it at the time, but it would have made sense if it was. So, case in point, it does indeed portal in via the roof, but that triggers the traps. The traps are
How
like
did they know
Lucas.
it was specifically going to appear there?
I do not know.
Very smart.
Because that's like really important that it shows up at that spot because it begins the Home Alone chain reaction
Yeah,
of
exactly.
traps that allow them to hit it, shoot it, spike it, put it on fire.
Yeah.
It could have
If it
appeared
had come
anywhere,
in-
right?
If it had gone in through the front door, it would have won. Or anywhere else, it would have won. But no,
It was a
jumps
very
into the room.
civilized Demogorgon of all of them. It just like knocks on the door.
They made a mistake of not
Foils
getting a
their
wine
plan.
bottle.
They did. That would have been way more effective. But they do have some
Yeah,
effective
the
weapons
board
because
that comes
unlike the
down from the
military,
ceiling, it
the
should have
kids
been
know
broken wine bottle.
fireworks. Like Lucas throws these balloons full of flammable liquid at it. Then it gets twatted by some swinging spike
Well, he does this
clubs.
in complete safety. He just like gets in the room with the Demogorgon, throws the balloons on it, and it takes a while. And the Demogorgon like stands there and allows itself to have like 3 balloons thrown at it before it decides that maybe now is the time for me to pursue this child that's like throwing things on me. It's
Maybe
definitely
Demogorgon-
it's definitely the
Mhm.
plot issue of if it's like a random soldier or something, or a random Russian prison guard, they will just the Demogorgons will just rip him to shreds instantly, and it's brutally. But if it's a
Yeah, I
plot
mean-
important character, they just kind of stand there and stare and make noises and like god and then make.
There are
noises at
several
him.
instances where Lucas could have been torn to shreds, and it probably should
Yep.
have happened. Like all things considered, how everything works. It's just like you guys put him through a lot. Definitely the one at most at risk, and I never would have agreed to the plan if I were him. But hey, whatever.
But then, yeah, as you see,
I'm just happy to see Lucas doing something.
Sure.
That was awfully nice of the Duffer Brothers to give him some kind of a role.
Mhm.
It's one of the last things he does, I think, in the entire
Last
season.
things
He's
he
only got a
does.
couple more moments.
I threw balloons at the Demogorgon and I
Yeah,
ran.
It's still so
Then he ran
fucking
away.
dumb that they set the tracker on fire, man.
Yeah. It goes down and it's in the barbed wire, and then, so Nancy shoots the dart into it. Jonathan sets it on fire, then it portals out because Demogorgons hate fire. Someone should probably tell the military that. but
Yeah.
never mind.
Mhm.
So it's running away. The tracker is working. The rest of the group follows it in the car. It goes into some gardens. Then it suddenly changes direction, and they have to change direction comically. It's really funny. But it changes directions because over in the barn, oh dear, Fat Derek has woken up. It's got his blindfold off. And so now the Demogorgon knows where it's coming and Will confirms this fact because he sees through its eyes. It doesn't matter that Fat Derek is awake, or it does, but because he's awake, it's coming for them. And the final thing of this episode is that Holly gets to the mysterious caves. To remind us she has the spyglass, she points it at the mouth of the cave for no particular reason, except that we need to know she has the spyglass. She goes to the entrance, she calls out for Henry. Henry isn't there. She gets jump scared, she runs away. There's a brief Fellowship of the Ring style shot where she hides underneath a log while some boots sort of clump around above her. But then the camera pans up and oh look, it's Max. She's back. Yay.
Oh wow, yeah. Okay, what the fuck
Max
does
is
this
back.
mean? You'll find out.
What's kind of funny is like it's already bad enough, right? To the impact of losing Max in season 4, what it could have been. This is the fundamental math you have to do as a writer. It's like the impact is made impactful by not getting the character ever again. It's like,
Obviously.
well, don't worry, she's not physically back, only like spiritually, mentally, or whatever. Obviously, disregarding what's going to happen. I'd still be like, yeah, but this is just cheating. Like she's still back, you know.
And of course, you do have to disregard what happens because again, you know she's going to be fine now. She will be totally fine. Like whenever the situation gets resolved where she's in the real world, there's not going to be any permanent ramifications for the horrific injuries that she sustained.
Well, that's what's the crazy thing about it. Any rationale you could say as to why this hasn't ruined season 4's payoffs. We're not even at the fucking beginning of that, by the way. There's so much to go on, how much they destroy it. But eventually we will get to a point where there's just nothing left. And they do all this work to get Max back to exactly where she was. And for what reason? To have her graduate? Okay. Thanks. It's such a cringe, like, nah, we regret being mean to her. Like in the story. We sad now.
On then
They
to
didn't even have it
episode.
to where she's like stuck mentally in some other dimension or the upside down or whatever, but her body's it remains comatose, and they have to if her body dies, then she, you know, something where they could have done something. I don't know. Instead, they just reset it. Yeah. Oh well.
They do. But we are now to episode 4, the final episode of volume 1, which lots of people really like.
Yes.
For
I don't know
reason.
why.
Nope. I don't think this is notably better than any of the ones preceding it.
Oh, it's because of the ending.
I forgot it's an hour and a half as well, this one.
Oh, man.
Okay, well, we'll skip through this one, in theory, at a fair rate of knots, in theory. We begin, and once again, we begin by a character recapping the events of the previous episode. This is like Derek has woken up, and then Joyce tries to explain that, we're here to save you from the scary monsters, and they're after you. But Derek doesn't believe them, and so he runs. I say runs, I don't mean that. He waddles up a ladder, and then he kicks the ladder away, and he's refusing to come down. Robin tries to placate him, but then he tells her to suck his fat one, which is fun. I like that. That should happen more often.
Well, it's also just humiliating for our team that this small fat child is destroying their plans by being a goober. It's like, are we really doing this, Duffers? And they're like, yeah. And then I'm sitting there like, it's the only thing that's entertaining me, so you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. You take what you can get.
Doing this because they themselves are mentally stuck at that age.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably why he's the most convincing character. He's the only one they really know how to inhabit. There's plenty of space as well. But so then there's the more arguing, but then Will's gaydar goes off and he sees that the Demogorgon is coming in. It smashes through the door to attack them. Oh dear. What can they possibly do? They have no weapons. Oh, but little Joyce, she picks up an axe. I don't care about that because I remember in season 4 when there's the big fight in the Russian prison and melee weapons are utterly useless against Demogorgons, except that it recognizes that Joyce is a main character, and so she just swings at it, and all it does is sort of slowly walk backwards until it's out of the barn, and as luck would have it, the others arrive, and they run it over in their car at just this moment. How fortunate that they should show up.
Did it feel at all to anyone like this was compensation? It's like, oh, we did a huge mother moment for someone else when Winona Ryder's our mother character. We need to give her a mother moment.
Yeah.
There are different kinds of ways to be a mom.
No, it's to be able to
There's
defeat
only
a
one way, and it
Demogorgon.
involves monsters and wine bottles.
It's so awkward too. The Demogorgon's like, whoa, lady. Whoa now. Whoa. Like, you're swinging that thing everywhere. Can you calm down?
You're going to hurt someone.
Yeah.
like, if there is like a single person in this show who's even less capable of wielding a weapon than Nancy Wheeler, it's definitely Joyce Byers.
She looks so awkward swinging it. Again, the Demogorgon himself
She would
is
hurt
like, ooh,
herself.
a bit
Like, if this
embarrassing.
was true, she would like break a limb there. Something would happen. Also, like, it's very funny that all of our most significant characters sort of get like female characters get significant weapons. Like, the mom, Karen, gets a bottle. Joyce gets an axe. Nancy gets a weapon. Robin gets gayness, I guess, but whatever.
She's weaponized her autism, which apparently people are mad because they've now figured out that it was the actress's idea to have the character change to the way that she was, sort of from 3 to 4 to 5. So they're like, oh, it wasn't even the Duffers that did this. And it's like, well, if any quirk comes to a character, it probably isn't the Duffers. They don't do that. That's not how they write. Every single thing that gives flavor to a character is going to be the actors, pretty much.
Yeah, it's her.
The shitty flavor.
Yes, even the bad flavors, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and even in season 3, I mean, the most significant thing about Robin was the fact that she, came out as lesbian, and even that was the actress. So, every single significant thing about
Makes
everybody.
you wonder about Harper. Like, was all of that David Harbour, or?
Yeah.
Probably.
When I was listening
the actors should
to
get paid to be writers. They should just
him,
get the money.
I mean, I'm gonna say, like, I said he contributed a lot, and I do think that he contributed a lot to season 1. I found that very interesting to hear him talk about it. I don't know, you guys might know, but he made a significant point to mention, like, he wanted to play Hopper in a very specific way. That he said that he used to play Hopper. He really wanted to Hopper to come off as a villain at the beginning of, though he wasn't. He played him as a villain, sort of, though, like, objectively he wasn't, and he was kind of a heroic figure, but he was kind of antagonistic towards the audience. If that makes sense, he was the most significant person in the room at the beginning of the show, and sort of you grow to learn that he's quite, who he is inside, and he transitions into a hero a bit by bit at the end of the season.
I think I understand what's being said. It might be a semantic thing, but it's just like him, projecting authority, him trying to get through all of the nonsense and noise to figure out what is actually happening, sort of stuff. It's just like, it makes him extremely likable. It's
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
David didn't say like he was trying to make a villain out of the character. It's just he wanted to
made a villain against his
will. I'm not really good at articulating this right now, but he made a significant, like, when he was playing it, he sort of got into the mindset of, like, like villainous kind of performance, though he wasn't. He was very strict to the kids, sort of very dismissive at the beginning, and sort of changed up his performance as the season went along, and he found out more.
It felt natural to me. I totally bought all the...
definitely, it's natural.
I think all of the cast, or like several of the main cast, have all said they want to progress and do like more Hollywood writing in their careers. So a lot of the actors have said that, which is believable because they did all of it already. So they've got some experience in character writing at the very least. But so the Demogorgon decides, well, there's only one of me for some reason, and I've met some mild resistance, and I can't possibly portal out and then back in at a better position. I'm just going to run away. The hive mind has directed it to retreat. So it runs away back through a portal, and Steve reckons they can just drive the car through it, which they do.
Sorry, did you just imply that there would be many Demogorgons that could have been sent to complete this task? Is that what you just implied?
Yes, I did, because I vaguely remembered in season 5, episode 1, where more than one Demogorgon attacked the convoy. So I just assumed there'd be a few of the little guys running around.
I might agree with you if, let's say, in, I don't know, an hour from now, in terms of episode time, we see a whole army of them appear. I might agree with you if that happened.
Yeah, but that wouldn't happen.
Nah,
because that would make a mockery of this entire plan. We can't be doing that. So it's run off, and half the group is now in the Upside Down in the beamer. Meanwhile, in the barn, Will is just positively overcome by the gay at this point because the plot has entered cheating mode again, but I would say egregiously at this point, as if it hasn't been before. So now, because we need to know this, his visions switch from being the Demogorgon's eyes to just a random vision of Vecna's lair. And in Vecna's lair, he sees
From whose
some children.
perspective?
I don't know. Maybe
Alright
the
then.
Demogorgon if it immediately portals in. I think it's just the eyes of the plot. That's it. He just gets this vision. He sees Holly and I think
plot
3
eyes.
other kids trapped in an alien reference with like stuff attached to their mouths, which is what happened to him in, you know, back way in season 1. It just, he forgot to tell everyone about it because it actually hadn't happened yet. But that is
Maybe
what he
didn't
did.
remember. Maybe he was
Maybe he
knocked out
forgot.
for it. Maybe he was.
That's, yeah, the big season 4 conceit. You repress memories that the writers hadn't yet thought of for their story. That's how this works. So he's now got vital information which will help like clue them in to where they're going next. They need to find out where this room is because that's where Holly is being kept. Meanwhile, the military is going around rounding up random children. They're putting them all in a big bus. I don't know when they became aware that the risk was to the children. That happened off screen. Would have been nice to see it, but we didn't. So that they're just I think they've just read the script as well. They are anticipating where we're going next. And then we're back to the Upside Down. The car loses track of the Demogorgon, and then they crash into the huge flesh wall because they're arguing and they don't spot it coming at them. So they're now stuck. Oh dear.
On.
They've also lost contact with everybody in the right side up because Joyce tries to radio them, but she can't reach them. Will, however, is making good use of this eyes of the plot thing he's just had. So he's painting a big picture on the wall, like, you know, season 1 and also season 2 and probably also another season I've forgotten about.
Yeah, they've always got to have something like this happen. Otherwise, it's not Stranger Things.
Yes. Core part of the formula. Someone pins shit up on walls and this figures out the mystery. He explains that this picture, which doesn't look like much to me, but apparently it's incredibly important to Vecna and he wasn't supposed to see it. And when this is the bit where he says, oh, it's important to him. And then I think it's Erica who says, Mr. What's it, Henry, number 1 Vecna. And then Fat Derek is the sensible one who says that is too many names, which it is. And it takes Derek to point it out for us.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Solidifying his place as the best character in the show, I think. You know, he's able to shit on the script. So, Will says, yeah, Vecna didn't want him to see this vision. He wasn't supposed to see it. But Robin says, well, you've never been this close to the hive mind before. He definitely has.
Supposed
What
to
does
see
that
this
mean?
vision.
And yes, that's true. What he has been.
Very
So what the fuck
tired
are you talking about?
of her just saying shit because it's
Robin
always
sucks.
true.
People just come up with these completely unintuitive
worst.
random
Well, not
things,
worst.
and then the show says, "Oh yeah, that's just correct." Someone will just randomly come up with the exact correct answer / connection between things.
It also just doesn't track. Will was directly connected to the hive mind all the way through season 1, if you believe the retcon in season 5, all the way through season 2 when the Mind Flayer was using him as a puppet. Season 3 less so, but no. But season 3 he's in the same room as the Meat Flayer. Like he's as close to that giant, and that's the actual boss.
Ugh.
So he's as close to that thing as he just was to the Demogorgon. And in season 4, I'm pretty sure he gets pretty close to the Demogorgons as well. Like this just doesn't happen. It's not a thing, but the show has decided now that it is.
Unless
Again,
the hive mind has this location of the hive mind is like a particular place in the Upside Down, or specifically Vecna.
Yeah, but Vecna's up in the Dimension X. He's not even in the Upside Down. He's never been further away. So
I don't know.
Also, you know, Robin just suggested this shit again. Reminds me of just how it could be anybody at any time. If more people were in this scene, it could have just been given to someone else. That line, it wouldn't have mattered. They don't
Murray,
care
if he was
Yeah.
here. Wow, well maybe I've never been this close to the hive mind before.
And then Robin could be the character to be like, "What do you mean?" You know, just because fuck it, doesn't
And
matter.
then someone else cuts in and explains it. Well, you see,
which is actually it literally happens in this very scene because like they talk about what Will saw, and he's like, "Well, you know, the only reason I knew he was after Derek. This makes no sense, by the way. Shocking, I know." He says the only reason he knew about Derek is because in the memory he had by the merry-go-round, Fat Derek, memory form of Fat Derek, walked close enough to him that he could see Vecna's plans or whatever the fuck. But he doesn't know who he's after next. And Robin says, well, he must be after 8 more kids, and we've decided that he's scaling his collections each night. He's got Holly first, then he collected 3 more, and this means he's going to be collecting 8 more tonight. Why not, I guess? It's as good an answer as any other. But then Mike and Lucas like cycle in at this moment. And they haven't heard any of this conversation, obviously, because we see them just arriving, and they say that's not the only problem, because the military is collecting all the kids, as though they were part of the preceding conversation. It's just
finishing sentences and running off onto the next thing and next thing. It's like the dialogue equivalent of the same thing people noticed about J.J. Abrams and how he films dialogue scenes, where you'll always have the characters form a ring and spin the camera around them. That's just his default. He'll just do that every time to make it feel dynamic. That's what this feels like. It's like we got to pass the dialogue along mid sentence, otherwise people might fall asleep. Just the fact that someone else is speaking makes you go, yeah, okay.
What? Oh, conversation plot. Well, this falls in line. That falls in line with the whole Netflix second monitor content design things, because people have no attention span and they're watching their phones. That makes total sense.
Yeah, a lot of this season's written like that. It's just, but then they also start losing track though of who's actually in the conversation, because Will says, we have to go and stop him grabbing these kids so we can give Dustin and the others time to find the spire place. Forgetting, I think, that none of the others he wants to find the spire were in the room when he was just explaining what the spire is. So they don't even know, and they can't even contact them. So now it's just like, it's assumed, I think, that all characters just have this telepathic connection and they are all part of every dialogue scene. They don't really need to overhear each other. They're just connected. Hive mind. That's how it works.
Someone asked, isn't that just making it interesting?
That's just how it works.
Don't know if you're
the most appropriate way to sum up a lot of the plot aspects of how the Demogorgon and the different dimensions and the Will connection to Vecna all work. It really is just like it's just how it works.
Regarding the dynamic dialogue or dynamic filming of people in a circle, someone said, doesn't that just make it more interesting? I would say that's it would have, like, you want to do filming in a circle, rapidly moving around people to create an experience that at the time is supposed to be like appropriate to whatever the tone of the scene is or what you're trying to convey. You don't instead then like it so much when you used it once, just start using it all scenes. In the same vein, having someone cut someone else off with the information because they separately came to the conclusion because they're a character that, you know, there's justification for that, and that's why they finished the sentence, they're like excited or anxious to get to the point. That's like, you can have that. But to have it all the fucking time because you consider it like an interesting thing to happen, then results in the opposite in both cases. It stops being interesting, it starts being boring. Like, oh yeah, we're doing that again.
Yeah, like, you know, in that 70s show, when they're all sitting around and the camera's in the middle and it's panning around to see everybody who's kind of at the table, but that doesn't happen in the rest of the show for the most part because it's shot mostly as a traditional sitcom for the most, you know.
Well, yeah, that's what they do at the beginning of every episode, right?
I forget the placement of it, but it always is like, it's something I remember for what little I've seen of the show, which has been good, but what little I've seen, that part always kind of stood out to me is like, oh, this is, you know, it's interesting. It's different from the rest of the way that it's shot. It does give it a bit of character.
No, I appreciate the reference. I've seen, I want to say, like, a lot of that 70s show when I was growing up, and what I remember is that's how they would begin episodes, but I could be wrong.
But it was typically in that one location, that one particular like spot. It was almost like that was tied to a location and a set of like 4 characters.
Oh, people saying it's whenever they were smoking weed. Okay.
That was it. Okay, that would be it. Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, when it comes to camera stuff, it's different. It's difficult to have to just say, especially just only verbally, when it is or isn't wrong. Typically, it should be done with a purpose to convey something. It's almost like I saw a tweet go around where someone had pointed out that every shot and it might, I don't know if it was this show or if it was another show, where every shot was a dolly shot where the camera was slightly panning like light.
I think it was this show.
Right. And they said, okay, then that's why it sort of came to mind. And they said, once you notice it, you can't not notice it anymore.
Yeah, because
and so
it goes from being an artistic thing that's supposed to express something at the time that makes the audience feel a particular way to a relied upon, like, we just do this. That's what we do. That's what you do.
This is what shows do. We can't have the camera just be still when it can move.
And it sucks because this is the thing that I do think is an important element of separating like the good from the shit, is that with every decision you come across, I'm not saying you have to do this fucking for everything, literally, but for most things, instead of being like, well, we're doing that, so that's what you do, be like, well, wait, what do we want out of this? What is happening here? What would reflect that? And it comes down to every part of it, right? Writing, acting, cinematography, editing, music. Everything. Like, why do you make any given choice? And then obviously you'd be like, that's going to take ages if you think about everything. It's like, well maybe,
yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
Like,
sure,
yeah,
it does, but
you're writing a TV show with a $400 million gajillion dollar budget. It probably should be a difficult endeavor that you have to work hard on.
Well,
It
because
shouldn't be easy.
the notion of a camera that's not moving is boring, and it's like, oh god, like we gotta get you back to school, Duffers. Not to say that they don't have any still shots.
No, just not enough of them. They make up for how
It's
tedious
like-
and rote their dialogue is by spinning the camera rapidly. So can you imagine like 12 angry men filled in this way? Just like constantly camera in the middle of the table, just going round and round and round every time anyone's speaking. It's like they don't need to do that so often because what they're saying is really interesting.
What was the Star Wars one where it was Acolyte, right? Where the Order 66 is happening in the Jedi Temple.
Oh,
and
God.
right as the fight starts to happen inside of the the Jedi Temple room, the camera starts to get really obviously wobbly. And everyone was pointing out how bad it was.
Because it's an After Effects like shake as opposed to like using a handy cam or any kind of like picking up the camera.
Handheld.
Yeah.
It didn't have the tremble of a handheld camera look that you could very obviously
Which I can't
recreate
believe
in a number of ways.
I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm sorry, everyone, but it's just the truth, and that's what's more important. Knives Out, when Rian Johnson's filming them coming out of the house, it's on, it's steady, and then once everyone starts asking her for like, I think it's when we find out she's going to get the inheritance, and they start surrounding her, he takes the camera off and it starts to wobble naturally because he's holding it and moving with it. That would be the better version of what they were trying to do in Acolyte, but they just decided let's do it in post, which is so funny.
It's Kenobi, isn't it?
Oh, people say it's Kenobi? Fair enough. As if we know the
Kenobi.
difference
They
anymore.
all, like, I'm gonna be honest, they all blend together in
Yeah.
my head, all of these fucking callbacks and scenes.
It's all
The
a
one I remember
blur.
like most egregiously in Kenobi though is when it's the Vader Obi-Wan fight on the "Did you come to destroy me" one, but like there's a really really far distant shot where you can just see mountains and two tiny lightsabers in the distance. That's got fucking motion shake on it. You have shaky cam. Why? Why are we looking at shaky mountains? Who filmed this, and why did you put that there?
More
wonderful.
intense. Shake it. Shake it.
Shake
Yeah.
that camera. That's what the filmmakers do, and that's all you need to know.
So back to another well-shot thing. We go back briefly to the Upside Down. Dr. K tells us basically exactly the thing that Will just told us, but she's a different person saying it, just in case we weren't paying attention. She says, we've taken the kids to protect them from 11, because they're still running with this dumb fuck theory. And the generic general man is got to go up there and protect the kids. An even more generic general man says, hey, Sarah Connor, using these kids as bait, that's reckless. And then she just sasses him and says it's only reckless if you fail to protect them, which you won't. That's literally it. That's the entire scene. There's no fucking leave.
She borders on the most pointless character in the history of media. Like, there is no reason for her to be here. Other characters do her role anyway. Got no history, no motive. She just exists because she's Linda Hamilton, and that means it's a reference to the 80s question mark.
Then we go back to Memory Store for a chat between Max and Holly, which Max begins by saying almost verbatim, so you're probably wondering how I got here. And then they have to go into the caves of exposition.
Yeah, I'm really wondering, what the fuck? How are you alive / here / what's going on?
I really feel as though the Max Holly scenes are possibly the worst, like, time to information ratio of the entire season.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty abysmal.
Because we were looking at splitting them out so we could just, like the way we did with the Minecraft thing and the entire plot with the villager just all in one go so we don't have to talk about it. Trying to do that with this is really tempting, but it's also annoyingly difficult because there's bits where it's going to intersect. So at least this way we get to see just how much of a horrific pace breaker these scenes are. Like they just drag everything down because all it is just Max expositing her backstory, 18 months of it in some caves, which are really boring to look at.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like every scene. So like it starts with her saying like, yeah, I've been here for basically 2 entire years in this cave with a big wall that looks out onto a desert. And she says, we're in a memory, and this memory, it exists inside a world of 1,000 memories. And this world of 1,000 memories, it's Henry's prison. That's what we get so far. She
Whoa.
takes about 15 times longer to set it up, but that's the crux of it. Can't wait to get back to find out what we learn next.
I
'Cause it's
think
gonna be more
Duffers
soon.
watched Inception.
Whoa.
No, like we can do that.
Yeah.
Dream within a dream within a dream within a dream. It's the South Park thing. Just because it's complicated doesn't mean it's good. Stop it.
No, it does. It's just you're not smart enough to get it.
I mean, dude, like the super upside down and then the Mindscape Dream Palace inside the upside down, it's upside down. It's just like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Stop.
So dumb.
I had people
And
saying, like, after the first volume, like, where is Holly? And I'm like, dude, I don't know. Like, I don't know what to, like.
She's in the mega dimension, but it's not like Dimension X, and it's not the upside down. It's like a sandwich. It's between it. It makes sense. The Duffers assured me that this all makes sense.
It's Henry's mind palace. Like, she got here because she's connected up to the mind flayer in Dimension X, and there's a tube in her mouth. That's how she got here. And Max is here because in the previous season, something that wasn't that occurred, and she got trapped here. So, like, two people, very different ways of getting here, both here. It's wonderful. Don't ask questions.
Also, have you guys seen that meme of like there was an image of Max photoshopped like because she has all of this furniture in her cave. People were like, how I imagine Max like smuggling in furniture, trying to outrun Vecna. It's just like her dragging a bunch of tables and books into her cave while running for her life away from this fucking monster that is about to kill her. That's just so
No wonder
funny.
Henry hates her, because she keeps coming into his house and nicking his furniture.
Yep.
She's just trolling him.
Oh, I wish we could have seen that instead. Oh.
And you know, it's crazy to know that she is actually hiding out here in the sense that if Vecna spots her and she's not in the cave, then that's like detriment. That's like lethal to her.
It's gotta be
you're like,
game
oh.
over, yeah.
And then you think to yourself, like, well, you know, there's another way of getting rid of her as a problem that Vecna surely would know about. And you're like, no, he would not. He does not. And will not until later. Because he's really smart.
Very smart villain. One of the smartest of all the villains to have ever villain. But so we blissfully leave this place for a little bit of time. Back to the radio station. This is where we are sort of talking about how the Mind Flayer tunnels, which the military should know about because they discovered them in season 2. They don't know about them. They don't know they're there. They go all the way up to and underneath the main military base. And our heroes use them to go and smuggle shit. They use them for runs. They use them to break in and out every single time. And just so happens that one of them leads right under the part of the military base that they need to get to. Lucas says, that's a lucky break. And Robin says it had to happen one of these days. Fuck off. So the entire show isn't this.
Right.
I'm just still confused. Can you guys confirm it or like explain it to me
I
how
can confirm I also am confused.
how are these kids much less safer with the military? Like how are they gonna keep them safe? Is like Joyce more safe than a literal military base for these kids? How are they fucking planning to protect them if they kidnap them back?
Well, their plan is that because they have Murray arrive in his lorry, and then he's built a big padded, like a man who looks like Murray with a padded closet in his lorry is a bad image. But the idea is that they will put the kids in there, and then he will drive them out of Hawkins. That's what they plan on doing. It doesn't work out, but that was their idea.
They do plan that. Okay, yeah, I missed that, I guess.
Well, but you know, aside from that, at any time, if a Demogorgon, just really one, was to attack this group, they're dead.
Yeah.
It's just crazy to think that could happen at any time. And of course, we're about to see it happen sevenfold.
Demogorgon was the boss of season 1.
Yep.
But now they're just like... The downgrade has been pretty stark. And the amount of respect that you need to be giving Demogorgons in this show in general. They're just treated like they're not a threat, that they can't pop up at any point, that if one does show up, you have to run or die, and it's way faster than you, way stronger than you. It's basically invincible, and you can't hurt it unless you've prepared for it.
It's just...
And what do the stakes seem so out of whack?
thinking to the idea that Joyce is the only adult in this room. If I was her, I would be telling all these underage kids to shut the fuck up. Just
Kids are
sit
underage.
the fuck down. What the fuck are you talking about? We just kidnapped a child and we're planning to kidnap even more. Shut up. You're 17. Sit the fuck down. It's just
It wouldn't work though, because like Joyce would get maybe halfway through a sentence, and then Robin would say "dick," and then she'd break out into exposition, and you can't stop her because the exposition music would start, and everyone gets locked into their dialogue tree, and like there's no options to it either. So it's like Robin does indeed say "dick." She uses a great escape reference. Like Tom goes over there, Harry goes over there, but Dick's in the washroom, and for us, I like Dick. It's so funny. They keep doing it.
Hilarious. Why don't they tell the military what's really going on with the kids so the military can protect the kids better?
Because
Because in this aspect, the military's goals and their goals are aligned to keep them safe,
Yeah.
right?
Yes. And they don't even have to give away 11. It has nothing to do with 11. They can just tell them, hey, one of the kids was kidnapped. This guy's sister was kidnapped by Demogorgon that just attacked their
We know
house.
how it's happening. We know what's doing it and how they can do it.
And you know
Please.
that we know what we're talking about because you were there in season 1 when we were involved, and in season 2 when we were involved, and in season 3 you helped us out of the Russian base that we broke into, and in season 4 we were involved. So you know that we know more about this, as even though we're kids, than you do. Nothing to do
you've
with
been studying
11.
this for
We just have
18
experience.
months plus, and
Yeah.
it's-
Also, except don't ask us how we got this fat kid here. Just don't ask.
we don't even know
No.
this fat kid actually.
He came of his own volition. Just
Yeah.
waddled in. We don't even know his
His
name.
family is just snoozing.
He
Here, they're
just
fine.
rolled right in. Needed some friends.
So Joy says, let's say we go with Dick. How do we find the washroom? And Will says, well, how do we even know how many kids are being targeted? And then Mike says, well, we can use an inside man. And the camera pans over to Fat Derek. And Fat Derek, who's hated them up until this precise moment, he's going to agree to go along with their very dangerous plan. He'll be their informant. He'll let them know which kids are which. And he'll let them know where the washroom is so they can tunnel up underneath.
He kind of does amazingly well. Like,
oh yeah,
he's phenomenal in this job, considering his age and experience. But hey,
no, he's exceptional. So, back to the Upside Down, the soldier they mind raped is awake, and he wanders off back to base, but Hopper and 11, they are already at the base. They are spying on the base. They are counting the guards in the towers. Hopper finally raises the issue I raised ages ago, which is that Vecna can't be in there in Kryptonite and using his powers to kidnap Polly, but then nobody really addresses this because we insist on going into this space anyway. So 11 says, I can jump the fence, because remember I was practicing for it in season 1, in episode 1, before I knew what I had to do.
yeah.
And she
Why
says,
can't she just fly?
That's the answer to that.
yeah, reasons.
Also,
It's
that
like,
is totally
it's like Jedi. It's like we just don't really talk about that.
Well, now we know why that scene exists. The Duffers will overcompensate. They're like, we can't have her do a jump over the fence unless we have the training sequence. That's called setup and payoff.
Because we couldn't have engineered any way in any of these previous scenes where she will have either used this or discovered it or set up that she can do it during the actual action scenes where she's running away from guys or trying to get away from soldiers or jumping around. Or we have to have this whole subplot about how she beat her time. She got the time, so that means that Hopper says that she could go with them on one of their little excursions to check out the grid square.
Her plan, though, is that she can use the sound of thunder to mask the sound of her landing on the roof. And she says, listen, like, the thunder, it strikes every 7 seconds. So naturally, having been told this, I counted it. The next thunder strike occurs 20 seconds later. They didn't...
Nice.
Why call that out in your script and then forget to do it? But,
Yeah, that's a bizarre thing to do, to specifically tell the audience, listen for the gap, and then not have the gap be what you told us it was. Well, I guess maybe the big question is, how come thunder strikes every 7 seconds?
Well, why was this never brought up before? This is just some new made-up shit. This was never, ever, ever relevant before.
And they're
And it
just
just
fucking
sounds
themselves over
ridiculous.
because they know that they haven't timed that like throughout the seasons or anything. They know they're fucked if they make this a rule, but they're like, whatever. No one's gonna check.
I think I have the answer. It's because conformity gate. Like it's false. It's Vecna's vision. Or whatever.
That's right.
It's
Because
dream.
if you
It's not
take
real.
7 seconds, but then the next one is 20, 20
Yes.
minus 7 is 13. And 4, right? 4, that's how many seasons were before this.
Yes.
So if you take 4 away from 13, you get 9, which is like the
Mhm.
9th episode. They're setting up the
Yeah.
9th episode of
Oh
Stranger
my
Things season
god.
5.
Incredible.
By the
Oh
way,
my
this is
God.
actually a legit good example of how brains work. If the number was 4, you'd say 4 seasons were before this one. If the number was 5, you'd be like, there's 5 seasons. If the number was 6, you'd be like, there are 5 seasons total, and this is the season we're on. 5 plus 1 is 6.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be like,
That's right.
what the fuck?
It's like biblical numerology and stuff. You could just make shit up. You could just make up arbitrary quote unquote quasi patterns and then mix them and match them in any way that you want to get anything that you need. Why don't they just write it to where she doesn't land? She just jumps in. Don't even call attention to her, the sound of her being on the roof or anything. Just have her land on some dirt or land on a solid surface. Why
Yeah, on a roof
why go
concrete
through all the
instead of
trouble
glass.
of the thunder and the noise? Like
There's only-
it's
it's only-
literally not an issue.
It only plays into for one very brief tension building moment when she does it later, and like she mistimes the second one when she's jumping across to the guard tower, and Hopper says, "Oh no, you mistimed your jump," thinking, "Oh shit, that makes me tense," but then she kills the guard anyway, so it's fine. And that's the last time it's relevant. Never ever comes up again. So it's just don't do
And
that.
for the
Just
rest of
have
the
her land somewhere else.
show, for the rest of the show, when they're on the upside down, it gets really annoying to have every 7 seconds lightning goes off. For the rest of the show, it's very consistent. They stick to it, the Duffer Brothers. They commit.
There is time though for them to do one other shitty thing before they get down to their plan, because at this point, Dustin, Steve, Jonathan, and Nancy finally get in touch with them via the radio, and they say they crashed into a wall on the other side of town. And Hopper, who is the responsible adult, he says, "Okay, stay there at that church. We're going to come and we're going to pick you up." And then he turns to 11 and says, "Right, let's go into that base and not go pick them up." So he's just left half his team stranded in an incredibly dangerous position, having told him he's going to come and rescue them.
Huh.
But we have a side quest to do first. What a terrific guy.
No, the kids are the side quest.
So that's enough of the fun stuff. We're back to the exposition caves. Yay! So Max explains
There's a lot
that
of exposition in this season. Like it is
fucking
very
is.
conspicuous how many scenes are just one character telling other character a very important plot and description stuff.
Well, it's all to build up
Yeah.
the giant battle at the end, which was really satisfying.
Yeah.
What a terrific fight.
Yeah.
One
It's
of the
like-
fights.
And it's not like they're doing anything while they're doing the exposition. They're not performing some task or going someplace or doing something. It's not like they're accomplishing multiple things at once. It really is just let me tell you the exposition, and then the scene can just.
I mean, this
go on.
scene this scene tries to trick you into thinking it's doing more than it is, because this is where Max is she explains basically the premise of season 4: Vecna killing people, opening gates, causing rifts. Then the government just paved them over, so never mind. Then Holly says, "Why aren't you dead?" And Max says, "Well, I kind of was for a bit, but then." And then we start
I got
using
better.
like the memory thing. I got better, yeah. Then she starts sort of like we go into flashbacks within memories, within a dimension. As she tells us, like, she woke up suddenly in a dream of Dr. Brenner's lab for some reason with all the kids who got murdered. And then while she exposits this, we get to go through all of these memories. So visually, stuff is happening, even though really it is just dry exposition. She ran around in the lab. She heard noises through a door. She went through the door. She emerged into a corridor in Hawkins High in the 1960s. Young Joyce is there. She's giving out tickets to a school play. Max says, "Somehow I was in another time. Hawkins 30
Don't they
years
play
ago."
like a song to let you know that it's oldie times?
I think they do. I just don't know what the song is.
I think I know.
Is
The
it,
lyrics are like, "Oh, it's the oldie times. Oh, everything's old." It's a really good
Yeah.
song.
Like Fallout.
It's something like that, just to really let you know that these are some oldie time, even older than the oldie times we're in. These are really oldie times. They play the oldie time song to beat you over the head with
It's one of
it.
my favorites from the 50s. Yeah, it's a good song.
Isn't it cool how important and integral this scene is to the rest of the plot? It's just
Yeah.
there's so much to this scene. We learn so much about it. And
They briefly
If Holly
tell
asked
you that it's
Max,
gonna be
"How did you get
important.
here?" and Max just shrugged her shoulders and said, "I don't know," that just would have been better.
Well,
it kind of happened off screen.
like if we're
Ollie.
being, she went from baiting Vecna to get her in season 4 as part of the major plan. He does get her, and I guess he's 90% of the way through harvesting her, but doesn't complete it and gets booped by 11 and then set on fire by the Super Friends. And so you have Max waking up in his mind, but it's also time travel-y and just his trauma, whatever, and she escapes into. You just sort of, you have to take all of it for granted as just like, okay then.
Yeah, this
Why
is
not?
just how it works. Like, 'cause, yeah, she says, somehow I was in another time, only I wasn't actually there. I was just an observer. And that's when I understood I was trapped in Henry's mind, his memories.
Sure.
And it's always the problem with memory store type devices. Like, what if the memory was just like a really good wank?
Yep.
What if it was on the toilet? What if he was like, I don't know, being
Great, now I gotta
racist
do
like
this
people
wanking
were back in
Max
the old
into
days?
watching me.
And it's like,
It's always the plot relevant ones they fall into.
well, and then what if it's a fucking mundane memory of just walking down the street,
doing
saw a
laundry.
rabbit? It's just like, okay, but no. This is
I love
all.
that we don't even get to learn anything about Henry from here. It's just, oh, look, fan service, young Joyce and Steve Harrington's dad. And
Did you know that these adults are did you know that these adults are ex-children? It's true.
And
Mhm.
Former child.
another thing that's annoying too, as
And-
someone in chat has just kind of mentioned, it's just like, how is this fair? This is like this is cheating. The gates got opened, but like she's doing all this. It's like the harvesting was not complete, and it's like, well, shut up. Like, okay. This would be the peak of having your cake and eating it too, which, by the way, I think on one of our streams semi-recently, someone asked what the meaning of that statement is, because if you eat the cake, you still have it. It's just in you. And everyone
I'm glad that they've
replied
identified
to
the
it.
incongruity of the internal inconsistency of the saying. I'm glad that's good. Like, yeah.
But I would just use this. They took the payoff of killing Max, but they also kept Max alive. That would be having your cake and eating it too.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
So Holly says, wait, this all sounds exactly like the plot of or like the plot of A Wrinkle in Time. It's like Camazotz. And then she explains the plot of that book. Yeah, that really important film.
Yeah, which they want us to call this Camazotz, which is in the Abyss, or Dimension X, which is attached to the Upside Down, which is attached to Hawkins. That's what they want. That's what they.
Dimension X is.
I don't think I will call it that.
Right? It is different.
Huh?
Well, so to get here, you have to be placed in Dimension X, and then you have to be hooked up to the Mind Flayer, and then you can be placed into Camazotz.
Or you have to be 90% harvested.
But Max wasn't hooked up to the Mind Flayer. She just got saved from the discombobulation from Vecna.
Shut up.
That's the other way it works.
That's the other way, yeah.
Okay.
But
okay.
That's what I mean about,
so
like,
there are two ways to get. Wait, how did Holly get here then?
Holly got taken by the Demogorgon into Dimension X and hooked up to the Mind Flayer in Dimension X. So she's hooked up, and all the kids get hooked up in the Mind Flayer. That's how they get here.
Max but Dimension X was called
season 4.
The Abyss by Dustin, right? That's what they want us to call it.
Yes, that's right.
That's what they want us to call it. And then they are the same thing, though, except that nobody got around to telling Mr.
Dimension
Levy,
X
who
is better.
directed the episode. Because he said, in an interview, Sean Levy says, no, I don't think The Abyss is the same as Dimension X, but you'll have to ask the Duffers.
Wait, how do you know? That's where the Mind Flayer lives.
Why am I not surprised that came out of his mouth?
The man who created Deadpool and Wolverine, everybody.
He's a...
You guys said it was
movie
good,
too.
damn it.
I've been
You
seeing
did. You
lots
said it was good.
lots of hatred for that movie now, and I was like, we've got there finally.
Oh, wow. Yeah, there you go.
Finally.
A year and a half later.
The arc
Thanks,
of
guys.
history is long, but it bends towards EFAP.
It's always a matter of like the blast of emotional value is gone now, and all you have to look back on is some clips, and you're like, God, this film is ugly. Oh, it's filled with key jaggles. You're like, yes, that was the case at the time. Anyway,
I mean, talk about like cultural. What do they call it? Influence? I forgot the term. Oh my gosh. Imprint. Relevance. It's no. It for a movie that was so big at the time it came out.
Yeah.
No one really referenced it. I don't really see it talking about. No memes, nothing. Like for a while, like Deadpool dance was a thing, right?
Right, yeah.
Like for a bit.
Now everybody shits
Yeah,
on
you
it.
get in trouble for posting
Now
that
they think
now.
it's crap.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I hated
It
I hated that
always
film
was.
while I was watching it.
Yeah.
I didn't even
I
I didn't even have to finish to know I hated it.
I just don't understand how nobody immediately noticed something was wrong when the intro for Deadpool and Wolverine has proper credits when the first two did jokes. Like, how is that not the clearest example of, oh, fucking hell, yeah, this is a corporate
We don't need
product
to
that we're
open old
dealing with
wounds,
here.
but Deadpool desperately wanting to join the Avengers after seeing the first two movies. You kidding me? Fucking abandoning his found family. There's so much. Well, we don't need to do
Yeah.
No,
that.
that movie pissed me
But we
off.
don't
I
need
still
to.
haven't finished it.
It's shit. It's terrible. It's one of the worst ones, guys. It's one of the
It
worst.
is.
I turned off during the third act and I never went back, and I don't intend
That was a
to.
good decision.
Yeah.
Well, hey, it serves as a goodbye to the Fox universe, which we will say goodbye to again.
Again.
Man. How many times do we have to kill these old men?
It's the meme of how many times we have to teach you this lesson, old man. How many times do we have
Don't
to kill you, old
enjoy-
man?
I'll kill 1,000 Professor X's before I let this franchise die.
All that we have so far for that fucking movie is trailers for legacy characters rather than any of the fucking new ones that have been introduced over the last 6 years. Isn't
Because-
They
that insane?
spent so much money and so much time trying to give the slightest of shits about
The
any
thing-
of their new characters, and look at them now.
The thing for me about this is that if you've been sort of following the people who love these movies as sort of reviewers and assessors of culture, this has come as a complete weird surprise. Meanwhile, for us, it's just like, we've been expecting this for ages. It's like, they're finally there.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Obviously. But then these are the same people who, if you were to take all of their contemporary reviews of every Phase 4 and 5 Marvel project, you'd think we were fucking eating good. You
Yeah.
think we were having a great time. I think it was like a 7.
It was around a 7 or so.
Consistently, yeah, for like
Said it
all
was,
of Phase 4 and 5, and then it's like, oh, those kind of sucked, huh?
Crazy.
Yeah, now that the mines have been cleared.
I did look up the full quote actually because I remembered it being slightly worse, and I just couldn't remember in what way it was worse. It turns out it's worse because it's foreshadowing. So the interviewer is obviously very confused as well. The question is the Abyss the other world where Henry is, which is connected to Earth via the Upside Down, also Dimension X, the place he originally entered when he got his powers in the desert as a child? That's not actually how it works, I don't think, but never mind. Sean Levy's answer in full, not very long, is that is a really great question. You should ask the Duffers. And you can tell them that I believe I'm correct in saying no, it's the Abyss, and I believe the Abyss is not Dimension X. Ask the Duffers. I can't wait to read your article so I can finally understand the answer.
Oh my god. Like,
foreshadowing.
I'll be honest with you. That's actually
but
kind of a better answer in the sense of honesty. Because do you remember I don't know if you saw it, but the clip I had in the Outlaws video where the devs were asked about the 5 syndicates, and you can tell they don't know. They actually don't know the 5, so they're like scrambling, and then Julian Garrity just says, hey, this, we're not going to answer that just yet. No comment. As if there's some kind of mystery to it, when the reality is they didn't know. At least Sean Levy's just like, I don't know. I don't understand this. Like, well, why are you asking me? It'll be interesting for me to understand it when someone else explains it.
But like, he was on set with them. He was in the writers' rooms with them. How does he not know?
Because the
directing
Duffers probably don't even
episodes.
know.
No, pretty sure they don't. So yeah, we've got a Kamazut's realm now, and Holly explains what that is really, and Max says if you're a prisoner in a prison world, you only have a few doors open to you. Door 1 is you take your own life. Door 2 is you accept your fate. Door 3 is you escape. And then the exposition continues. She says she kept moving from memory to memory, but the place is like a maze. She got turned around. She ended up back at the beginning, back in the dead kid's room in Hawkins' lab. Then she heard Kate Bush. Holly says, is that one of your friends? And Max says, kind of. Music has a way of finding you in the darkest places. Lucas used it to guide me out of Vector's mind before. Holly says, is this coming from Lucas in the real world this time? Max says, yeah, because he hadn't given up on me. So I figured if I could follow the music, I could get out. But then everything went wrong. And as she says this, she tears a hole in the wall of the dead kid's room, and then she emerges somewhere else. But we don't get the thrilling answer to this question.
A bizarre fucking cut in terms of just storytelling for me, because I don't know if the Duffers disagree, but when you say something like, so I've been building up this whole story, and this is kind of where everything went bad. Start a new scene with the context of that delivery. Open door, now cut to a different storyline. You're like, what? No. Don't you cut when she says everything went wrong? Or do you even maybe cut before then, because then you can introduce the next set with her saying, and then everything went wrong. It felt like a really weird sort of, all right, we're going to see what went wrong. And then a few seconds go by later. Like, oh, okay. Fine, and when we cut back, it's even weirdly jarring again, because you're like, oh, we're doing the max. Remember she said everything went wrong? You're like, yeah, okay, we're back.
I don't think Duffers disagree, because I don't think they've ever had an opinion in their life about anything.
Well, there's a notion of trying to end any given sequence on an interesting part so that we want to come back to it and everything, but this one felt like they'd filmed it all in one, the Mac stuff, and then just chopped it at certain points, hoping that it would work with how they've edited the rest of the episode.
Yep. But we get to go back there later to figure out what went wrong and how she ended up back in the Caves of Exposition, which is where we know she has to be anyway. So for now, though, Derek is going through the military base. He gets himself in. He spots some guns. He spots the kryptonite things. They take him to the barracks. He asks where the toilet is. So Derek's doing his job. Derek's good. He's on mission and very convincing. And he gets in and he finds the bathroom, and then he radios them to let them know where it is, so they know where to dig. Meanwhile, he has to go and find out which kids know about Mr. Watsit, and he does that just by asking them if they know about Mr. Watsit. And it's speedy and it's efficient. I don't think it particularly lines up, given Derek is introduced in school. The only time we've ever seen him in school is being kind of the fat bully kid that no one likes. So it's weird that kids would just go up to him and say, yeah, that's us. But the plot needs them to do that, so they do.
Well, yeah, Delightful Derek feels kind of like an insane twist of the character they've showed us up to this point, but whatever, it's just like, I guess this is happening. But you're right, because it's just a matter of they need him to be this good to make the story go a particular way. Not only good at what he's doing, but also the kids to follow him.
Yeah. Someone in chat's asked what's happened to Derek's family.
We will not see them again.
They OD'd, I'm afraid.
Oh, no.
Lying somewhere in a barn.
Yeah, I mean, no one took care of them in a way, so they're probably, I don't know, if they woke up, they're either starving, peeing themselves, just, dying from dehydration.
CGIP.
Yeah, it's
I hope
just
I
fun.
don't die in a barn.
They're where Ted Wheeler is, probably, they're up to something.
Forgotten.
A better place.
The Forgotten Realm.
Just another
dimension.
Another reason why Conformity Gate does make sense.
What a weird name for a thing.
I still don't get it. I'm like,
what a strange thing in general that gate became a suffix for controversies. It's just like, how many people at this point even know that Watergate was a hotel?
Watergate, that famous dam, I think.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a levee or something. I don't know. Some sort of water locking system. I'd like to stay at the Watergate.
So back to the Upside Down, Eleven jumps into the base. She takes out the guard. She opens the gate, and she walks off, ready to go and do her mission. Hopper sort of briefly reaches inside his jacket, and he looks at something, which is mysterious because we're setting up that he might be wearing. Actually, it's not really setting up what it turns out to be, but it's we'll get to the suicide plan later. So Derek identifies
the season to be over more than we do.
Oh, he's wanted it to be over for years. It's just he's just coming up with ever more creative ways to make it happen, and they just won't let him. It's a shame.
I used to be a sheriff of a town. People respected me despite my drinking, which is more impressive.
So at the radio tower, the rest of the group goes for a little wander around. And Mike and Will, they have a chat. And Mike asks about Will's powers, says he was inside the Demogorgon. Uh-oh.
He was...
Am I still here?
Yeah.
My computer's beeping at me and the memory's fucked itself. Uh-oh.
No, you're here.
Oh,
We
good.
have you.
Well, as long as I'm still
We hear
audible,
you.
it's just that nothing on my computer
Your
functions. I'll just
memory is
carry on.
beeping.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's not good. It happens every now and then. I need to get that
Oh
checked.
my
okay.
god, that's
As long as
terrifying.
it's a regular occurrence, that's fine
Jeez.
then.
It's like if I've left it on doing complex tasks for like 48 hours, it starts to hate me and then it tries to kill itself, but it should be fine.
I know that.
Luckily,
feel.
memory's cheap now, so if you need to get
Ah,
replaced,
yes,
it
that's
doesn't
right,
be much of
yeah.
an
I've
issue.
got
I
like
can't-
128 gigabytes of that shit. I don't need any more.
Oh
Oh my
goodness.
god, wow.
Oh my gosh. That's
That's a lot.
well.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
drunk bought it before prices rose. This is how you make sensible life
That was,
decisions.
Correct.
Isn't it funny that would have been like if somebody just thought of just buying a whole bunch of spare RAM, that would prove to be like legitimately one of the best investments that somebody could have made last year was
Yeah, if I could
buying
go back in time,
RAM.
like
It's like
3 or 4
you like
months.
3 extra money in a week. Like it's just insane. Fucking AI, man. Anyway.
Yeah.
Hold on while I briefly find where I was on a different
Yes,
monitor.
no worries.
Mm-hmm.
On a different,
On a
did one of your
different-
monitors die?
No, different device. No, I'm just gonna have to use my phone. It's fine. We'll be good.
Oh.
It's all good.
What? What's happening over there?
It's happened to me before where everything stops working but Discord is working, and it's like, I feel like I'm
Oh.
floating in the abyss, just like, but you can still hear me, I
This
guess.
is my little island on the abyss. Yeah, at least Discord is here.
It just does this thing where like my mouse will just not. They'll move in. Like it'll take 5 seconds to move, and then it'll move, and then it'll stop for 5 seconds. Everything
Oh.
stops for 5
Oh,
seconds.
gosh,
It's cool. I have found where we are. Everything's going fine. There's no crisis. Nothing's wrong. The world's on fire.
Crisis
but never mind.
averted or
Crisis averted.
ignorable.
So, yeah, Derek, he's identified all the right kids. That's great. We're having the little chat between Mike and Will. That's where we left off. So, Mike suggests that, well, maybe because Will is connected to Vecna, Will is using some of Vecna's powers, and that maybe he could use those powers against him. Maybe we finally have our second 11. We need some magic here. And then it cuts to Robin, and she's looking fondly over because she sees
Finally
what's
have
going
our
on.
22.
Yeah.
This
This is the scene that made Bylers go absolutely crazy, and I hate
Yeah.
those people. So I'm glad they were disappointed. But
well, think of the Conformity Gator people who are like, our plight is much worse than the Bylers alone, you know. But then I guess there's a cross section too.
Yes,
What is
they
it?
seek only the visceral enjoyment of romantic affection, while we seek a more intellectual calling.
Exactly. We're the good buckets. You're the bad buckets.
We are the ones who are passing the Duffers test while they're failing. They're falling for the distractions. Emotion is a distraction.
By the way, I find these scenes very frustrating when people suggest, it's kind of what we talked about before, where they'll just say a thing and it's like, oh, that just turns out to be true. But it's no less absurd than Mike saying, hey, what if like you could hold someone's hand and think about them really hard and then transfer your influences to Vecna over to them, like copying it. And if we do that enough times, all of us can work together to stop him. And then they just go, yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah, that's not like something that someone on LSD would say at all.
There's no reason to think that would ever work, but it will now that you've said it, because that's how this works.
This is no more or less strange than any of the other bullshit that's been going on lately. So whatever. And at least if we die, it will all be over.
Mm-hmm.
it's a nice
Great.
thought. So that's done. So the next time, obviously, Will is being psyched up, and he's going to eventually unlock his uber
Psych.
magical gay powers of magic, and it's excellent. But not just yet. That's in a few minutes' time. For now, though, we are back in the Upside Down. Dustin is trying to work out what the big flesh ball is, and he succeeds. He triangulates a signal based on it, because they picked up the weird signal in the truck, and then he's picked up a signal from the wall, and he uses it to triangulate. This got an audible, oh for fuck's sake, out of me when I first saw this. It turns out that if you triangulate the signal from the giant flesh wall that goes all around Hawkins, it leads you to Hawkins' lab.
Whoa.
And this was
Whoa.
extremely annoying. Exactly. And we are in episode 4. How did nobody think of this before? Of course, yeah, maybe the place it all began might be very, very important. Maybe we should check that out.
How did
Have
they
we even
search
looked for Vecna there yet?
that much of the grid without discovering there was a flash wall? It's absolute nonsense. It's
How is
probably
it possible that we've never, ever, ever seen it up until this point after multiple seasons?
bullshit.
It's like a
this
battleship.
wall
They just didn't.
It's meant
choose
to
the right grid.
redefine our entire understanding of the Upside Down and the role that it plays. Like, how it they don't plan anything. They just don't.
Mm-hmm. Did you guys
They
read?
said they planned this season. Fucking liars. Sorry.
They planned the entire show. Fucking delusional assholes. Not delusional, more like liars. It's did you guys read about like Hawkins Lab? I mean, I think everyone knows like it's an actual abandoned like medical center. What it was, I don't remember, but it's an actual building, and they plan to take it down this year, which I find very poetic.
Oh,
Yes.
I wish it happened on screen in this show.
I guess that because wasn't Scrubs like the hospital that was like an old hospital that wasn't being used anymore, and then that just like became their place that they got to like make the whole show in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Now I don't think it exists anymore now. So when they're doing the new Scrub, when they're doing the new Scrubs season, I guess it will be a different place.
by the
God
way,
damn it, man!
that
God
super chat
damn.
just now. Why was the wall made of flesh specifically? No idea.
There's no
No.
explanation for that.
I don't know, man. Why did the lightning happen in 7-second intervals?
Why is there lightning at all?
I don't know, man.
Why? What is this? It's just like, huh?
Why anything, really?
They could have said like if there's a season 6 planned, and they could be like, everything we know about the Upside Down is actually not true, and we're going to reveal what it actually is next season. You're like, I thought you did that already. He's like, no. The Upside Down is actually the actual right side up. That is the core. That's the default universe, and Hawkins, Earth, all of that. That is the errant dimension that was created long ago. Aha! And every time it's just gonna be like,
Earth
shut
is the
up.
Upside down dimension was something. Yeah.
They can just keep making
Wait,
up because nothing matters anyway.
Am I hallucinating from sleepiness, or wasn't it like a big thing in like earlier seasons that Upside Down was kind of alive, and they should have been very careful to not
Like the vines and stuff, like the tendrils,
Yeah.
they couldn't step on the tendrils. We don't give a
Yeah.
shit about that anymore. We don't
Whether
care
or
about
not
a
you
lot
can
of things.
breathe
They're just
in it.
walking around breathing.
It's crazy that they
Yeah.
kind of forgot or don't give a shit about that anymore. That's crazy because it used to be a big thing. I don't remember in which season because I don't give a shit.
Well, yeah,
But
it used to be a dangerous, different dimension that you had to take a lot of precautions and be careful about.
no, they're
Now it's
just
just like
racing,
just a place you can
and
go.
just building bases, peeing, whatever. Who gives a shit?
Yep.
Nice.
Back to Kamazot's, everyone's favorite place, the Memory Store world. For more exposition, Max picks up exactly where she left off. She says, the music, it led me to a new memory. It was the first time that Vecna saw her, which was the time that he cursed her. She carried on following the music, so we get much more running up that hill. She goes through more new memories, terrible memories. And her last time in Henry's mind, she's Billy getting killed. She says it feels like it will never end, and I relate to this feeling immensely.
Yes.
But then, eventually, they did, though. The night Vecna, quote-unquote, killed her, and then took her prisoner in his own mind without meaning to do that. Then she follows the music upstairs, and she emerges into the big red place that she escaped from in season 4. Remember the big red place?
Which
It's great.
you would have thought was Vecna's HQ, but that's getting changed in this season.
Well, I'm now really confused about what the big red place is now. I
don't know.
I don't get it. Like, is it part of the memory world, or is it a different part of this? Like, is it a memory? Is it part of the memory store? Is it a new dimension on top of the memory store that other people get to? I mean, because you see the corpses of the other people he grabs are there in season 4.
Yeah.
So did they first go to Kamazot's or not?
I don't.
The Vecna's layer is inside the Mind Flayer. He's physically there, which is another dimension. But Abyss is like his mind, and then there's Upside Down, and then that is actually a bridge, and then there's a red place.
When does she run up that hill among all of that?
Oh, she's running up that hill
every-
constantly. She's still
Ah.
doing it right. Well,
Well,
actually,
she's not really
specifically
running.
in this scene, she's not running. That's quite important. Yes.
Yeah, so this,
So,
if you drew any meaning from season 4's big payoff in Dear Billy, the episode, this is rough to watch, this whole sequence. It's
It fucking
terrible.
is.
They can't even copy themselves.
No,
And her wig is atrocious too.
it's just so awful.
By the way, everything is bad.
So even though she knows like the mechanics of this place because it saved her and it's very important. It's the big moment of season 4. Here she is. She hears the music. She sees the open portal. She very slowly walks toward the portal. She stops. She feels her wrist, and she tells us that she could it was so close. She could feel Lucas's hand on her wrist, and she stands there feeling his hand on her wrist, and she's having a really great time. And then she suddenly remembers, shit, the portal. Oh yeah, I better go to that. Oh no, it's too late. The portal closes because the tape stopped. And then fucking Vecna turns up behind her, and she has to run all the way back to the exposition caves.
Somehow escapes him, which won't make any fucking sense considering what he can do in this exact circumstance later. So she should have been done at that point. However, a counterpoint to this that's just even more flaws getting piled on. First thought I had when watching this, and I understand this is going to change once we go on, was you've completely fucked up what happened in Dear Billy. It isn't literally the fucking song, it's what the song evokes within the person, what it makes them feel. It's like a quick sort of pathway to understanding yourself in a particular way, right? So the idea that the song stopped playing and therefore the portal closes as some kind of like definitive mechanic is so disrespectful to the emotional aspect of this. However, what I'm saying is something that she will come to realize later, which doesn't even make sense.
She can't come to realize it later because this is the way that it works.
Yeah, that is internal.
They show that this is the way it works. It is a mechanic. The music, like the actual music, creates the portal rather than how she feels about it. Because she shouldn't just need the song at that point. It could be fucking anything.
Well, so I don't think this portal can close at this point. She's got the music and the hand touching her that brings her to the sense of hope and
from last season. Unless that's what.
But like it's already
she's actually like
the momentum's so strong that the song turning off shouldn't change anything. She should just fucking plow through that portal.
Shit, oh no! The portal's closing. No, it's like.
It sucks. And the Duffers, if I said this to them, would be like, yeah, true, and she will realize that. It's like, no, that is it. There's no realizing it. That's already what it is.
Always what it was. The idea that it was specifically the configuration of notes and words sung in that fucking song. The idea that she ever thought it was that set of lyrics that would actually be getting her out of there was just so dumb. Like
they theoretically sort of give us that knowledge that it was her emotions and emotional state, psychology, but in practice they never incorporate it. It's always the song opening and closing it, right? And this scene could have worked if you, along with the song ending, you sort of gave her this moment of if she got sort of a mental block, and it would be so much more powerful, as if she's trying to escape, but her sort of this dark place that she is psychologically is kind of stopping her from escaping because she's just back into this depressed state or kind of hopeless, and she gets some other vision or is thrown away from the portal, kind of is still like locked up in some memory that is so much more dark or something like that. You could have had this work along with the song and along with her psychological state. But no.
In a conversation with Holly, she'll be like, you never tried to break out? And she'll be like, well, I can't because the song isn't playing or something. Then Holly could be like, I doubt that's going to be the ultimate thing that gets you out. You know, like a realizing that she just needs to actually try. She never did because she's afraid without the song, you know, something like that. I could buy better because she needs to push herself to even try, and that would be a bit more than enough. But they recreate the entire scene. She has the hope. She's got more than enough. She's done it before. She can hear the song, and Lucas is there holding her hand. He's like, you guys have fucked it. On top of everything, by the way, we've already mentioned, her running toward that portal is one of the most embarrassingly filmed things ever. She doesn't look like she's trying at all.
Yeah.
Direct comparison with season 4, where of course it's still like, we went over this I think in the previous stream, it's all still CG, but it looks so much more desperate, like and invested as like a sequence, while this feels way more like you're on a treadmill and you're like, we're doing this again. Woo, okay. Yeah. Here we go.
Be like a very cool scene if this was her sort of, she went into this red place, right? But it was, and it's kind of like, I don't really understand how this red place works, but if it was not,
no,
if it was not,
it's
like,
it's okay.
it physically, but it was just Vecna's memory of her escaping beforehand, but she didn't realize and she thought that she could escape, right? But at that very moment, there was like a wall, right? She couldn't because it's just a memory. She can't escape or something like that. She feels like she can because, you know, it's physically, the memories feel real in this instance, but it's just a Vecna's memory of her escaping in the past. I don't know if that makes sense.
It's so awful. I hate them a little bit because it's like, stay away from the stuff you actually made that was worthwhile, please. But they've shown they don't even know what they did.
Nope. They just know what the fans responded to, so they thought, right, we'll give them more of that without understanding
It's
why
like training an
fans responded
AI,
to it.
except they're people. They're human beings.
It's supposed to be
with
people,
thoughts
yeah.
and dreams and emotions.
In theory,
and
AI gets better when you
aspirations.
train it, unlike the Duffer Brothers, who get worse the more you train them. If they were just locked out of the internet, they would be much better writers, I think.
Mhm.
But at least we learned something from it, sort of, because when Max does somehow make it all the way back to the caves, even though, as has been mentioned later, Vecna has powers that can stop her doing that.
Yeah, she
and
wouldn't
He
have,
never uses those.
But yeah.
She shouldn't have, wouldn't have, whatever. She does learn that he won't follow her into the caves. All of this has been to establish, basically, that these caves contain a particularly bad memory for Vecna, and that's why they're safe. He won't come in here. She says she'll never forget the look on his face. He was terrified because there is something about the cave. And so this became Max's sanctuary for basically 2 years.
You also note as well, she
And-
like cinematically stops trying to escape once she's gotten far enough without knowing that. Like the door, he
Oh,
can.
You can
yeah.
hear the
She stops at when she gets into the cave, and then that's when she
Mhm.
realizes he can't chase it. When obviously she would continue to run. There's still a pathway, but we can't do it like
I mean,
that
this-
because that damages her realization.
Yeah, this would work, and she acts as if it's a dead end, but we know for sure it isn't because
Yeah.
They
the
shoulda-
cave is long.
She should have ran to the open window, the cave window. This is gonna sound really bad if you haven't seen it, but there's like a cave window.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, and she runs into the cave, gets to the window, and she like stops. You know, her sneakers do the along the floor or the ground, and then she
Mhm.
turns around like, oh no, like she's expecting him to come around the corner, and that he doesn't get there, and then she's like, what's going on? And then she sort of goes back to look for him a little bit.
I don't even. That's
'cause it's a dead
better.
end,
I don't think
and
it
then she
works though.
notices it.
Because on one hand, we've already got established you can walk through the window down into the rest of the world. They don't show us, right?
We gotta
But there's
change the window. We gotta
So-
put the window.
But there's that. But what I'm saying is, like, she managed to run away from him all the way from the Red Room all the way back to this cliffside. So obviously she would continue running. And with how everything works,
Well,
that we
yeah.
know it works, she would just not stop. She'd go down. She'd go into the desert place, and then
I
he wouldn't turn up anymore. And she'd be like, "I escaped, I guess." So she'd be confused. She wouldn't know what the fuck's going on. But no, they can't have it be like that. So she has to stop here and look at him
Yeah.
not get in, when he easily could have, as far as she knows. You know what I mean?
Mhm. And
It's
it's
bad.
just, may I reinforce my prior statement that I fucking hate Vecna. It's just this. I hate this. Like, I hate this as a plot line, as a plot armor for Max, that he for some reason can't enter this cave, which doesn't even make sense. Like, you watch the later episodes,
Yeah.
and like, this cave is not specifically anything for him. Like, it's not. It's further where he got
Way further, yeah.
traumatized. Or whatever. It's not here. Why can't he enter this? This is just stupid. It's so contrived and made up. It does not make sense plot-wise, and it's so obviously just a plot armor for Max, and it's really annoying me, and it's kind of, I find it quite funny to see
and
him
he-
just stand there and just be sad. This big, huge, scary villain that we're supposed to believe in. I'm like, I don't buy it. You're just a crybaby right now.
And he does go through this later when he decides he can.
Yeah.
Like, okay, cool.
Yeah, sure, yeah, whatever. God.
I will say, I just feel bad for the actor because he's putting everything
great.
Oh, yeah.
into every scene, and it's such a stupid script.
Hmm.
I hope he gets
It
more
is-
work.
He doesn't.
Good for him.
Excellent. Well, yeah, he is in Rings of Power Season 3.
That's not what
So-
I meant.
Yay. As if to make this sequence even more annoying than it already was, we now reach the end of our allotted time for exposition, and we know this because Max tells us, "Oh no, we're out of time for exposition." She says that to do anything with Ollie, to find any way out, it's going to take more time than they have today. Henry will be back soon. He can't know that Holly's left the house, so Holly has to go back. It's not immediately clear to me why that is the case, given that this place is a sanctuary that he can't get in. But I suppose that's how it works. It's also kind of convenient that she just knows magically how long he's out of the house for. What if he'd already come back? What if he already knew that you were there? What if he only went out for 5 minutes and came back after? It's just like, fine, I guess it's just time to end this scene now, is what this bit of dialogue tells me. And it's just, it once again hasn't thought through its own connotations. But it does at least take us out of Camazotz, which is nice. So we go to the tunnels.
And when she first gets and when Holly first gets the note from Max that is signed as Henry, like if she wants to do what Henry told her to do, which is to not go into the woods where the monsters are and to stay in the house, then she's an idiot.
But there's lots of that around in this show, so
I suppose so. So it's in character, really. I should be praising it. I should be praising her stupidity, not criticizing it.
Stupidity works for these characters. It just works in their favor, always.
Yeah. Oh, it gets them through so many situations.
Well, you know how like sometimes people oh, blue's really your color, you know, that kind of thing? That's what stupidity is to these characters. Like they wear it well. It suits them.
So, out of Camazotz, back to the tunnels as we are approaching the military base. Will and Robin have another chat, and this time they have a chat about Tammy. And if anyone remembers season 3, fucking Tammy is the girl that Robin used to have a massive crush on, but then Tammy had a crush on Steve, and this made Robin extremely unhappy. And she started, like, her grades started slipping, she hated herself, but then she went back and she looked at some old home videos of herself when she was 4, and she saw how happy and carefree she was, and that was the moment she realized that the clue to happiness is to just accept yourself and not care about other people. Just be happy in and of yourself, and you will be liberated to become a superpowered homosexual. This is how it works. Very charming, very nice, and it seems like, you know, we've done a few of these now, and I'm starting to get a little bit tired of them. I still think season 4 did it perfectly fine. That was good enough. We didn't have to do anything more really from that, but we are developing it. Also not a huge fan of this idea.
Believe in yourself as being the lesson. I'm really just, I don't know, just get some new material.
I'm getting bored of that. A new lesson. I'm getting bored of it, particularly because it's often not very helpful advice. Like, what does that even mean a lot of the time? And also, like, what about the aspects of your character that are just like a bit shit that you need to work on?
Yeah, maybe it's okay that, in fact, it's probably good that you change over time. You need to be able to differentiate between the parts of you that are worth holding on to and are good, and the parts of you that are self-destructive.
And who are you? You know, who are you really? Like, what does that even mean? Like, that changes on any given day. You know, it's like, I don't know. It's just like this generic bit of advice that a lot of stories think is super useful, but like, given how many stories espouse that, and how unhappy so many people are, like, it ain't working, you know? So
yeah, maybe you should aspire to change. You should aspire to grow, to improve. Yeah.
Well,
and a lot of the times, the trait of be yourself or you were right all along is applied to terrible characters.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the Captain Marvel character arc right there.
That's the one that comes to my mind, yep.
America Chavez.
You were just perfect just the way you were.
Asshole.
And the fact that you didn't recognize how great you were prevented your ability to, like, essentially
be even more powerful. Okay, cool.
Yeah. I mean, compared to, again, on the flip side, God of War's persistence that you need to, like, be better, just reliably. And fuck, even that story deals with the accept the good aspects of yourself, you know, instead of allowing your
you could argue it's
traits to be destroyed by the world.
You could argue it's also a response to something like this, where a lot of the characters think it's too late for them. They are who they are. They know who they are, and they're fucked. And it's like, no.
Don't you know what I've done?
Yeah, it's Thor's great tragedy. Yeah, it's a legitimately, you know, it's a terrible thing.
Mm-hmm.
What will
you do does miss out the part of the story where she wasn't happy and content with herself yet, because she still didn't open up about this to anyone until the Russians pumped her full of truth serum, which doesn't tell me that she's accepted herself, but the show wants me to believe that she has. So I guess we have to run with it. But this conversation is interrupted because Lucas, and I quote, hits Dick.
Oh,
That was really.
And they
It was
start tunneling
the
up to the
joke
barracks.
was
They
so
finally
fucking
found
good
it.
the first time and a half. It really deserves reiteration. Sometimes you just keep going back to that mine until there's nothing left.
Yeah.
also, like,
Just
can I mention? I love the fact that Tommy, or whatever the fuck her name is, gets mentioned. Tammy, whatever her name is, gets mentioned more times than Barb or any other character sacrificed along the seasons. Either dead or just gone without a trace. You know, like, just great. I
she's
think
not.
Eddie is mentioned less than her this season.
You might be right, actually. At least the fewer scenes of Eddie's death, I think, are mentioned. But and she's not even a comparable case anyway, because as season 3 told us, like Robin already went through all of this shit about how Tammy was never the thing that she thought she was. She was always just a ditzy, generically attractive person who would never be right for her, which is not exactly the situation Will finds himself in. The shows belatedly will realize this in episode 7, and it will do a terrible job of trying to make it make sense. But it's just a weird example for it to bring up, and it doesn't function on the level that the show seems to think that it does. But it also doesn't matter because we've hit Dick, you know? We've hit Dick, so we can move on. Yeah, we go back to the Upside Down, and in the Upside Down base, Hopper takes hostage a random science man prisoner, and they try to use his keycard to get through a door, but it doesn't work because they need Dr. K's keycard. Then 11 starts using her powers to open the door, but oh dear, they forgot to check to see if there were any extremely obvious fucking kryptonite guns lining the walls in the room. So they turn on, but luckily, really, Dr. K is the person who leads in. She doesn't send men in to pacify the room, to clean it out, to make sure it's safe. No, she just walks in with a bunch of soldiers.
Well, and also, luckily, Hopper obviously shoots out.
Shoot them?
Yeah, he does.
Oh,
Why
yeah,
wouldn't he?
okay,
That's the most obvious thing to do. So he does that.
I would be like, oh, this is disabling my super weapon that I have an emotional connection with. I will use my bullets to destroy it.
So this is the part where we start sort of jumping back and forward
Hopper's
a little
not
bit.
a gamer.
He's not. His tactics are his tactics are kind of scummy in this situation because what happens is he leaves 11 on the floor being all kind of like she's just non-functional because kryptonite is activated. While he goes to hide. So Dr. K goes over to C11 and she sort of gloats a bit because finally, this is the one, like, for as long as her character has existed, her one motive has been find and get 11, and here she is. Hopper, meanwhile, is in hiding. The military who've accompanied Dr. K, they see a figure inside of like a cupboard and they think, oh, that must be Hopper, so they shoot it. Oh dear, it turns out it's the random innocent science man that they've managed just to get killed.
What a
Nobody
bizarre
cares.
scene this was.
Yep.
That's pretty horrendous, Hopper. Just saying. Does that guy know anything about what's happening ultimately? Or is he just working to try and make the world a better place? Who cares?
Wow, so you think all of the... Oh, so look at Mahler, who thinks all of the...
Go on.
I don't know, I'm trying to relate that. I'm trying to come up with something here to point out how ridiculous this is in a joking way, because obviously this is a tragedy for this random person who got dragged into here and probably thinks they're doing something good for the government. He just shouldn't have showed up for work that day.
And especially like Hopper, who
does she want us to feel bad for the scientist?
Sheaf, police Sheaf. I'm sorry,
Creamy Sheaf.
Sheaf.
Creamy Sheaf.
I'm struggling with this word, pronouncing it, but I mean, it's weird to see him treat military this way. Also,
yeah,
I want to mention in season 1, one of the most jarring things was seeing him have the entire department, the people that never show up, I think. Maybe like at least in later seasons.
Oh,
he had a partner, he had like a bunch of people, you think they would
the last we see of them is season 4, doing some of the investigation stuff in the town.
4.
And they were kind of like characters, sort of. But in the first season, he interacts with them a lot in the first season, and in the 4th season, they're doing their own thing. But no, they're just...
They seemed pretty freaking close. You'd think that, they would, help Hopper or Man, it's just such a
They're
mess.
not characters anymore. They're one of the many characters that they just aren't around anymore. We don't.
Well, the
talk about
crazy thing
them.
is the official story is that Hopper died a hero protecting Hawkins in season 3's finale, if you remember. That's what the official story
Yeah,
for the
that's
town
right.
is.
Yeah, that's right. Because 11 did the diorama, and it was sad when everyone was like, "Oh yeah, actually he was shitty," which is weird because what a weird. I don't know. It's just very manufactured bullying sort of thing that they wanted to go for there.
Yeah, that was a little bit of detour, sorry.
So, having been distracted by the poor innocent science man getting killed, Hopper then jumps down behind the soldiers and guns loads of them down. He gets a little bit overconfident though, and he accidentally winds himself up getting glomped by Mr. Tentacles in that little cupboard there. So he's now been grabbed, and
he Harvey Two-Faces the sub boss man who he will return for a main boss fight. Don't worry.
I don't even know what his fucking name is. I don't care, but he will return. John
Soldier.
John
Sergeant
Army.
Soldier is his name. He's Sergeant Soldier.
John Doe.
And this is the point at which Dr. K becomes a real cliche villain too, because you'd think the most important thing in that room is 11. So get 11 out of that room and put her in custody, because like she is the thing you need to save the world, according to you. But
also
no,
call back
she
up.
spots that Hopper has been glommed by the tentacle monster, and so she just leaves 11 for a bit, and she comes to have a gloat. And she says, so you're the reason she's been so hard to find. Like, why did you risk bringing her all the way here? What do you know about the other that I don't? It's like,
and he should have said, lady, I don't even know why you built your lab here instead of just like on Earth. What are we doing?
And then, like, inevitably, while she is distracted from the one reason for her entire existence, 11 gets up and she picks up some scissors, and then she stabs her. Not to kill her, obviously, but she stabs her, and in that ensuing distraction, Hopper then breaks free of the tentacle monster, and he beats the shit out of Dr. K and steals her keycard. Now, you might be thinking, given this is a man who, as we are shortly to discover, is willing to blow himself up in order that 11 can live a safe and happy life, you might think that he would kill Dr. K in this situation.
Well, he's killed so many people along the way. Surely he won't fall into the trope of, I will kill every henchman, and then when I get to the leader, I will mysteriously spare you.
I couldn't bring myself to kill the main leader. That would make me just like them.
That's why she's
it makes my skin crawl whenever I hear that quote. If I kill the evil McEvil baddie face, then I'm no different.
So, having incapacitated her and left her inexplicably alive, he's got her keycard. 11 is still not properly functioning though, so like he breaks a window and tells her to leave, and then he tries to shove her out of a window.
The door?
I don't know.
Okay.
But then as he's trying to push her out the window,
that's fine.
She grabs hold of his jacket and then she opens it and it reveals the suicide vest. And oh dear, this is what? Where the fuck did this come from? He says, I'm very proud of everything about you, and then he leaves her, seemingly to go and kill himself. And he closes the door behind him.
So time for 5 o'clock prayers.
Kind of abandons 11 to potentially death or extreme experimentation, right? Like this, he's like, oh, you'll go out the window. It's like, bro, she's pretty disabled right now thanks to the wacky things that are easy to recreate, and she's attached to you, so she's probably not going to leave, and then backup will arrive and capture her. So what are you doing, Hopper?
It's a very Eddie-esque scene. Like, I don't have to do this, but I will because reasons.
Well, and you'll be told, is like, well, he's kind of a suicidal character. You're just like, that's just awful. Like, with all the things considered right now, like, even if, what the fuck are we doing? Hopper has other things to consider himself with.
What about Joyce?
Exactly. What about 11?
What about wanting to live for all of... Yeah, what about Mike? Not that we give a shit about him anymore, but, like, come on.
It's just madness. And the even worse, I think, is that, unless I'm missing anything, I think there is basically a scene later where this is addressed from, like, and they have a brief argument between 11 and Hopper about what he was prepared to do. It's kind of it. Like, it never really gets much focus or attention. And so you're just left, and obviously, as he locks the door behind him and he goes down this corridor, and so you know what's going to happen next, right?
He knows
she's going to get flashbacks to the dead fucking daughter again.
Of course. He knows when he closes the door that she's walked back into the room, right, with all of the disabling things are. So she can't even get out at this point, really. And he's like, I'm going to blow myself up, which he doesn't even know if it'll have a chain reaction that blows her up too. All of this is nonsense. It's just insane nonsense.
He just has a suicide vest and he wants to die.
It just feels like it's a meme. Like, like we're going to go to the fucking, supermarket. What do you want? And he's just like, I want to fucking blow myself up. Takes his jacket off. You're like, wait, what?
Give me a dynamite.
Sick of SpaghettiOs not being on sale. I want to die.
What else is Hopper going to do? That's his thing. That's his whole thing.
Oh my goodness.
I don't enjoy living.
Boom.
Get me out of this season. I used to be a respected member of this community.
I need to be in Thunderbolt.
Well, it's like it's really sad too, because it's like a fucking meaningful part of his history that's turned into a meme because they're so stupid.
Just such a decision.
I was in a Russian prison for a whole season of this show.
Yeah, that's as hard as he fought to get himself out of there and back from there. That he could have just given up, but he didn't. He fought and he got home to his family, and now it's like, oh no, fuck that, bang. What?
I would have been so fucking pissed if Anton or whoever, because another character we forgot about, realized that he did all that work to help Hopper get back to America to his family just to get the letter that he blew himself up to smithereens. He'd be like, "What the fuck? What was the point? What was I even doing?"
Joyce, like, I crashed an aeroplane for you. I went to Russia for you. I rescued you. I brought you all the way back to America. And what? You don't even say goodbye. You just know, fucking suicide vest of peace, and he's out. What? Fucking Anyway, he's not going to go through with it. Spoilers, because it's Stranger Things season 5. Nobody's going to die. So he makes it to the end of this corridor and he opens the door, but then we sort of cut to black. We're not quite ready to see what's through there yet. I've reordered these things because I'm annoyed at Stranger Things jumping scene by scene to make us more interested. It's not more interesting. While all of this has been happening, on the right side, up side of things, the team has tunneled through. They found the washroom. They're underneath it. Fat Derek starts sending kids through one by one to go down into the bathroom and then down through the tunnels and then out through the tunnels into the lorry that Murray has.
All of the unsupervised children.
But this goes...
The army doesn't care.
Well, there's like one soldier in there. He's just by a desk. He's just not paying much attention to them. It goes wrong though because it turns out they accidentally broke a pipe while they were tunneling up, and so there's water, and the water starts leaking through into the main room, and one of the non-authorized children, the people who haven't been Mr. What's-It, rats on them. And so now the military's aware, so then they all, like, Derek sends all the kids through, and then he uses his considerable bulk to hold the door shut so the military can't get in after them.
Should have said the incredible bulk and made an
oh shit, that would have been better. The incredible bulk.
A killer reference.
That scene
That's
where
what
they
he could
go,
be known
like,
as henceforth.
Mr. What's-It, and it cuts to a kid, like, just, popping up from the whatever hole. That was, like, hilarious. Really bad, but also hilarious. It's just so stupid. What are we doing?
What's
Mr. What's-It?
They could have had him because they referenced the Great Escape. They could have really, if they gave a damn, they probably could have made a really good Great Escape reference here with all the kids trying to get out of the military facility, like going through the vents and stuff on the floor, like recreated a shot or something like that. Like that would have actually been an appropriate sort of nod to that movie. Which is what I would have done if I was the director and I wanted to have that little fun thing in there, because The Great Escape's a really awesome movie and I really like it. And they specifically reference it, but all they do is they just bring it up to make a couple dick jokes. Well, it's the same dick joke. It's just the same dick joke 3 times instead of some sort of like artistically meritorious reference to the way that film is shot. And I don't know. You could.
It is. It's the Stranger Things approach to most things, right? Yeah. It's not really a reference in the sense that it's embedded in the plot. It's just something that they can call out as a familiar name.
That's the reference.
Yeah.
If we say The Great Escape, that's a reference to The Great Escape because we said we referenced it by referencing it.
Yeah. We love old stuff. We've seen old movies. Look, we know the name of that one.
Well, all of the none of the boys have seen The Great Escape, but Nancy has.
Yeah, that's a weird one, but I mean, Yeah, fuck it. Unfortunately, the Incredible Bulk is not enough to withstand the military in the end. So they break through, they capture Mike and Will and Derek and Joyce. And so they are now under the military's they've grabbed him. Oh dear, things have gone terribly wrong. Murray and Robin have got some of the kids, but then Erica radios to let them know that the others have been captured. And they get brought before General whatever his name is.
Zod.
Zod, yes. Eric tries to tell them to suck his fat one, which is funny, but then he gets smacked because the military. This leads to a very brief scuffle, which is then interrupted in turn because Will's gaydar goes off again. Oh no, the Demogorgons have arrived, and this time it isn't just one of them. No, it turns out you cannot just pave over hell and accept that the job has been done. So loads of different floor things start
Paved over
rattling.
hell and put up a parking lot.
And it's just like, how did they not expect this? Why would they build their military base on top of the pavement into hell anyway? That makes no sense. But the floorboards start rattling.
Notice that the pavement over hell is like cracking and crumbling, and there's something clearly about to come up, all of the soldiers get together in like a group and they walk right up to the crumbling, cracking pavement with their guns. Like
It's very
right
clever,
next
yeah,
to it.
very clever.
Yes, they do.
And the Demogorgons burst through. Some of them burst through hell, and some of them come through portals in the sky. They all jump down, and what follows is just a
really
mess.
amazing one-take action scene, though. And it was totally necessary for it to be a one-take. It's not like what's happening here is not very, like, well choreographed. Or, like, even... I don't even really get the point. It's just, like, people getting thrown around on wires after they put in the Demogorgon, just sort of swiping at them, while the characters sort of just run that direction, then stop and watch an action scene, then run in another direction and stop and watch more action. Like, why can we just put a stop to these arbitrary one-take action scenes? I'm getting really tired of them at this point.
Yeah, again, it's become a thing of like, you do it because you do it because you do it because you do it. And it's like, guys.
I have a question that might be very stupid because I don't know. I can't refer to any other fight or an action sequence that I can think of that sort of pays out this way or plays out this way. But all these soldiers are in a circle, right? And firing at a single Demogorgon.
Yeah.
Wouldn't logically the stray bullets hit
There'd be
one
horrific friendly fire. Yes,
you're trained to not do that. Yes.
So it is one of my. I was laughing when I was watching. I'm glad you brought it up. That I'm not the only person who noticed this because it's kind of obvious that all of these soldiers are standing around as what's essentially a human-sized target, and they're all facing it in a circle, shooting it with bullets, and the chaos of everybody shooting all the Demogorgons. Like the friendly fire would kill more soldiers than the Demogorgons would. It's legitimately funny. If you haven't seen the visuals in chat, if you haven't seen it, it's legitimate. It really is funny. It's hilarious how they're all just like clearly shooting at each other and shooting around themselves.
They are. I was so distracted this entire scene. I was like, am I going crazy? Do I not know how guns work? Or how are they this fucking stupid? Like,
have you seen
thousands of people made
Have you seen
shit.
Aladdin 3, Prince of Thieves?
I might have at some point.
It was a straight to VHS. It's a straight to VHS. It's the third Aladdin movie, and it's actually quite good, and I would recommend it. And there is a joke in there where the genie, it's basically it's spoofing Blues Brothers, where the genie turns into like 1,000 like SWAT guards and policemen, and he rappels down the buildings and he comes down helicopters and he surrounds a character. And it's he's so cartoonishly surrounding him with all the guns pointed toward the central character. He says, like, put your hands up and please do not move or we will be forced to shoot ourselves. Because even that stupid, silly movie where the genie's doing a joke bases the joke around the idea of what crossfire is. And then they just do it. The Duffer brothers in this $400 million production, they just do it. They don't even know.
Well, and it's so unfortunate that none of them have wine bottles, man.
Yeah, there was. I never saw it, though.
Like, they should all have wine bottles in their holsters that they can pull out if a Demogorgon should arrive. Way more effective.
This is one of the worst things I've ever seen. Oh my god, I can't believe this.
It is, and it's just like everywhere you look, it's just nonsense. Not the good kind of nonsense. I don't want chaos, because I understand chaos being your artistic aim. This isn't like good chaos. This is shit bad chaos. With circular firing squads, nobody uses fire, obviously, because fire is effective. And we can't have that. We'll find out
Nope, you'd think
quite
that the
quickly,
military
actually,
would
that
be a
when one person
well-oiled
uses fire on
machine when
one
it comes to
Demogorgon,
killing
it hits all of
Demogorgons.
them. You would, because they've built an entire base upside down. But no, they haven't done that. Also, more Demogorgons pull through over at the radio tower to grab the kids in the truck that they know are there somehow. It's all, yeah, and then through that, the main group is being led by Mike. This is like the one time in the entire show he actually does get to be sort of like the leader of the party. But really all he's doing is just running in first. That's the extent of his leadership. Otherwise, it's just more shooting. The general dude's shotgun, that's briefly effective. Does a stun effect, doesn't kill anyone, does knock them back. You see Humvees driving in. They use their big fucking 40 caliber guns. They are very effective.
50 calories. Yeah.
50 cal even. It's just all
Those
nonsense.
should rip them apart. That's I was talking earlier about it. I'm sick of the trope of bullets don't do anything. It's like, if I don't care what kind of monster you are, if you have a physical form and there's a guy with a M2 Browning and he's unloading into you, like, that's gonna rip your physical form to shreds. You're gonna have to account for this.
As long as they haven't showed us, like, an average household item being extremely effective against them.
Another thing as well is that it has just been established that if you shoot them in the mouth, that is like their weak point, like they're like an enemy in Metroid Prime. And it's like, are you telling me like none of these guys have landed any hits in their mouth? Really? Like, really and truly? Come on.
It's kind of like the
RoboCop
RoboCop thing or the Mandalorian, where it's like, you have very clearly vulnerable parts of your body. And so you can't just like sit there and take hundreds of shots.
It's just really annoying to show like this many people. Like, I'm not really interested in watching your stupid show where like a whole bunch of soldiers can't do shit, but like a bunch of idiot like kids are able to defeat these monsters from another dimension. Like, how am I meant to take this seriously? And you want me to take this seriously? This is a show for adults. Like, look at the violence. But yet, like, it's so childish in terms of its actual writing.
It has the veneer of adulthood without any of the substance of it.
Who? These are not the same people who wrote season 1. It's
No.
Oh,
no,
they stole it. They stole it from someone
Either
else.
they changed or it wasn't their ideas. Yeah,
Or the actors came up with it and they just...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they did lose one of the main writers at some point.
There was
He was
the
guy.
one
That's the guy. That's the one.
that
Whoever
was
he
something I
is,
didn't realize.
he
That
he
a
was the
different guy who was-
linchpin that made
I
this
mean,
series.
it's a little bit hard to not notice that, because yes, there was like a more experienced showrunner who was involved in season 1 and none of the other ones. It's like, man,
Hmm.
who? You know,
He's like, I'm the guy.
ugh.
Yeah, so they
Well,
the
it's
kids
like
are
when we were
running-
talking about Arcane earlier, when we listened to
Yeah.
them talk about the writing process for Arcane season 2. They completely changed the writing process from like top to bottom. It was
Holy
a
shit, that makes
like
so
different
much sense
people.
now.
It's all coming
Yeah.
together. Turns out good writers who have a good process write good shows. Who would have thought? What black magic is this? What dark sorcery is this?
Actually, there's like, I think, a lot of comparisons to be drawn between Arcane and this project, and Duffers and whoever the fuck that was with Arcane. Because like Arcane, when the documentary came out about Arcane, I remember thinking, and I might have mentioned it in the EFAP episode about season 2. It was so weird watching that, because they talk about everything and anything but the script and the story and development of it, and that even before season 2 was so weird to me. I was like, you guys keep talking about how passionate you are about this project, but you never get to the core of it all, or how you came up with the story, how you wrote the characters. And then we find out that those exact same people who were yapping on the documentary and were the centerpiece were the same ones who sort of ruined season 2, and the other ones behind the scenes who were not mentioned in the documentary because they probably wrote the script, and that's why the script was never mentioned, were kind of sidelined and let go of or whatever, or cut.
There's
from
a
season 2.
Christian Link, right? He was the Duffers equivalent.
Yeah.
Pretty
And-
much, yes.
And since, I've been like binging, I don't know, I've been on a binge of Stranger Things, initial kind of interviews and stuff like that. And I watched, I mentioned a lot of Duffers interviews, and I see the same kind of track record of they always talk about being passionate about Stranger Things and it being their passion child or whatever. They never ever talk about, never once mention, and I did research, I tried to find them talking about the inception of the project, how they came up with very specific things, because it's such a creative, like, lore and world. I mean, it does reference things, but season 1, they never ever mention, like, what was the moment that, when they came up with the story or stuff like that. It's never mentioned. They never talk about it. They always talk about it in very general terms, like, oh, we had the script and we pitched the script, but never the inception of it, which I find very interesting.
Yeah, I think that when you listen to people, we talked about this when we were doing Andor stuff, and we were listening to Tony Gilroy do some interviews, and he talks about his writing process, the difference between it was the actress who played Mon Mothma. I'm sorry I forget her name. And the actress
Genevieve O'Reilly.
Genevieve O'Reilly, that's it. And the actress who plays in The Acolyte, the
Rosario
the
Dawson?
witch.
No.
Oh, the witch.
No, not Rosario Dawson.
Oh,
she
no,
was
fucking the Acolyte. Oh, that's okay.
Yeah,
From
but
Tron
there's
Ares.
She's the evil witch
Tron
lady.
Ares lady, yeah.
Yeah, and the way that the way that they would both talk about being in the show, what it meant to them, how they spoke about the creative process, how they spoke about the directors, and what seemed to be important to them. It was a night and day difference between how Genevieve O'Reilly and that other gal talked about, the experience. Or Miss I don't know, Mrs. Oh, Miss O'Reilly. She was talking about how, Tony Gilroy was really involved in this, all these great ideas. And the
Meanwhile,
thematics of this and learning about that,
Other
and she
lady.
was like,
Oh,
"Yes,
it's
yes, Star Wars
struggle.
is so
It's
gay."
like a struggle. That dude, oh god. Oh, I just like I don't know what just happened there. I feel like I had like the cringe. It just like it just hit me really hard there.
Sometimes
and,
it does that. Yeah.
Stellan Skarsgård, who kept saying he's like so impressed by the writing in Andor specifically. He just kept talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, you will never second guess Tony Gilroy, because there's just hours and hours of him like going on interviews or podcasts and stuff like that, talking about going in detail of how he thought through every single like thing about specifically Andor. It's so interesting to listen to him and the types of things from the history or philosophy that he referenced, and it's so interesting and so intriguing to listen to a writer who knows. And you will never second guess him as a writer, ever. Whereas with Duffers, there's 10, like every single year, not every single year, because this took them 10 years, but after every single season, it feels like they go on a press tour. There's 10 years of collection of their press tours, interviews. They've had some kind of TED Talky moments of going on stage and talking about stuff. They have given like interviews to journalists, articles, a bunch of stuff. 10 years. Nothing of substance to say about the script or the writing of it all. It's actually, I've been thinking about this today, like entire day, trying to make it make sense, and it doesn't. In my brain, it just does not make sense how you write this and over the course of 10 years not give any information about your process at all.
But yes, because you just get left with the impression they just don't have a process. It is just they sketch it out on the fly. They sit down. Oftentimes, will just rework scenes immediately before shooting. They'll wait for the actors to give them an idea of what a character should be saying, and they are then having to try and, particularly in the last few episodes of this season, it's like, well, shit, now we have to actually answer all of those questions that we love setting up. Well, fuck it, we can find a notebook lying around in a lab in the Upside Down. That will just explain everything. There isn't a process.
Because when the Upside Down was made, those notes I don't think existed yet.
But maybe not. I don't know. It's hard to say, but we'll get to that momentarily, but we are near the end of this episode. The big, exciting, dramatic moment is upon us. So the kids and Joyce, they're all running for cover. They get attacked by another Demogorgon. Then one soldier with a flamethrower turns up. Finally, someone has remembered what is useful. He burns one of them, and it is so effective that all the Demogorgons everywhere in the right side up, they start writhing on the floor. Even down in the upside down, the tentacle thing is writhing in pain. It's like fire is not just effective individually; it will wipe out everyone if you use it. So it's a tired point, but it keeps coming up. Why the fuck aren't you using it? Then dramatic silence and pause and moment is occurring here because it's time for us to reference Rogue One. It is time for us to Vader, as the Duffer Brothers themselves have said. Inspired by Vader in Rogue One, and as always happens when people do this, it looks like Vader from Ahsoka. Shadowy figure is coming from the other side of the
At least
the
you didn't
portal.
say Vader from Outlaws, so that was good.
Oh, fuck me. Well, yeah. It wasn't quite... He doesn't
Can't
sound
possibly
that shit.
forget that.
And it's Vecna. He menacingly walks through the portal to take charge because his underlings have fucked everything up. And he does take
He could
charge.
just get lit on fire too.
Well, you might think that would be the case. You might also wonder why he, when connected to the hive mind, isn't already feeling the pain of the fire. But someone does try to burn him, and he just uses the force to project the fire back and explode the tank on the back of the flamethrower guy, which kills a bunch of people. So you now can't burn him. He's learned. Because he's transformed. Some point off-season, he's decided that he would power up. He has a new super suit. He has new
he took
powers.
a course. He's more slim now. He's kind of he's not
been working out.
chunky as he used to be.
Well, so Zempic,
and they
but
said
yeah.
behind the scenes when they were designing him, they said obviously we had early version of Vecna in season 4. We really wanted to show that this new Vecna he's at the apex of his powers.
Yeah,
this is the most powerful Vecna has ever been, and we wanted to show that in the design. And I listened to that, and my mind was thinking, why? Why has he got this? When did he get these powers? Why did he not have them in season 4? Surely if this was always an option, he would have just begun with this process. And then once you start thinking along those lines, it's like, well, hang on, if he'd just done this entire thing he's doing right here at the end of season 4, he would have won already. Just grab a bunch of kids and leave. Use your ultimate form.
Even without these powers, all the stuff he has access. He should have won. That's the thing. Vecna should have won. The retcon makes him more incompetent because it gives him way longer of a span of time to where he could have won. But even with what we know in season 4, he should have won. He just should have won. He couldn't have not won. And this makes it worse now that he's super juiced up and he still isn't going to be able to win.
Pathetic.
But he sure is winning in this scene because he then uses the force. He pulls some pins out of the grenades on some more soldiers, and then he throws those soldiers into a big gas canister so the grenades go off and everyone explodes. And poor whatever his name is, he gets himself all burned up. The general dude, he's on fire. Even he can't die. General dude, he will return before the end of this season. I don't know why. The show has no version.
He will return in Stranger Things episode 9.
Yeah. It's just there's no stakes. People do this more often than is comfortable. If you want your villain to be taken seriously, you need to let them kill people. If you don't do that, then I'm not taking your villain seriously.
We kills all those nameless soldiers.
Yeah, but that
are played
count.
as cartoonishly incompetent, that are also at odds with the main characters.
They
kills
probably
them without a problem.
Honestly, at this point.
And then he rips off the Night King. He raises his arms and he revives all the dead, fallen Demogorgons that the fire took out. So they're all back. And then they go after the truck with the kids. They go down into the tunnels. They start chasing Lucas.
Does he ever do this again? Raise a Demogorgon when it's been killed or burned?
I
think it's
maybe he could. It is because I don't think we really see many Demogorgons after this point in the show. No. So he doesn't have an opportunity.
He brought them back to life to never use them. Makes it extra funny.
Yeah.
Wait, after this episode, we never see a Demogorgon again, I think. Or am I wrong?
I was trying to think if there was a single... I don't...
I think you're right. Right?
We do get that Will Frankenstein scene.
Oh, yeah, the Frankenstein one.
Oh,
that
yeah.
sort
that's
of...
kind of like...
Well, that's not even... That doesn't really count. That's more of a plot thing where they try to be...
It's dead, isn't it, already, that one?
Yeah, but they bring it back to life temporarily.
They have Vecna powers, except they do it like Dr. Frankenstein, and he is just magical. Vecna's just magical. They use science where he uses magic.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Avatar.
Oh, nice.
I remember that movie. Just. So yeah, he's revived all the Demogorgons, and everything's gone to shit again. Lucas like tries to fend a Demogorgon off with a wrench, but because he isn't a small woman, it's unsuccessful. Except that he is also a main character, so he only gets minorly scratched because the Demogorgons are going after the kids. Then Vecna he does a Snoke maneuver on Will. He lifts him up and he pulls him in for a little chat. And this is another one of those moments where I'm sort of baffled that characters don't just die. Because I don't really understand what Vecna thinks he's going to achieve with the following. So he says, can you see them, William? Can you see the children? You know why I chose them to reshape the world. It's because they are weak in body and mind, easily broken, easily reshaped, controlled, the perfect vessels. And you were the first, and you broke so easily. You showed me what was possible, what I could achieve. Some minds, it turns out, simply do not belong in this world. They belong in mine. Great speech. So what are you going to do now?
Well, doesn't this... So when he was lying earlier when he said one of the reasons that he hated the evil doctor, the Papa character, is because he was controlling them, the ones who had the special powers. Because he seems to be really fine under the idea of getting kids, the whole point of which is that they can be easily controlled by him and reshaped. So he's like doing the thing that he hated the Papa for doing, but the show doesn't seem to recognize that as a thing and call it out or draw a sort of parallel to it.
Nope, I don't think Brenner gets
Maybe I'm missing
referenced
something
by
here, or
any
maybe
of the major characters. But you're right. I mean, that is the obvious parallel they could have used, and maybe it could have given Vecna inspiration. Maybe that's what made him see that this was the best plan. But then, of course, you still have to try and pretend that he was doing this from the beginning, which he wasn't.
Because I think it'd be more interesting, instead of him getting people who are essentially easy to control, he got people who are very difficult to control, but he actually convinces them to remake the world in the way that he was convinced to remake the world in this new sort of way. And then he maybe tries to actually win over the kids by explaining things. I don't know. I'm writing a different show. Carry on.
Yeah, but you kind of have to. But then they are as well, because none of this really tracks with anything that we know having watched the show. It's like, hang on a minute. Like, you're talking to the kid who resisted you all the way through season 1, who resisted you and exposed your plan in season 2, and who was with the group that defeated your boss in season 3 and you in season 4. How is he helpless? Were you watching the same show? Were you in the same show? You keep telling us you were in it all the way through, but like, you can't really look at what Will has achieved and that his group has achieved and say, oh yeah, you're just weak and shit, and so I thought I would use you. Because evidently they're not.
Well,
it's very comical. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I meant to say, like, it's very comical that every season we get some variation of this speech, almost exact same speech. In season 3, it's given to, and just the centerpiece of the speech changes, like who is the important character that is, like, in season 3 it was 11, right? Billy was through Mind Flayer or Vecna, whoever, was saying that to 11, like, we did this all for you. It's all
for you. Yeah.
Yeah. That's exact wording that they say to her. Almost very similar speech to this. Then season 4, we have like the centerpiece of this kind of like speech is kind of 11, I think, at the end, but also these 4 kids that get murdered. And now apparently Will is the main character, actually the main player. Like, Vecna did all this for Will. Will is the important guy, actually. Not 11, not Max, not everyone else, just Will. Because why not? It's, too bad we don't get episode 9. Maybe Dustin could have had his, like, chance at it.
We did this all for you, Mr. Clark. You get there eventually. And it's just a very strange speech all around, really, because then you start asking questions like, well, if it's just kids generally that are weak, why do you need these 12 specifically? And then the Duffers will say in an interview, I don't know. And then you say, well, okay, but then, like, could you have grabbed any other kids or any other number of kids? I don't know. It's just fucking cliche stock villain lines at this point that don't reference anything but pretend that they do. And then on top of all of that,
highlighting that just how much of a thorn in the side of the villains all these characters have been. I imagine a delusional person would say, "You fool, Platoon. That's exactly the point that he's making. He's going to kill them all now. Done and dusted, forever. This is the moment. He's finally taking the move to kill all of these characters that got in his way. And it'll also be the one time that he can't actually do it for plot reasons. You know? Like, any time up till now, or after this, would have been more appropriate. Like, you know, if the writers didn't get in his way. It's so annoying.
Then it's not even, in this situation, it's probably worse than that, because it's not even as though he's come here to kill them and been prevented. Because he lobs Joyce through the air, but she's fine. And then he drops Will and just walks off.
Well,
and I guess he's assuming that the Demogorgons that they've already beaten once...
But they seemingly get sent back specifically to execute the team. Like, that's their job now, after they've got the children.
Okay, I thought it was the ones that were already attacking the military that attacked.
They leave and then come back to finish the job because they've got the kids, right? Because the way they write this, they need them to have the kids, but then they also need them to have the payoff with Will. But the Will payoff can't stop them from getting the kids because they need the kids.
Mm-hmm.
So you got the Demogorgons that are in the tunnels grabbing the kids, and you got the Demogorgons that are at the truck grabbing the kids. But the ones that are in the military base where Will and Vecna currently are were just fighting the military. I thought it was like 3 distinct groups, and like the ones that grabbed the kids, and then the ones that were fighting the military are now revived, and they're the ones... Because when Will... Well, it's happening now. Will wakes up and does his magic super gay power thing. He uses that power simultaneously on the Demogorgons in the tunnels attacking Lucas, in the tunnels... Oh, no, I see what you mean, because then why would they still be there if they'd already grabbed the kids?
All I'm saying is, it seems a command was given to kill the main characters, because good God, they're so annoying. And it's like, Vecna, bro... You could have just done that yourself. You were right there.
Yeah, why didn't you do it yourself?
And it's like, no, I'll do it with... Because you know that the Duffers were like, well, we can't have Vecna do it because then they'll actually die unless Will stops him. But then we can't have that confrontation right now. I have to have that later. So we need him to come in, beat everyone to fuck, and collect the kids, get out, then send the Demogorgons back in to give Will his payoff. Genius. We're so good at this.
Yeah. Top tier writing. Whereas if he just snapped Will's neck here, then it would have been done and he'd have won. But he just drops him. And then also the inconvenient thing is that like when Will does do his waking up into super god mode fact, like apparently the hive mind just doesn't send signals back to Vecna. I think that must be how it works, because then Will takes control and starts snapping Demogorgons left, right, and center. Vecna doesn't just turn around and think, well, what the fuck's going on back there? I better go and check. He just stays gone. So we get a happy like montage of Will's happy memory flashbacks, half of which are invented because they just didn't happen. So you see, there's like Robin telling him how to find happiness in himself. There's then like he seems to just conjure into memory home videos of the first day he meets Mike at preschool. No one was there filming that. I don't believe you. And then it's building Castle Byers, which is a continuity error because Jonathan was there and he built it in the rain. And I don't think either of those things are true in the flashback. But it all gives Will the power and the encouragement he needs to wake up. And he raises Demogorgons into the sky and then he snaps them into pieces. And that is the end. He does a hero pose. And we have reached the end of Volume 1.
Mm-hmm. Yay!
Hooray.
Wow, incredible.
This was incredibly hype for many people, and all I have to say about payoffs like this is like, I don't know why this happened now, why it couldn't have happened before, what this means, where it's going to go, what the limits are. Powers where you just hold up your arm and do stuff. They're not... It's hard to make that super
Even
great.
though it's all that they kind of have, that's like all that they can rely on. And it's very unclear why anybody would be any better at it than anybody else. Like, why is it that 11 will beat Vecna in this instance? Why is it that Will can overpower him in this instance? And then why will it be that Vecna can beat them the next time they decide to do this?
I don't know. Yeah, it's like it's one of those whatever the plot wants to happen happens. Whatever we need to, whoever needs to wins. It's not like you see, like they show the training scene at the beginning where she's doing her obstacle course and everything, but I don't see how that relates to her, like her psychic powers. It's a lot easier with physical stuff when you see people training with swords or lightsabers or just getting stronger and stronger. We have our montage of people doing exercises and stuff, and we could see that, oh, okay, they're training, so they're going to be more competent and more capable. But yeah, just the nature of the psychic power, it hasn't really been told to us what the link is between what she has to do and how much more powerful she gets and what the price of that necessarily is. So I'm just like, I don't know, I guess whoever wins is whoever wins. I've got no way to predict it. Because she does but there's been power spikes before in this show, all the time. When she goes to find the misfit weirdos in London and she's able to pull the entire train car towards her, that's like an insane step up in what she's been able to do, and she just kind of does it.
And then they never really talk about that again as the element of, oh, you need to tap into your rage, your anger, your hatred to do it.
I have this theory that they basically stole Will's story arc from Harry Potter. He's like Harry Potter in this. Because a kid
I
who
don't really know
survived.
anything about Harry
So
Potter.
there's a very clear correlation, I think. So you have a kid, so Harry Potter survived the main villain as a toddler, and then he goes to be connected with this villain, and Voldemort in this case. And then once he grows up, he starts to get visions that he then learns that is basically like memories and like basically what Voldemort sees. So he learns that they're interconnected, and also like if Voldemort dies, Harry Potter dies and stuff like that, they affect each other. So they're like connected. And yeah, part of Voldemort's soul lives in Harry Potter. And it's weird that Will has the same exact powers, and also this kind of scene, there's like, I'm not a big Harry Potter fan, but there's like a Patronus sort of spell that they spell, and in order to do that, they kind of, to repel bad guys, and they have to think about their happiest memories, and this scene was basically that. So, it's
I can
very
see that, actually, yeah. It's surprisingly, I hadn't considered that. That is surprisingly similar.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I mean, the fact that he can see through Vecna and is very much connected to him, and at some point when Vecna gets hurt, Will gets hurt, I feel like that's pretty weirdly similar. I don't know.
Except at least in Harry Potter, Snape kills Dumbledore, whereas in Stranger Things, nobody dies. So
I don't think they can, because it's Conformity Gate. None of this is real, Platoon. How could they die when it's not even real?
It's kind of surprising how ballsy Harry Potter. I mean, it's actually a pretty good comparison.
Everyone
I mean,
was talking about that.
Both of these
Oh, yeah.
franchises started off as very child, oriented, and then they both grow up. And Harry Potter is like a great sort of comparison to this show, because it successfully managed to go from a children's sort of story to a very adult story arc, and actually, a lot. I'm not gonna give away spoilers, but bunch of fucking people die, and also like some of the very integral characters too. So it's quite ballsy of that franchise to do that.
Well, yeah, more so for Harry Potter than this. This has been the opposite of
Yeah,
ballsy,
not
right?
this. Not this, not at all.
Because yeah, a lot of people say like Harry Potter sort of grew up with its audience somewhat, at least moved up with them.
It's not
certainly
a perfect franchise. I'm not saying that. It's
yeah.
It was
I get you.
somewhat good at it, and in terms of, becoming an adult story as opposed to just fucking Stranger Things, which gets stuck in this. Yeah.
But there was a time where this was all that was out for season 5, and it was. Do you want to say well received or middlingly received, like mixed received? A lot of people said this was good
I
shit.
think mixed received probably, but yeah, people felt more positively about it at this point, certainly, than they did by the end of the second arc.
There's some people like really very enthusiastic, and this episode in particular was the one that got it. It was slightly not all that interesting all the time through episodes 1, 2, 3, but episode 4, God, peak Stranger Things, guys, definitely. So the people who liked it, very, very liked it, very, very much liked it. But maybe more people sort of not so convinced by it, and then a few of us who just didn't like it from the beginning.
Yeah. I mean, I think criticism started right off the bat with this season. It's not like it was non-existent, which is quite different from other seasons. I don't think that Stranger Things ever had this kind of thing happen to it. But there were definitely a lot of people. Like, I personally know a lot of people who were all aboard. Like, I kind of, like, had to kind of perform to not, get into arguments and stuff, as if, like, it's fine, whatever, I don't care. I don't want to talk about it because I know that it would get heated, because there were people that very much liked it until the very last episode where they were like, oh, that was bullshit.
Yeah,
I want to say I did take a look at the like the least popular episodes of the show, and I think it's season 3, episode 1 was quite unpopular.
Really?
Like it was one of the least rated.
What
It used
happens
to be
in that
season
would
2,
make that
episode
happen?
7 was the worst. The fact that it's season 3 and everything about it's horrible. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah.
I might be making that up, but I thought that was true.
Because you're definitely about season 2, episode, was it 7, 6?
7, yeah, it's the one with Callie.
Everyone knows why that one was horrifically rated, but that's so funny that it had major repercussions. Like, it would have just stopped dead, the notion of a spin-off at that point, and it just cancelled out all those characters until literally this episode. But I mean, most of them anyway.
Yeah, and then that obviously has changed quite significantly since, because I think now season 5 has like 4 of the worst rated episodes ever. Might even have just knocked out season 2 7. I'm trying to find where the list is, and I'm struggling to.
I think it did beat it. I think it did.
Yeah, the last episode was the worst rated, definitely. Definitely.
How exciting is that? After everything we've covered for season 5, we've not covered the worst stuff. And we really haven't. Like I said, the worst plan has yet to arrive. And you could argue it's not as significant. Like the one I'm referencing is one of the things that Hopper says as to his idea for the final plan. It's one of the most hilariously stupid things ever. But then that whole conversation is, we haven't gotten to the iconic gay scene yet. We've not gotten to, obviously, the final battle, which is very famous. And it'll be really cool to discuss episode 9 as well.
Yeah.
Yes, when everything is fixed miraculously.
However,
it's like
probably worth mentioning, as chat have probably come to realize, we're nearing 7 hours, and we have yet to even start episode 5 when we started with episode 2. Not even 1. So, you know what's going to happen. It's gone a little longer than we expected. Which I feel like I should get a t-shirt with that on at this point.
Yeah.
It's gone longer than I expected.
Yeah. It always ends
alien
up
face
that way.
on it.
It went too far.
It's just too long. But I will say there is good results in a set, at least 1 or 2 good results of this. By the time you next see us talk about this, the behind the scenes for season 5 will have released. The one where they said they couldn't even get David Harbour or Winona Ryder to talk in it. So I personally will check it out because I want to see if there's any nuggets of hilariousness in there, which I think there probably will be. And we can, of course, incorporate that into the final set of episodes when we have a chat about it. But it's not so bad. We had the big convo about seasons 1, 2, 3, 4, and now we've done episodes 1, 2, 3, 4 of season 5. We're getting there.
Yeah. And we did Conformity Gate too.
We did. Right. That was a good detour, I think.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was a fun... Oh, I think that gave me a little bit of energy, yeah.
And, that probably means we can re-grab, if they're on board, Nick, Nuts, and Gary, maybe. Assuming the 3 of them want to return to this. It's up to them.
Of course.
Responsibly, you're still doing that?
Yeah.
We were going to fucking do it weeks ago, but yeah, no, it's another chance.
Another chance.
As long as we talk about episode 9, I'm game.
Oh yeah, we're definitely getting there eventually. It's such an iconic episode of storytelling. Wow, just wow.
The best thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
The best TV episode ever. The best thing ever.
And how big will Elle's lips be in the next thumbnail? I've already got an idea for what I'm going to do with that.
Oh my goodness.
The entire thumbnail is just her lips.
That's pretty much the plan. I think it'll be so stupid that you'll only understand if you've seen the other thumbnails. Like, otherwise you'll just be like, what? Well, yeah, okay. Well, obviously, we're wrapping up there somewhat. So, Nessa, why don't you tell everybody what you're up to?
as last week, I'm coding. I'm trying to code like a game, but not thing exciting. It's just like a movie trivia game for a Discord bot. I don't know. It's I want to make a Discord server, but I've been making it for a year now, so it's kind of funny. But I wanted to incorporate a bunch of functions that I wanted to make by myself. So maybe one day that is gonna like go online and maybe people will have fun. Maybe not. I don't know. But other than that, I've been contemplating potentially making a video about Stranger Things season 5. But that's just
I
like,
had a feeling you were contemplating it.
Yeah.
Based on all the things that you've said today.
Yeah, I've been digging because I started, I had the idea maybe I should, and then I started watching interviews, and those interviews, threw me down a rabbit hole of like, I'm a conspiracy theorist now, so that might be my first ever conspiracy video essay. Maybe, who knows? But I have a lot of thoughts and opinions. If I manage to word them correctly and articulate them, maybe I will make a video. Because, I have some things to say. Even more than this 7 hours or 14 hours that we already did. And potentially we'll make more.
Well, I'm going to be very disappointed if your video is anything shorter than 20 hours now, so...
Oh, fuck.
Just think about it. Consider,
I'm going to go dark side.
Hell yeah. I mean, when you referenced interviews from really early on, it sounds like, it sounds like you've got the knowledge and weaponry to take the Duffers down. Not that they're in a healthy position right now.
The Duffer Destroyer. Yeah, you could add on to the pile. People are still talking mad shit about this show.
Well, the social media surrounding any post to do with them is just going to reference the end of Stranger Things now. That's their fate. What are they going to do?
Have they been confirmed to get anything else, like another project or something?
I'm sure they will.
Are they lined up for doing something?
This was
they
actually
all lined up.
I mean, that's how Hollywood works, or that's how this industry works.
We were talking about this on Open Bar. The question was asked: do you think that they'll have a similar trajectory potentially? It was from Jeremy to D&D, and Drinker very strongly was like, "No, I don't think so. I think they're going to be way better off." Just sort of judging initially, and I was like, but if you remember, D&D's sort of results didn't kick in for a bit. It seemed like they might be fine, but then we look back in retrospect. I know they got 3 body problem, but it's not the same as what they were doing.
Cares, though.
Yeah,
nobody gives a shit, and it's kind of the same as JJ. It seemed like JJ had a lot of stuff lined up, but then he just didn't make anything for like 6 years at this point.
Yeah, and so I think we might, track him, but I have a feeling there's no reason to stop him from going on exactly the same trajectory. There's no way that people haven't noticed the reception to the end, and that doesn't.
I mean, the fact that they're crying in interviews about how mean everybody's being to them is like, yeah, everybody must know,
I wonder though whether they think that that's just a select, very small part of the audience that hates them, because they've also said that they've talked about Stranger Things. If they ever come back to it, it's like their cash cow in their later career. If they need money, they've said this in an interview. We'll come back and do it again. It's our safety net. So I don't think it's quite sunk in yet just how unpopular and shit this season has been.
D&D will get us out of here as soon as possible. We never want to talk about Game of Thrones ever again. I was like, oh, interesting. Well, I guess we can maybe the documentary will shed some light on what they're up to. I say documentary, behind the scenes thing, whatever the fuck it's called.
I'll be very curious to see that.
It's gonna be interesting.
I hope for more Duffer Brothers said or confirm or expose quotes. I can't wait.
Oh yes.
I can't.
I'm sure there's going to be some memeable things in it. It just reminds me of the Game of Thrones shit with the behind the scenes. I think it was, what was it called? It was after the show or something. There was a special that came out every episode, and one of the last ones was horrifically awful for quotes and everything.
Yeah.
So
there's not been one for the documentary. The person making the documentary has been giving interviews, and we've already had quotes from the person doing the documentaries, quotes saying, particularly about the absence of Demogorgons in the big final battle. And the person making the documentary said it was really interesting, because I was sitting listening to the writers, and they were like, they were going to do it. They were all going to do it, but then Ross Duffer, said, maybe I think people are kind of tired of Demogorgons. And then Kate Treffery, the other writer, said, yeah, I think they probably are. So they didn't do it. And it's
nice.
We haven't even got the documentary yet, and it's still useful. Thank you.
Well, Fringy, Rags, Platoon, anything you guys want to mention and talk about? Anything in general?
Not at the moment, no. Not at the moment.
I'm just working.
Yeah. If my computer doesn't completely kill itself, then I'll be having a video out at some point, hopefully this week, on this very show. More Stranger Things. Yay.
Ooh.
Can never get enough.
Well, you've done plenty of prep and experience talking about it, you know? On my end, I think on Monday, for my little game stream, I'm going to do Iron Lung, so I can get up to date on that. I hear it's a small game, and obviously I'll be interested in seeing Markiplier's film adaptation of Iron Lung then after playing it, and it was announced like yesterday that it's going to be coming to UK cinemas, and I was like, yay! That's neato burrito. Obviously, hopefully it's a neat movie. The fan base seemed to be exceedingly excited about it. It'll be fun to check out. But also,
it'd be kind of funny if it just like destroys Shelby Oaks.
It's a low
which
bar.
I assume I assume it's going to be better. Yes.
Judging the little I know,
the chances of it
about Iron Lung, I think the worst version of Markiplier trying to make a movie adaptation of that game is going to result in something better than Shelby Oaks. It's a pretty controlled sort of storyline, from what I understand. Like, and there's a guide, right?
Sure.
Versus whatever Shelby Oaks was. So anyway, so that'll be fun. And I don't know when exactly, but me and Fringy are going to try and organize. We're going to just talk about Metroid Prime 4 because he's completed it now, as have I. Yeah. You can find my playthrough in my playlist on my channel, and Fringy, yours is on.
Mine's re-uploaded on Cosmoronic.
Yeah,
So it was an adventure of a sort.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think that we would both benefit from, even though we vented a lot already, just by virtue of having played it. But there are things to be said about it, and the broader implications for this series, for the video game industry. Yeah,
this stuff that's still going to be fun to talk about, probably. So yeah, we'll do that at some point as well. But as it stands now, it'll be next Saturday. We're going to complete Stranger Things. Complete. It will be completed this time. Even though there was a semi-intention of doing it in one stream, and then definitely in two, it's now definitely in three. Again, probably should have anticipated. Yeah. But I suppose we'll see the next time we see you on whatever things that may or may not happen, folks. But thanks for watching, and I guess goodbye, good night, toodle pip.
See you later, everybody. Bye.
Later on. Bye.